Chapter 3062. At this moment, he was completely unaware that he could be betrayed by the Blood Skull Gang's assassin at any time. According to his plan, if Duan Ling Tian did not show up, the Blood Skull Gang's assassin would kill Lu Guanglin before Duan Ling Tian's follower woke up. Once Duan Ling Tian showed up, the assassin would naturally place all his attention on Duan Ling Tian. At that time, the assassin would not care if Lu Guanglin woke up or if Lu Guanglin would betray him after he woke up. All the assassin cared about was killing Duan Ling Tian and fulfilling the orders given to him by the organization. Duan Ling Tian did not expect to receive such a letter. After half a year, he had actually received a letter similar to the one he had received half a year ago. The content of the letter was similar to the one he had received before. However, the person in the letter was not Huan, but Lu Guanglin's follower. Moreover, he had personally gone to Lu Guanglin's location to confirm that Lu Guanglin had indeed been abducted. Swaggering in and abducting one of your men. There's no way that the person who did this is a member of the Blood Skull. After all, if an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang were to enter the sect, he would definitely alert the sect's formation. This was the reply Duan Ling Tian had sent to Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, to inform him that Lu Guanglin had been abducted. Based on your words, it's very likely that the assassin is a mole. Is it someone from the Simplicity Celestial Sect? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes. Sun Liangpeng's reply was firm. The letter also states that I should travel alone. If you or a celestial king from the sect comes with me, I'm afraid the mole will still inform the assassin. Duan Ling Tian replied. Duan Ling Tian, I've already made plans for this. Half a year ago, when you encountered that incident, I pretended to send my second brother out to handle some matters. Sun Liangpeng replied confidently. Sun Liangpeng's voice was filled with confidence as he replied, Now he's waiting for my orders. This time, he'll go with you to meet the Blood Skull's assassin. Sect leader, are you sure your second brother will be able to protect me? Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush. Although he was certain he would leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate to rescue Lu Guanglin, he had to be fully prepared before he left. After all, he did not know how strong the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang was sent. Although he did not know how strong the assassin from the Heaven Realm was, he was certain the assassin was stronger than him. At most, the assassins from the Heaven Celestial Sect's estate. In the eyes of the Blood Skull Gang, Duan Ling Tian was no longer a peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial, but a 10 directions celestial king who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Moreover, his cultivation base as a 10 directions celestial king would decline rapidly if he expended even a little bit of his energy. Don't worry. Sun Liangpeng remained confident even after hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Although my second brother's cultivation base is only a 5-element celestial king, his comprehension of the law of wind is extremely powerful. None of the 5 elements celestial kings in the profound nether mansion are a match for him. His strength is comparable to a 5 elements celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang. In fact, his strength is comparable to a 6 combos celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although your cultivation base is comparable to a 10 directions celestial king, your comprehension of the profundities from the law isn't strong. It's impossible for the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang to be too strong. In my opinion, they'll send a 5 elements celestial king at most. It's more likely that they'll send a 4 phenomenons celestial king. Based on Sun Liangpeng's words, it was clear he was confident in his guess. My second brother should be able to suppress a 5 elements celestial king. It won't be difficult for him to kill the assassin after some time. Even if the assassin doesn't want to fight and wants to flee, with my second brother's comprehension of the law of wind, it won't be difficult for him to catch up to the assassin. Even if he can't kill the assassin, he can still send a message to me. Duan Ling Tian nodded. All right. Sun Liangpeng's words put Duan Ling Tian at ease. Sect leader, when can I depart? Duan Ling Tian asked Sun Liangpeng. He was in a hurry to rescue Lu Guanlin. You can depart now. My second brother is hiding near the Sec's estate. Moreover, his true form as a celestial beast is best at concealing itself. Even a 6-combo celestial king or 7-star celestial king won't be able to detect his presence, let alone a 5-element celestial king. Sun Liangpeng replied, Where is that person asking you to go? To the east? Sun Liangpeng asked, The west. Duan Lingtian replied, All right, you can depart now. Keep in touch. I'll ask my second brother to follow you closely so he can protect you in time. As soon as Sun Liangpeng finished speaking, Duan Lingtian made his way to the west. This time he was even further away from the Simplicity Celestial Sec's estate. Swoosh! After leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sec's estate, Duan Lingtian did not use his celestial origin energy to travel. Instead, he used a celestial boat to carry him. The weakest celestial boat was a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, it was very complicated to refine. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had only heard of Duke-grade celestial boats before he joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect. The Duke-grade celestial boats were divided into 3 grades. The better the grade, the faster the boat. The fastest celestial boat was comparable to a 9 palaces celestial duke who traveled with only his celestial origin energy. The slowest celestial boat was comparable to a 3 talents celestial duke who traveled with only his celestial origin energy. This was the difference between a high-grade duke-grade celestial boat and a low-grade duke-grade celestial boat. Mid-grade duke-grade celestial boats were comparable to a 6 combinations celestial duke who traveled with only his celestial origin energy. Currently, Duan Lingtian was riding on a low-grade celestial boat. He had spent some celestial crystals to purchase it from an elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. The elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect was a Duke-grade celestial weapon craftsman who was capable of forging Duke-grade celestial boats. He was also the only Duke-grade celestial weapon craftsman in the Simplicity Celestial Sect who was capable of forging Duke-grade celestial boats. However, the Duke-grade celestial boats he was capable of forging were mostly low-grade Duke-grade celestial boats. Up until now, he had only forged 2 mid-grade Duke-grade celestial boats. As for high-grade Duke-grade celestial boats, he had yet to forge one. I've arrived. After traveling for a day and a night on the celestial boat, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the place where the person who had left the message had agreed to meet him. The place where they had agreed to meet was a barren plain. There was only a lone tree standing on the plain. The tree had no leaves, only its branches. Most of the branches were withered, and there were a few cracks on the main branch. It was clear the tree had lost its vitality. A soul pearl. Duan Lingtian discovered a soul pearl on one of the branches of the tree. He was not surprised by this, since this was what the person who had left the message had agreed to meet. After obtaining the soul pearl, he tried to contact the person who had written the message through the soul imprint on the soul pearl. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness made contact with the soul imprint on the soul pearl, swoosh, swoosh, along with the sound of leaves flapping, the branches on the big tree beside Duan Lingtian began to shake one by one. At the same time, white dots of light appeared at every corner of the tree. They looked like stars in the sky. These white dots of light each gave off a mysterious power, which then converged together and blossomed into a dazzling white light. As soon as the white light appeared, it enveloped the entire tree, including Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt his vision darken. His heart skipped a beat. Is this a teleportation formation? Oh no. In the void not far away, a huge green bird that resembled a goshawk appeared. It was as if it had been hiding in the void earlier. After the goshawk appeared, its mountain-like body transformed into a young man dressed in a long green robe in the blink of an eye. He looked at the tree that had returned to its original state after the white light dissipated. His expression was unsightly. The assassin from the Bloodskull Gang is actually a formation master? This teleportation formation was set up so stealthily that even I didn't notice it before it was set up. I wonder where Duan Ling Tian has been transported to. The green-clad young man was the second brother of Sun Liang Peng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. He was a 5 elements celestial king in human form, based on Sun Liang Peng's words. Among the 5 elements celestial kings in the profound Nether Mansion, there was no one who was a match for Sun Liang Peng. Based on this, it was clear the green-clad young man was quite strong. However, even then, Duan Ling Tian had still disappeared right under his nose. As expected, it's a one-time teleportation formation. Although the green-clad young man knew Duan Ling Tian had triggered a one-time teleportation formation, he still flew toward the tree to inspect it. After a while, he was certain it was a one-time teleportation formation that had sent Duan Ling Tian away. Big brother. The green-clad young man took a deep breath before he sent a message to his big brother, Sun Liang Peng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Sun Liang Peng, who was in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, had an unsightly expression on his face when he received the green-clad young man's message. I can't believe that the Bloodskull's assassin is a spell formation grandmaster. Even if one had sufficient materials, it was not easy to set up a one-time teleportation formation on a withered tree. Ordinary formation masters were not capable of such a feat. Chapter 3063. He might not be a formation grandmaster. It's possible that he found a formation grandmaster nearby to set up this formation. The green-clad young man replied, "Damn it, I didn't expect the Bloodskull Gang to be so cunning. They even prepared a one-time transporting formation that even you couldn't detect." When Sun Liang Peng transmitted the message again, his voice was very heavy. However, the teleportation distance of a one-time use teleportation portal is limited after all. Second brother, search the surrounding area as quickly as you can. I'll go over immediately and search with you. As soon as Sun Liang Peng finished speaking, he left the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. At the same time, he did not forget to contact the high-ranking officials in the Simplicity Celestial Sect and ask them to help him search for Duan Ling Tian as well. Soon enough, nearly half of the celestial kings in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate left to search for Duan Ling Tian. While the high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial Sect were busy searching for Duan Ling Tian had already been transported to a sinister valley. The valley was filled with a foul stench, causing Duan Ling Tian to erect a barrier of celestial origin energy to keep the stench at bay. Of course, this kind of celestial origin energy barrier that could block out the stench basically did not consume any celestial origin energy. Even if Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy that was comparable to a 10 directions celestial king's celestial origin energy would not necessarily drop to the level of a 9 palaces celestial king. It's actually a transporting formation. Moreover, the sect leader's second brother isn't here. It's obvious it's a one-time transporting formation. The Bloodskull Gang's assassin really came prepared. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as a sense of dread rose in his heart. He could only rely on himself now. "Since you've sent me here, are you still not going to show yourself?" Duan Ling Tian asked coldly as he swept his cold gaze across the canyon. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a frivolous and indifferent voice rang in the air. What a close relationship between a master and a servant. The voice seemed to have come from all directions. However, Duan Ling Tian, who had extended his divine consciousness in all directions, managed to locate the owner of the voice as soon as it rang in the air. In an inconspicuous cave on one side of the canyon, a figure walked out of it, carrying a person in his hand. When the figure walked out of the darkness, Duan Ling Tian had a clear view of the person's appearance. The person was a middle-aged man with a medium build. He was dressed in the same black robes of the Blood Skull Gang's assassin. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes seemed to be suffused with a cold light at all times. When his gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian, it was like waves of cold wind that slapped on Duan Ling Tian's body, causing Duan Ling Tian to tremble with fear. Guanlin. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened slightly when he saw the unconscious Lu Guanglin in the hands of the Blood Skull Gang's assassin. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness into Lu Guanglin's body and discovered traces of white lightning energy in Lu Guanglin's body. These traces of white lightning energy were suppressing Lu Guanglin, preventing him from waking up. Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness and forced the white lightning energy in Lu Guanglin's body to retreat. At the same time, Lu Guanglin slowly opened his eyes and saw Duan Ling Tian. His eyes lit up immediately. At the same time, he instinctively called out to Duan Ling Tian, "Es, sir!" Lu Guanglin's voice was hoarse, and his aura was weak. It was as though he had been tortured. At the same time, Lu Guanglin sent a message to Duan Ling Tian. Lu Guanglin told Duan Ling Tian, who had brought him out of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. Although he did not know what had happened, when he saw Duan Ling Tian in this place after he woke up, he could faintly guess that someone wanted to deal with his master. For this reason, Lu Guanglin did not hesitate to tell Duan Ling Tian everything he knew. Zheng Hong Yi. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened immediately when he received Lu Guanglin's message. Right at this instant, a cold and indifferent voice entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears in a timely manner. "Go to the Yellow Springs Road and wait for your master." The voice belonged to the Blood Skull Gang's assassin who was holding Lu Guanglin hostage. "This is bad." As soon as the voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, his expression changed drastically. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and turned into crimson flames. Whoosh! Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a ball of fire as he shot toward the Blood Skull Gang's assassin. It's too late. As soon as Duan Ling Tian made his move, the Blood Skull Gang's assassin began to move as well. He moved like a ghost in the air. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian saw a silver thread in the air. The Blood Skull assassin was holding an inconspicuous silver thread in his hands. As the silver thread vibrated, Lu Guanglin's body was torn to pieces. Guanglin. Upon seeing Lu Guanglin's death, Duan Ling Tian instinctively came to a halt. His eyes were bloodshot. At the same time, the flames around Duan Ling Tian's body surged, making it seem as though he had turned into a flaming man. Don't worry. Next, you will follow him and accompany him on the road to the Yellow Springs. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian losing his composure, the Blood Skull Gang's assassin flashed a bright smile. When he spoke again, it was as though he had already regarded Duan Ling Tian as a dead man. Die. As soon as the Blood Skull Gang's assassin finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's cold gaze landed on him. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's body transformed into a ball of fire again as he shot toward the Blood Skull Gang's assassin. His speed was comparable to the assassin's. I'd like to see how long you can last with such speed. Since it's not your celestial origin energy, it's not yours. When the Blood Skull Gang's assassin saw Duan Ling Tian charging toward him, he began to move again. It seemed like he had no intention of fighting Duan Ling Tian head-on. Based on his words, it was clear he intended to deplete Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy. After Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy dropped, he would attack Duan Ling Tian. However, those fellows are really unreliable. What do they mean by comprehending two profundities from the law of earth? They're clearly comprehending two profundities from the law of fire, the fire elemental profundity, the plundering profundity. The assassin muttered to himself as he dodged Duan Ling Tian. Fortunately, I'm the one who came this time. If it were another 4 phenomenons celestial king or a 5 elements celestial king, I'm afraid he would have died here. Senior Chaos Divine Flame. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he saw the assassin's intention. At the same time, he contacted the Chaos Divine Flame. Almost as soon as he made contact with the chaotic divine flame, a gray, flame-like energy surged out of his body and merged with the flames that surrounded his body. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as though the flames had exploded. In the next moment, the flames on Duan Lingtian's body surged. His speed was much faster than before. In just a blink of an eye, his speed had surpassed the assassin's speed. This is the explosion profundity. The assassin's expression changed slightly. He knew he could no longer dodge Duan Lingtian's attacks. After all, Duan Lingtian was fast enough to catch up to him. Since the flames on Duan Lingtian's body seemed to have exploded, the assassin assumed Duan Lingtian had comprehended the explosion profundity from the law of fire. The explosion profundity was the law of fire's main offensive profundity. However, it also contained a hint of speed. During the process of the explosion, the speed of the flame's turbulence naturally increased by quite a bit. Through the speed characteristic of the explosion profound, once he used the explosion profound, he could increase his speed to the next level. Buzz, 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 buzz. The assassin no longer dodged Duan Lingtian's attack. Instead, he turned around and waved his hands. The silk thread in his hands began to vibrate rapidly. It was as though thousands of saber rays were slicing through the air, emitting a crisp and ear-piercing sound. Apart from that, when the assassin made his move, green rays of light could be seen on the silk thread in his hands. When he moved, green rays of light could also be seen on his body. It was as though he was surrounded by wind. Clearly, the assassin had comprehended the law of wind and was using various profundities from the law of wind. Up until now, he had only used the gale profundity, the wind-gathering profundity, and the slicing profundity. As for the fundamental profundity of the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity, there was no need to mention it. If one did not comprehend the wind elemental profundity, it would be impossible for one to use the other profundities from the law of wind. 6 combos Celestial King. Based on the celestial origin energy on the assassin's body, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to determine the assassin's cultivation base. At the same time, he could also vaguely identify the profundities from the law of wind that the assassin had used. The 7 orifices exquisite sword. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian took out his 7 orifices exquisite sword to deal with the Blood Skull Gang's assassin. Naturally, to prevent the assassin from recognizing the 7 orifices exquisite sword as a royal-grade celestial weapon, Duan Lingtian pretended to take it out of his spatial ring. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Strange noises rang in the air from the assassin's group, attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. At the same time, his eyes widened in shock. This is the Wind Blade Profundity. Chapter 3064. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A series of strange sounds rang in the air as the string in the Blood Skull Gang's assassin's hand shook the air, causing green blades to appear in the air. The green blades were formed from wind. This was one of the offensive profundities from the law of wind, the Wind Blade Profundity. However, this was not the end of it. As the Blood Skull Gang assassin waved the silk thread in his hand, the air in the area where the silk thread passed through started to distort violently. In the end, it formed a tornado that sucked in all the wind blades and silk threads. In just a blink of an eye, a terrifying tornado formed in front of the Blood Skull Gang's assassin. It completely blocked Duan Lingtian's sight. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, the Blood Skull Gang's assassin's figure was completely blocked by the tornado that continued to grow. This is the tornado profundity from the law of wind. Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. Up until now, The assassin had cast 6 profundities from the law of wind. The wind elemental profundity, the hurricane profundity, the gale profundity, the slash profundity, the wind blade profundity, and the tornado profundity. Excluding the wind elemental profundity, the assassin had cast a total of 5 profundities from the law of wind. Lad, you're just a peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. Even if you're using a consumable royal grade celestial weapon, you should be proud that you're able to die under my attack. In the blink of an eye, the Blood Skull Gang assassin dove into the tornado, completely ignoring the twisting threads and the sharp wind blades that were flying toward him. A full-powered attack. When Duan Ling Tian heard the Blood Skull Gang's words, he knew the Blood Skull Gang's assassin was using all of his techniques. Apart from the string that was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord, the assassin had also cast 6 profundities from the law of wind. There were only 9 profundities from the law of wind, including the wind elemental profundity. However, the assassin had cast 6 profundities from the law of wind. In the Southern Heaven Territory, it was extremely rare for someone to comprehend 9 profundities of the same law, even if it was only to the rudimentary stage. Comprehending the first few profundities of the 9 profundities of the same law wasn't that bad. It didn't feel like it was that easy. However, the further one comprehended the profundities, the more difficult it was to comprehend them. This was because there were many conflicting profundities from the same law of wind. Only by finding a balance point would one be able to comprehend 2 conflicting profundities from the law of wind. A 6th celestial king was a 6 calm celestial king had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. Brat die. The assassin's voice from the tornado. The assassins, the assassins, the assassins, the assassins. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the tornado whistled and swept toward Duan Lingtian. Its speed was not inferior to Duan Lingtian's current speed. If Duan Lingtian could maintain his current speed, he would be able to pull away from the tornado attack. Alas, he could not maintain his current speed because the celestial origin energy in his body came from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Based on the current situation, his cultivation base would regress to the level of a 9 palaces celestial king in 30 breaths at most. At that time, the tornado attack of the Blood Skull Gang assassin would catch up to him and engulf him. I'd like to see how long the celestial origin energy in your body can last. You'll definitely die within 50 breaths. The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian moving at full speed to avoid the tornado attack. I can't let this go on. Otherwise, I'll definitely die within 30 breaths. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had used all his techniques to move as fast as he could to maintain a certain distance from the tornado. However, he knew the distance between them would shrink after 30 breaths, and the tornado would catch up to him within 10 breaths. Apart from the wind elemental profundity, the wind elemental profundity, the wind gathering profundity, the gale profundity, the slash profundity, the wind blade profundity, and the tornado profundity. With my current strength, it won't be difficult for me to block his attack even with the 7 orifices exquisite sword. However, my celestial origin energy will be depleted rapidly after blocking his attack. At the very least, my cultivation base will drop to the level of an 8 trigrams celestial king. At that time, he'll only be slightly injured at most. It'll be easy for him to kill me. Faced with the tornado, Duan Lingtian felt time passing by so quickly. At the same time, he could feel the aura of death looming over him. Profound divine metal. Both of us have to make a move this time. Otherwise, this brat will definitely die. The chaos divine Earth's childish voice sounded solemn as though it was about to face a formidable enemy. It was rare for it to be so serious. Of course I know. The profound divine metal's voice rang in the air as well. Kid, attack him with all your strength. Use the sword in your hand and aim at his vitals. We only have one chance. We only have one chance. the profound divine metal said to Duan Lingtian. Don't panic. You're not any slower than him. It won't be difficult for you to aim at his vitals. The chaos divine earth comforted Duan Lingtian before it continued to say, moreover, if he sees you attacking him instead of running away, he'll only think you're putting up a desperate fight. He won't even think about dodging your attack. By the time he realized that the sword in your hand was extraordinary and the power of the profound divine metal, it was already too late for him to realize the danger he was in. The chaos divine earth's tone was filled with confidence when it spoke. Even if you manage to kill him, you'll be severely injured even with the help of the chaos divine earth. Duan Lingtian exclaimed. The chaos divine flame added, after you kill him, if you have any energy left, try your best to fuse it with the defensive celestial artifact you're wearing to protect yourself from the aftershock of his attack. Upon hearing the 5 divine elements' words, Duan Lingtian calmed down. It was as though the waves on the sea had calmed down. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to calm down in such a short time was due to his many life and death experiences in the past. He knew very well that at this moment, the key to success or failure was to remain calm. After all, those who could not maintain their composure were usually the ones who would die. Swoosh! Under the gaze of the blood skull assassin, the crimson flame, which had been keeping a distance from him all this time, suddenly paused. Moreover, after the crimson flame paused for a moment to reveal the purple figure, it began to charge toward the assassin. Whoosh! Whoosh! The crimson flame tore through the air, creating a heat wave in its wake. It seemed as though the air in its wake was on fire. If someone was here, they would clearly see the crimson flame in the air. Within the canyon, there was a vast and boundless scarlet flame that was colliding with a tornado that traversed the canyon. Humph! How stubborn! The Blood Skull Gang's assassin snorted coldly. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was only doing this because Duan Lingtian wanted to fight to the death before his celestial origin energy was reduced. However, now that he had a rough idea of Duan Lingtian's strength, what was there to be afraid of? Although Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base was comparable to a 10 Directions celestial king, he had only comprehended 3 profundities from the law of fire. One of them was the fire elemental profundity, the fundamental profundity of the law of fire. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian only had 1 purely offensive king-grade celestial weapon and 1 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. Boom! Rumble! The tornado continued to wreak havoc in the valley. It did not seem like it was going to stop anytime soon. The wind stirred up sand and stones in the valley, uprooting the flowers, plants, and trees. A large tree that required 5 to 6 adults to wrap their arms around was uprooted as well. Apart from that, the walls of the valley that were close to the tornado began to crack. Some of the rocks that were severely cracked fell off the walls and were sucked into the tornado before they were reduced to dust. He's in the tornado. I can see him now. If I get closer, I'll be able to lock on to his vital points. When the crimson flame on Duan Lingtian's body collided with the tornado, the assassin felt a powerful pressure pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. At the same time, the energy from the chaos divine earth entered his body and merged with the crimson flame on his body, alleviating the pressure on him. Boom! 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 The tornado and the soaring flames collided. Deafening explosions sounded again and again. The rolling airwaves carried a terrifying shock wave that swept in all directions and slammed into the surroundings of the canyon, causing the entire canyon to tremble. It was as if a violent earthquake had occurred. Meanwhile, there's movement over there. Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, who was searching for Duan Lingtian on the east side of the valley, suddenly turned to look in the direction of the valley. Although the tremors from the other side were not strong, it was not difficult for him to determine the distance. It was not difficult for him to see that a terrifying battle was taking place there. It should be there. Sun Liangpeng's expression was solemn as he shot forward at lightning speed. Duan Lingtian, hold on for a little longer. Wait for me. Over there. As soon as Sun Liangpeng made his move, his second brother, the green-clad young man who had transformed into a celestial beast, also transformed back into a celestial beast and flew toward the valley. There seems to be movement over there. Let's go. Let's go over there and have a look. It seems to be very far away. Based on the commotion, the two people fighting are definitely not weak. It must be Duan Lingtian and the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Chapter 3065. The gloomy valley was in ruins. Everything inside was in a state of chaos. The raging wind and fire in the air made it seem as if doomsday had arrived. I've locked onto him. Under the cover of the soaring flames, Duan Lingtian's 7 orifices, exquisite, sword shot out a sword ray and broke through the threads and wind blades contained in the tornado. He charged toward the Blood Skull assassin who was in the middle of the tornado. At the same time, he locked his gaze on the Blood Skull assassin's forehead. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be able to come here. The assassin was surprised to see Duan Lingtian's purple robe, which had been shredded by the wind blades, was still able to get close to him despite the wounds on his body. However, it's time to end this now. A cold smile appeared on the assassin's face. Then he stretched out his hands, and the threads in his hands suddenly shot toward Duan Lingtian. At this moment, this thread that whistled towards Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a general that commanded a vast army. And as soon as it flashed out, the wind blades that covered the sky arrived along with its shadow and flashed towards Duan Lingtian at the same time. When the assassin made his move, his eyes were cold and his face was expressionless. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was already a dead man. Brat, now's the time. Just as the assassin saw Duan Lingtian breaking through the tornado and attacking Duan Lingtian, the profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Die. Upon hearing the profound divine metal's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned even colder. At the same time, the sword in his hand suddenly shone with a dazzling 7-colored light. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the 7 orifices' exquisite sword, which had looked ordinary, shone with the utmost brilliance. 7 sword rays of different colors shot out of the 7 orifices on the sword and swirled around the sword. At the same time, they emitted different auras. Every sword light of a different color exuded a completely different aura. 7 different colored sword lights circled around the 7 orifices' exquisite sword. After a while, the 7 orifices' exquisite sword seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. The sword lights suddenly surged and became sharper. A terrifying aura began to spread out. This, if the Blood Skull Gang assassin still couldn't see the extraordinariness of the 7 orifices' exquisite sword, he would have lived his life in vain. However, before he could think of anything else, he saw a golden thread appear in the middle of the 7 orifices' exquisite sword. If one took a closer look, it was not a golden thread, but a golden energy. It was like a golden stream of water, flowing on the 7 orifices' exquisite sword. Chi, 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 chi. The strings in the Blood Skull assassin's hands whizzed towards Duan Lingtian, as if they were going to cut Duan Lingtian into 1,000 pieces. In the face of this, Duan Lingtian's sword light flickered in his hand as he fearlessly charged forward. Whoosh! Just one sword strike seemed to be able to cut through the void. Wherever it passed, the golden threads were shaken away, and the wind blades were all swept away. However, some of the wind blades still managed to land on Duan Lingtian's body. Even with the chaos divine Earth's energy and the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord, he was still unable to withstand the wind blades. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's purple clothes became even more tattered, and the number of wounds on his body increased. He looked like he was riddled with holes. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Emperor-grade celestial weapon. When the Blood Skull Gang assassin saw the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and let out a cry of shock, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, which had been infused with the profound divine metal's energy, was already close to the assassin's forehead. The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang did not even have time to react, since Duan Lingtian's attack was too fast. When the profound divine metal's energy surged into the Seven Orifices' exquisite sword, Duan Lingtian felt as though the sword was flying out of his hand. Spurt! A soft sound rang in the air. The Seven Orifices' exquisite sword in Duan Lingtian's hand pierced the assassin's forehead as though it was made of tofu. The white blade entered, and the red blade exited. The profound divine metal's power surged into the Blood Skull assassin's sea of psychic power, crushing his soul with ease. The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang's eyes were wide open as he fell to the ground. Before he died, he had clearly mobilized the remaining energy in his body and infused it into the king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. However, it was still easily pierced through by Duan Lingtian's sword. It was as though the seven-colored sword chi did not penetrate the defense of a king-grade celestial weapon, but a broken wall. Before he died, the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang only had one thought in his mind. How did Duan Lingtian cast the law of fire and the law of metal's piercing profundity at the same time? The profound divine metal that had fused with the Seven Orifices' exquisite sword was very similar to the law of metal's piercing profundity. The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang had comprehended the law of wind. Apart from the law of wind and the law of metal, the two profundities had similar characteristics. It was the severing profundity. The law of metal had the severing profundity, and the law of wind had the severing profundity as well. Back then, in order to comprehend the cutting profound of the law of wind, the Blood Skull Gang had not only used the floating image pearls of experts who had comprehended the cutting profound of the law of wind, but they had also used the floating image pearls of experts who had comprehended the cutting profound of the law of metal. For this reason, he was familiar with the piercing profundity since he had seen powerhouses who had comprehended the law of metal's severing profundity cast the piercing profundity. Although the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang was surprised that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of metal's piercing profundity, he did not think it was impossible. However, Duan Lingtian had cast the law of wind and the law of metal's piercing profundity at the same time. This completely overturned the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang's understanding of the law of metal's piercing profundity. Swoosh! Swoosh! After the death of the Blood Skull Gang's assassin, the vast tornado dispersed in the blink of an eye, turning into a gust of wind that blew in every corner of the canyon, displaying its remaining power. Boom! Boom! Rumble! The valley trembled as though an earthquake had occurred. Huff! 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 After the tornado's energy dissipated, Duan Lingtian panted heavily. He felt completely drained. When he put away the Seven Orifices' exquisite sword, he felt as though his entire body was about to fall apart. The numbing pain he felt due to his concentration was transmitted to his mind from his nerves, causing him to faint. After his body swayed for a while, Duan Lingtian took out a Duke-grade healing pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. Only then did the pain in his body subside. Lad, the chaos divine flame and the profound divine metal have fallen into a deep slumber after helping you this time. I'll also need to rest for a while to recover. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to collect the loot left behind by the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, the chaos divine Earth's childish voice rang in his ears. In the past, the chaos divine Earth's voice had always been full of energy. However, this time it seemed to be very weak. Moreover, the more it spoke, the softer its voice became. Cultivate well and improve your strength as soon as possible. Although the chaos divine flame has fallen into a deep slumber, you can still use it to refine celestial pills. You can try to understand and visualize the chaos divine flame when you use it. That way, it'll be easier for you to comprehend the profundities from the law of fire than if you were to comprehend them on your own. Of course, although the effect is not bad, it's not as good as the Chaos Divine Flame's guidance. However, if you want to receive guidance from the Chaos Divine Flame again, I'm afraid you'll have to wait until it wakes up. The Chaos Divine Earth's voice became softer and softer before it stopped abruptly. It seems like I'll have to rely on myself for the time being. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to collect the loot left behind by the assassin from the Bloodskull Gang, an anxious voice rang from outside the valley. Based on the voice, it was clear the voice was still some distance away. Sect leader? By the time Duan Lingtian regained his senses and recognized the owner of the voice, a figure had already appeared in the valley like a ghost. The figure belonged to a middle-aged man with a medium build who was dressed in a shabby robe. It was none other than Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian, you're seriously injured. Sun Liangpeng muttered to himself. His expression changed slightly when he saw Duan Lingtian's injuries. Then he asked instinctively, "Where's the assassin from the Bloodskull Gang?" "Over there." Duan Lingtian replied in a low voice as he looked at the corpse of the assassin from the Bloodskull Gang, who had been smashed into a pulp on the ground. At the same time, he struggled to descend to the ground and made his way to the corpse of the assassin from the Bloodskull Gang. Sun Liangpeng was stunned when he saw the corpse of the assassin from the Bloodskull Gang. This is the assassin from the Bloodskull Gang? He was killed by Duan Lingtian? By the time Sun Liangpeng regained his senses, Duan Lingtian had already taken the assassin's spatial ring and the defensive celestial weapon from the assassin. This is my first time seeing a king-grade celestial weapon like this. Although this king-grade celestial weapon isn't popular, it's extremely powerful in the hands of someone who has comprehended the law of metal and the law of wind. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the silk thread in the assassin's hand. Earlier, when the assassin from the Bloodskull Gang made his move, the silk thread seemed to be able to cut the void in its wake. Whoosh! While Duan Lingtian was putting the silk thread in the assassin's spatial ring, Sun Liangpeng appeared next to Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian, what's the cultivation base of this assassin? Sun Liangpeng asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. A 6 combos Celestial King. Chapter 3066. A 6 combos Celestial King. Sun Liangpeng's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. A 6 combos Celestial King from the Bloodskull Gang was not an ordinary 6 combos Celestial King. He had comprehended more profundities from the same law than most 6 combos Celestial Kings in the profound Nether Mansion. That assassin is a 6 combos Celestial King. Sun Liangpeng's expression changed drastically when a voice rang from outside the valley. Following that, a huge figure appeared and blocked the sky above the valley. Duan Lingtian looked over and saw a green bird that resembled an eagle. When he looked over, the green bird had already transformed into a green-clad young man. In just a blink of an eye, the green-clad young man appeared next to him and Sun Liangpeng. Duan Lingtian, this is my second brother, Qing Hong. Sun Liangpeng introduced the green-clad young man to Duan Lingtian. Although Qin Hong had been following Duan Lingtian ever since he left the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, they had never met before. This was their first time meeting. "Thank you for protecting me, Senior Qin Hong." Duan Lingtian had already guessed the green-clad young man's identity when he saw the green-clad young man. Now that Sun Liangpeng had introduced the green-clad young man to him, he hastily bowed and thanked the green-clad young man. "I didn't expect him to lure you into activating the teleportation formation. I was careless. Fortunately, you're fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain myself to my elder brother." Ching Hong said indifferently. He did not know Duan Lingtian at all. He had only protected Duan Lingtian because his elder brother, Sun Liangpeng, had asked him to do so. Otherwise, what did Duan Lingtian's life have to do with him? Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. Therefore, after thanking Ching Hong, he shifted his gaze away from Ching Hong. This assassin from the Blood Skull Gang must have comprehended the law of wind, right? Ching Hong asked Duan Lingtian as he scanned the ravaged canyon. He was also an expert in the law of wind, so he had a deep understanding of the law of wind. It wasn't hard for him to tell that the Blood Skull Gang's assassin had used the law of wind. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. A 6-combos celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang has comprehended the law of wind, including the wind elemental profundity. He should have comprehended at least 5 profundities from the law of wind. Sun Liangping guessed. Based on his knowledge, 6-combos celestial kings from top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory, like the Blood Skull Gang, had comprehended 5 profundities from the same law. 5. Hearing Sun Liangping's words, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly in his heart, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Sun Liangpeng had underestimated the blood skeleton he had just killed, including the wind elemental profundity. The Blood Skull Gang's assassin had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. It's not just 5. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to say that the assassin had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind, Ching Hong's voice rang in the air again. Based on the battle between Duan Lingtian and the assassin, including the wind elemental profundity, the assassin has comprehended at least 6 profundities from the law of wind. Ching Hong said. Upon hearing Ching Hong's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but look at Ching Hong again. After all, Ching Hong was right. Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps all over his body when he saw the confident expression on Ching Hong's face. Ching Hong did not see the battle between Duan Lingtian and the Blood Skull Gang's assassin, but he could easily guess how many profundities the assassin had comprehended from the law of wind. Second brother, are you sure? Sun Liangpeng was shocked when he heard Ching Hong's words. Even in an assassin organization like the Blood Skull Gang, it's rare for a 6-combo celestial king to comprehend 6 profundities from a law of wind. I'm sure. Ching Hong's eyes swept across the ravines again as he said, Big brother, look at the marks left behind by the battle. Those are the marks left behind by the law of winds. Wind, blade, profundity. Those are the marks left behind by the law of winds, slicing, profundity. These profundities from the law of wind are so destructive in the hands of a 6-combos celestial king, including the offensive king-grade celestial weapon that was nurtured by a celestial lord. He must have comprehended the law of winds, wind, gathering, profundity. After listing out the 4 profundities from the law of wind, Ching Hong finally revealed the 5th profundity from the law of wind, the wind gathering profundity. After Ching Hong finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and asked, Am I right? That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he tried his best to remain calm, his heart was in turmoil. Sun Liangpeng inhaled sharply before he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, A 6-combo celestial king who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. Duan Lingtian, although you're a 10 directions celestial king due to your consumable king-grade celestial weapon, you've only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth, right? How did you kill him? Sun Liangpeng asked curiously. It would be easy for a 6-combo celestial king who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind to kill a 10 directions celestial king who had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. The difference in 4 profundities from the law of wind was much greater than the difference in cultivation bases of celestial kings. If a 10 directions celestial king wanted to fight a 6-combo celestial king who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind, he would have to comprehend at least 4 profundities from a law of wind. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Even if he was a 10-direction celestial king, he was not a match for the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Perhaps Duan Lingtian might be able to use soul attacks, but he could also use soul profundities to attack. Even if he used soul attacks, Duan Lingtian, who had only comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Earth, would not be a match for the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, who had comprehended 6 profundities from the Law of Wind. Sect leader! Duan Lingtian, who had been prepared for Sun Liangpeng's question, replied apologetically, "To be honest, I'm not an expert in the Law of Earth. The Law of Earth is only the second law I comprehended after I comprehended the Law of Fire. I've comprehended 4 profundities from the Law of Fire. In terms of strength, we were evenly matched. However, I had to use all my strength to kill him. I even burned all the energy from my consumable royal grade celestial weapon to kill him. However, although I killed him, I also suffered heavy injuries. With my current injuries, even if I had healing pills, I would still need to recuperate for at least 2 to 3 months to fully recover." When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he let out a long sigh. Duan Lingtian had only comprehended 4 profundities from the Law of Fire. This was an excuse that Duan Lingtian had prepared beforehand. Since he was able to kill a 6 combos Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang, he needed an explanation. What would Sun Liangpeng think if he found out that Duan Lingtian had only comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Fire? As the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, it was not difficult for Sun Liangpeng to assume that Duan Lingtian had something else to rely on. A royal-grade celestial weapon? Or did he use his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again? After witnessing the strength of the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, Duan Lingtian had thought about using his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again. If he used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again, his celestial origin energy and soul energy would be comparable to an ordinary celestial lord. At that time, even if he could not kill the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, it would not be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, apart from Qinghong, who looked at Duan Lingtian, Sun Liangpeng was stunned. It took a long time for him to regain his senses. In fact, when Qinghong was inspecting the traces of the battle in the canyon, he had also been inspecting the traces of the battle. He did not find any traces of the Law of Earth in the traces of the great battle, only traces of the Law of Fire. This was because he had always been an expert in the Law of Fire. At that time he thought to himself, is this possible? Is it possible that Duan Lingtian is not an expert in the Law of Earth, but the Law of Fire? If that was the case, it made sense why Duan Lingtian had chosen the king-grade celestial method and divine ability that contained the Law of Fire instead of the Law of Earth when he went to the top floor. After a while, Sun Liangpeng regained his senses. He looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed emotionally. Duan Lingtian, you're the most monstrous genius I've ever seen, let alone in the history of the profound Nether Mansion. Even in the history of the Southern Heaven Territory, I've never heard of anyone who was a peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial and comprehended 4 profundities from a law before the age of 100. Sun Liangpeng's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian, not even 100 years old. Upon hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, Qinghong shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian again. A hint of shock could be seen on his face. He knew his elder brother valued Duan Lingtian a lot. Otherwise, his elder brother would not have asked him to go to the Thousand Nations territory to fetch Duan Lingtian's servant and protect Duan Lingtian. However, he was unaware that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. That's true. If he's not so monstrous, why would my elder brother value him so much? Thinking of this, Qinghong was relieved. So what if he's a genius? He can't even protect the people around him. Duan Lingtian quietly walked up to Lu Guanglin's body and personally closed it up before he buried Lu Guanglin. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were bloodshot. He could not help but feel regretful as he thought to himself, perhaps if I had allowed Guanglin to stay in the supporting Fall Nation, This wouldn't have happened meanwhile. Chapter 3067. Gu Yunzhong was a name that didn't have much of a presence in the entire Bloodskull Gang. However, among the 6 combos celestial kings in the Bloodskull Gang, Gu Yunzhong's name was well known. Among the 6 combos celestial kings in the Bloodskull Gang, only 3 of them had comprehended 6 profundities from a law. Due to this reason, Gu Yunzhong could be said to be the trump card of the Bloodskull Gang's 6 combos celestial kings. Someone has died. It's Gu Yunzhong. As the news of Gu Yunzhong's death spread throughout the branch of the Bloodskull Gang, it caused a great commotion. Gu Yunzhong is dead? It seemed like he had been sent to the Grade 6 Profound Nether Mansion's territory. Could it be that he died there? It seems like he was sent there for a mission that a one basic celestial king in the Bloodskull Gang had accepted. The target was a peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial. However, the one basic celestial king assassin in the group died. It's not surprising that a one basic celestial king was killed, but even someone as strong as Gu Yunzhong was killed? It seems like the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial was protected by a 7 stars celestial king. That's right. Gu Yunzhong is a 6 combos celestial king who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. With his strength, it's almost impossible for a 6 combos celestial king in the profound Nether Mansion to be a match for him. The person who killed him must be a 7 stars celestial king or stronger. 8th commotion broke out in the Bloodskull Gang's branch where Gu Yunzhong was. Then, one of the high-ranking officials sent a message to the Bloodskull Gang's headquarters to express his dissatisfaction. The mission sounded simple, but it was much more difficult than he had imagined. Now even Gu Yunzhong had died. Did the 6 combos celestial king assassin in your branch send a message back before he died? Did he say who killed him? The high-ranking official in the branch where Gu Yunzhong was from received a message from the headquarters. No, he must have been killed by a sneak attack. Or perhaps he was killed when he was caught off guard, so he didn't even have time to send a message back. The branch higher-ups guessed. Headquarters is already aware of this matter. Headquarters will follow up on this mission in the future. There's no need for your branch to follow up. The message from the headquarters ended here, and the higher-ups of the branch heaved a sigh of relief. We finally got rid of a strange burden. Unfortunately, we lost Gu Yunzhong. If I knew the target in the profound Nether Mansion's territory would be so difficult to deal with, I would have rejected this mission. Gu Yunzhong is the trump card of our branch's 6 combos Celestial King Realm Assassins. But he died in the hands of the profound Nether Mansion. The higher-ups of the branch murmured. Their expressions darkened as they spoke. In the Southern Heaven Territory, a young man in embroidered robes was sitting in a pavilion in the front courtyard of a luxurious mansion in a vast city. He was quietly enjoying the fragrant tea in his hand. Suddenly, the young man in embroidered clothes received a message. The moment he finished reading the message, the young man's expression changed. What? A 6 combos celestial king who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind died in the hands of the profound Nether Mansion. The young man was none other than Chun-Li. Chun-Li was the illegitimate son of one of the vice leaders of the Bloodskull Gang. He was also the vice leader's only son. Because of this, he had been highly valued and doted on by the vice commander of the Bloodskull Gang. As a result, his status in the Bloodskull Gang was very high. The person who sent the voice transmission to Chun-Li was one of the people in charge of the Bloodskull Gang's headquarters. He was also the right-hand man of Chun-Li's father, young Master Li, who sent you the mission to kill a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. In order to kill a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the Bloodskull Gang has lost a 1 basic celestial king and a 6 combos celestial king. Moreover, the 6 combos celestial king who died recently was no ordinary 6 combos celestial king. He had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind, and he was one of the strongest 6 combos Celestial Kings in the Blood Skull Gang. His death has already caused young Master Li's mission to attract the attention of many people. I'm afraid this matter will spread even more quickly. At that time, I'm afraid there will be a lot of people on the side of the other 2 deputy chiefs who have grudges with the deputy chief. They will take the opportunity to cause trouble and put the blame on you, young Master Li. After all, this mission was given by you. The message from a person in charge of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters didn't continue for the time being. So what if I'm the one who issued the mission? I'm only responsible for guaranteeing the mission. The responsibility of guaranteeing the mission depends on whether the person who issued the mission is able to afford the mission and whether the person who issued the mission will not betray the Blood Skull Gang. Chen Li replied in a timely manner. As for how difficult the mission is, that's the responsibility of the intelligence department, right? Although I vouch for people to place orders and issue missions, whether the mission is approved or not, and even the mission rating seems to be determined by the information obtained by the intelligence department, right? In the history of the Blood Skull Gang, similar incidents have happened before. However, when did the guarantor have to bear the responsibility? When he reached the end of his sentence, Chen Li's voice was filled with a cold sneer. Young Master Li, even if that's the case, you should know that those people won't hesitate to create trouble for Lord Vice Leader. Moreover, you're not an ordinary guarantor. You should know that if it weren't for your relationship with Lord Vice Leader, it would be impossible for you to act as a guarantor in the Blood Skull Gang. Therefore, they'll definitely seize this opportunity to make trouble for Lord Vice Leader. If word of this reaches Lord Vice Leader's ears, I'm afraid even Lord Vice Leader will be reprimanded. In fact, it might even affect Lord Vice Leader's chances of succeeding Lord Vice Leader's position in the future. After all, the other 2 Vice Leaders are also eyeing Lord Vice Leader's position covetously. The person in charge of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters continued to speak. That's enough. I'll discuss this matter with my father and see how we can resolve this matter. Chen Li's last message to the person in charge of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters was slightly irritated. He was puzzled as to how he had gotten himself involved in this matter. Zhang Hongyi, the disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect in the profound Nether Mansion's territory, deserves to die. Of all the people you could kill, you just had to kill that Duan Ling Tian. It's so tiring that I'm feeling quite pressured in the organization. Chen Li's expression was unsightly as he muttered to himself. Although what he had just said had precedence in the Blood Skull Gang, it was true that they wouldn't blame the guarantor for this kind of situation. However, as the person in charge of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters had said, it was only natural for the guarantor to become a guarantor. That was only true for ordinary guarantors. Due to Chen Li's identity and strength, he was not qualified to be a guarantor. For this reason, it was only natural that his father's subordinate would find fault with him. Zhang Hongyi. Thinking of the culprit behind this matter, Chen Li immediately suppressed his anger and directly sent a message to Zhang Hongyi, scolding him. According to the rules of the Blood Skull Gang, even if a 10-direction Celestial King died, the mission to kill Duan Ling Tian would not end in vain, let alone a 6-combo Celestial King. Therefore, the mission had to continue. However, the next time, the Blood Skull Gang would not send a mere 6-combo Celestial King to kill Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, the Blood Skull Gang would not act rashly next time. They would only send their assassins to the profound Nether Mansion after confirming the information. After all, the information they had on Duan Ling Tian in the past was no longer applicable to the current Duan Ling Tian. HM? He didn't reply? After waiting for a long time, Chen Li still did not get a response from Zhang Hongyi. Immediately, his face turned gloomy, and his eyes emitted waves of cold light that was filled with killing intent. Chen Li was unaware that Zhang Hongyi was currently facing a life-or-death situation. If he made a wrong move, he would be doomed. In the profound Nether Mansion's territory, in the residence of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. A figure was kneeling in the front yard. However, he stubbornly raised his head and growled, "Duan Lingtian, why are you slandering me? Just because I didn't treat you well when you first arrived?" The person who was kneeling on the ground glared at the purple-clad young man who was standing in front of him. His eyes were filled with indignation. At this moment, the two people standing in front of the person who was kneeling were none other than Duan Lingtian and Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. After burying Lu Guanglin, Duan Lingtian had asked Sun Liangpeng to avenge Lu Guanglin. Before Lu Guanglin's death, he had told Sun Liangpeng, who had taken him out of the Simplicity Celestial sect and delivered him to the Blood Skull Gang. Although Sun Liangpeng had speculated that someone from the Simplicity Celestial sect had taken Lu Guanglin away and delivered him to the Blood Skull Gang, he did not expect Lu Guanglin to die. However, he did not expect his direct disciple, Zheng Hongyi, to be the culprit. After Sun Liangpeng and Duan Lingtian returned from the valley, Sun Liangpeng brought Duan Lingtian to his residence and called Zheng Hongyi over. However, Zheng Hongyi refused to admit it. "Duan Lingtian, a person should have conscience. Although I'm jealous of you for becoming a true disciple, I've never thought of killing you. Moreover, you said I made an order with the Blood Skull Gang. Everyone knows that one needs a guarantor to make an order with the Blood Skull Gang. Do you think, with my ability, I'll be able to find someone who can vouch for me in the Blood Skull Gang?" Chapter 3068. Duan Lingtian only looked at Zheng Hongyi calmly when Zheng Hongyi refused to admit it. After Zheng Hongyi finished speaking, he asked indifferently, "Are you done?" "HM?" Zheng Hongyi's heart skipped a beat when he saw how calm Duan Lingtian was. "Duan Lingtian, does he have any evidence?" Zheng Hongyi had just been summoned here. When he first arrived, he thought the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang had failed to keep a close eye on Duan Lingtian's follower. After the follower regained consciousness, he sent a message to Duan Lingtian about how he had knocked the follower out of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Zheng Hongyi was unaware that the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang was already dead. He thought the assassin was still holding Duan Lingtian's follower hostage. "Sect leader, take a look. Do you see Zheng Hongyi's soul pearl in this spatial ring?" Zheng Hongyi's heart skipped a beat when he saw Duan Lingtian passing a spatial ring to Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, who was standing at the side. Earlier, when he saw his direct disciple, Zheng Hongyi, refused to admit that he had colluded with the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang, he did not say anything even though he trusted Duan Lingtian more. He only hoped Duan Lingtian would be able to provide evidence. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian passing the spatial ring to him, he suddenly remembered something. The spatial ring of the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang was in Duan Lingtian's possession. If Zheng Hongyi had colluded with the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, Zheng Hongyi's soul pearl would definitely be in the assassin's spatial ring. "Even if my soul orb is in this storage ring, what does it mean?" Zheng Hongyi sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian passing the spatial ring to his master. "There are many people in the sect who have my soul pearls. How difficult would it be for you to get one from them? What if I told you this is the storage ring of the Blood Skull Gang assassin?" Hearing Zheng Hongyi's words, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned colder, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. As Duan Lingtian's voice fell, Zheng Hongyi was completely dumbfounded. The storage ring of that Blood Skull Gang assassin? If this was the storage ring of that Blood Skull Gang assassin, why would it be in Duan Lingtian's hands? Unless that Blood Skull assassin was dead. As a soul bead appeared in Sun Liangping's hand, his complexion became extremely ugly. As Zheng Hongyi's master, he was very familiar with Zheng Hongyi's soul aura. The soul bead in his hand now had Zheng Hongyi's soul imprint. "So it's you, evil disciple." When Sun Liangpeng looked at Zheng Hongyi again, A cold light flashed in his eyes. A vast amount of celestial origin energy surged out from his body. It seemed like he wanted to kill Zheng Hongyi and give Duan Lingtian an explanation. Master! Zheng Hongyi's expression changed drastically when he sensed the killing intent in Sun Liangpeng's eyes. He hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. You can't believe him. Don't tell me this is the spatial ring of the Blood Skull Gang assassin? I saw Duan Lingtian pick up the spatial ring from the Blood Skull Gang assassin's body with my own eyes. The killing intent in Sun Liangpeng's eyes intensified. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, Duan Lingtian, I'll leave this evil disciple to you. Kill him and avenge your subordinate. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he looked at Zheng Hongyi with killing intent flashing in his eyes. Lu Guanglin had died because of him. For this reason, he had to avenge Lu Guanglin's death, no matter what. At this moment, no matter how Zheng Hongyi tried to explain himself, Sun Liangpeng ignored him. He looked at Zheng Hongyi coldly. It was clear he did not care about Zheng Hongyi's life. Swoosh! Zheng Hongyi's expression changed drastically when he saw that his master no longer cared about him. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes when he sensed the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian was about to make a move, Zheng Hongyi's expression changed again. He hastily said, Duan Lingtian, I'm not the only one who colluded with the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Even Wang Hong is colluding with the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. There should be a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon in the spatial ring that belonged to the Grand Elder. It was nurtured by a celestial lord. I think it's called the Jade Light Armor. It's the deposit that Wang Hong gave to the assassin. Zheng Hongyi gritted his teeth when he sensed the aura of death approaching him. He decided to drag Wang Hong down with him. Even if he had to die, Wang Hong would have to die with him. Moreover, if he did not kill Wang Hong, he might not die. This was the last effort he made. Wang Hong! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with killing intent. Then he looked at Sun Liangpeng, who was standing at the side, and said, Sect leader, it seems like the Grand Elder's words weren't completely true. Rascal, do you have any evidence? Sun Liangpeng asked coldly as he looked at Zheng Hongyi. Although Sun Liangpeng asked this question, he was almost certain Wang Hong had something to do with this matter. Master, I don't have any evidence, but I can ask Wang Hong to meet me. As long as both of you hide in the dark, I'll use words to trick her, Zheng Hongyi said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since Wang Hong was unaware that another assassin from the Blood Skull Gang had come to the Blood Skull Gang, it was only natural that she did not know what was going on. Zheng Hongyi had told her through voice transmission that the Blood Skull Gang had sent another assassin and asked her to meet him. Therefore, she hurried over to meet him. Zheng Hongyi, what's the strength of the assassin sent by the Blood Skull Gang? According to my grandfather, Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base is comparable to a 10 Directions Celestial King. Wang Hong could not help but ask when she saw Zheng Hongyi. An ordinary assassin wouldn't be able to kill Duan Lingtian with his current strength. Wang Hong did not wait for Zheng Hongyi's reply. Did you hear that? As soon as Wang Hong finished speaking, Zheng Hongyi spoke to the void in front of him. Wang Hong's expression changed drastically as an ominous premonition rose in her heart. Wang Hong, as expected, you're involved. In the next moment, Sun Liangpeng and Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Wang Hong. Sun Liangpeng looked at Wang Hong angrily as he spoke. He did not expect Wang Hong and Zheng Hongyi would do such a foolish thing. Did it not occur to her that her grandfather was the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect? On the other hand, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Hong coldly as though he was looking at a dead person. Sect leader. An ominous feeling rose in her heart when she saw Zheng Hongyi looking behind her. When she turned around and saw Sun Liangpeng, she was completely dumbfounded. After a long time, she finally regained her senses. She looked at Zheng Hongyi and said through gritted teeth, "Zheng Hongyi, you're the one who brought this upon yourself. I didn't expect you to drag me down with you." If she still could not regain her senses, she would have lived for hundreds of years in vain. After Zheng Hongyi revealed Wang Hong's identity, Sun Liangpeng went to look for Wang Hong's grandfather, Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, and the other high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial Sect to discuss how they should deal with Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong. This matter is too despicable. It's one thing for disciples to kill each other, but they even dared to hire an assassin to kill them. Zhang Guangzheng, the vice-sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, who had brought Duan Lingtian to the Simplicity Celestial Sect, was the first to voice his opinion. That's the only way to prevent similar incidents from happening again. I agree with the execution. The other vice-sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance, chimed in as well. Apart from Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the other high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial Sect agreed with the two vice-sect leaders. "Grand Elder, what do you think?" Sun Liangpeng asked as he looked at Wang Qianzhan. The other high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial Sect looked at Wang Qianzhan as well. Their gazes made Wang Qianzhan feel extremely pressured. "Execute them," Wang Qianzhan said indifferently. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left without looking back. Although Wang Qianzhan's tone was indifferent, the high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial Sect could understand how he felt. Therefore, none of them felt it was rude for him to leave in such a manner. Sun Liangpeng allowed Duan Lingtian to execute Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong so that he could do a favor to Duan Lingtian. After killing Wang Hong, Duan Lingtian looked at Zheng Hongyi and asked curiously, "Zheng Hongyi, I'm very curious. Who's the one who vouched for you and allowed you to issue missions in the Blood Skull Gang?" As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial Sect turned to look at Zheng Hongyi curiously. The Blood Skull Gang was one of the top 3 assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was extremely difficult to obtain an order from the Blood Skull Gang. The person who vouched for the order was either a leader of a Grade 6 force or a Celestial Lord. Apart from that, the person who vouched for the order must have an insider connection. Therefore, the high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial Sect felt Zheng Hongyi must have used some connections to obtain an order from the Blood Skull Gang. "Since I'm going to die anyway, do you think I'll tell you the truth?" Zheng Hongyi sneered. "If you tell me the truth, I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll torture you to death by 1,000 cuts." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with killing intent. His voice was so cold that it seemed as though it came from a world of ice and snow. Torture by 1,000 cuts. Upon hearing these words and seeing Duan Lingtian's cold gaze, Zheng Hongyi's expression changed drastically. His face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. Based on Duan Lingtian's reaction, he did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. "Once, I met the son of a high-ranking official in the Blood Skull Gang when I was out. It was a coincidence that I did him a favor. Therefore, he gave me his soul pearl and promised me 2 chances to obtain an order from him." Chapter 3069. Zheng Hongyi's reply confirmed the speculation of the high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. After all, Zheng Hongyi was only able to issue a mission to kill Duan Lingtian through his connections in the Blood Skull Gang. The son of a high-ranking official from the Blood Skull Gang. "You actually used one of your 2 chances on me, Duan Lingtian. Should I say it's an honor, or should I say you think too highly of me?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and clicked his tongue when he heard Zheng Hongyi's words. Duan Lingtian, the winner takes all. I hope you'll keep your promise and give me a quick death, Zhang Hongyi said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate. He raised his hand and ended Zhang Hongyi's life. After Zhang Hongyi's death, Zhang Guangzheng, one of the vice sect leaders of the Simplicity Celestial sect, looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly and said, Duan Lingtian, the Blood Skull Gang has lost 2 of their assassins. One of them is a 6 combos Celestial King. I'm afraid they won't let this matter rest. Zhang Guangzheng continued to say, in the future, don't leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate so easily. As long as you're in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, even the top assassin organization in the Southern Heaven Territory won't dare to enter the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. After this lesson, he knew he was not strong enough. He would not leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate unless there was an urgent matter that required him to leave. Since the Blood Skull Gang had sent a 6 combos Celestial King assassin to kill him, there was no doubt the Blood Skull Gang would not send a 6 combos Celestial King assassin. In fact, the Blood Skull Gang might even send someone stronger than Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, to wait for him to take the bait. Moreover, the Blood Skull Gang was wary of the profound Nether Mansion and did not dare to enter the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Otherwise, even the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate would not be safe. However, even if I'm in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, it's not necessarily safe. The Grand Elder must be itching to kill me to avenge Wang Hong, right? Although Wang Hong's death was purely due to her own actions. However, according to Sun Liangpeng, Wang Qianzhan was an extremely protective person, and Wang Hong was Wang Qianzhan's only relative. With Wang Qianzhan's character, there was no way he would let this matter go. For this reason, Sun Liangpeng even asked him to leave the true disciple cultivation courtyard that he was currently in and go to the mansion that he usually lived in to cultivate. Sun Liangpeng was worried that Wang Qianzhan would take the risk of killing Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard Sun Liangpeng's words, he even thought about leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sect. It was not safe inside or outside, so what was the point of him staying here? However, when he thought about how Sun Liangpeng was willing to sacrifice his own direct disciple for him and even helped him deal with Wang Hong, he dismissed the thought of leaving. Although Zhang Hongyi and Wang Hong's actions were despicable, it would not be difficult for Sun Liangpeng to protect them as long as he kept the matter a secret. Duan Lingtian knew very well that Wang Hongyi and Wang Hongyi were unwilling to help him. The reason why Sun Liangpeng did not protect Zhang Hongyi and Wang Hong was mostly because of him. If it were someone else, Sun Liangpeng might not have done so. It was fine if Wang Hongyi had abandoned Zhang Hongyi. However, abandoning Wang Hong was equivalent to abandoning Wang Qianzhan. Duan Lingtian knew Sun Liangpeng only did this because Sun Liangpeng had a bright future ahead of him and wanted to befriend him. Perhaps Sun Liangpeng might even benefit from Duan Lingtian joining the profound Nether Mansion. Regardless, Sun Liangpeng did not benefit from him at all. For this reason, he still owed Sun Liangpeng a favor. After killing Wang Hong and Zhang Hongyi on behalf of the Enforcement Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian did not return to his residence. Instead, he followed Sun Liangpeng back to his residence. When Duan Lingtian entered Sun Liangpeng's residence, Wang Qianzhan's expression was extremely unsightly as he hovered in the air above a valley not far away. Sect leader, how could you go to such lengths for an outsider? Aren't you afraid of disappointing me? Wang Qianzhan's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his fists. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. It was just as Sun Liangpeng had expected. Wang Qianzhan had indeed planned to kill Duan Lingtian and escape from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. With his many years of accumulation, he was confident he could escape from Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect and the strongest person in the sect. However, he did not expect Sun Liangpeng would bring Duan Lingtian back to his residence. With this, it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Most likely, before he could even see Duan Lingtian, Sun Liangpeng would have already appeared in front of him and blocked his path. As the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Wang Qianzhan naturally knew how heavily guarded Sun Liangpeng's residence was. It was the place where the sect leaders of the Simplicity Celestial Sect cultivated. The formation that was set up in the residence was extremely complex. Putting aside the formation, with Sun Liangpeng's cultivation base, it would not be difficult for Sun Liangpeng to notice Wang Qianzhan's presence. Duan Lingtian, if you're so capable, why don't you continue hiding in there? As long as I have the chance, I'll definitely kill you. Wang Qianzhan glared at Sun Liangpeng's residence from afar. His eyes were filled with killing intent. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered Sun Liangpeng's residence, he seemed to have sensed something. He turned around and saw a figure hovering in the air above the valley. That's Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he saw the figure. It's the Grand Elder. Sun Liangpeng reminded Wang Qianzhan in a timely manner. When I brought you back, I noticed him. He's been keeping an eye on you. It seems like my guess is right. He has no intention of letting you go, Sun Liangpeng said. However, before he makes a move on you, according to the sect's rules, I can't do anything to him. After all, he's the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. At this point, Sun Liangpeng sighed again, and there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Although it would not be difficult for him to kill Wang Qianzhan with his strength, there had to be a reason for him to kill the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, right? Moreover, the high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial Sect were not convinced by the fact that Duan Lingtian might kill Duan Lingtian. As the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, it was not difficult for him to expel Wang Qianzhan from the sect. For this reason, even if he knew Wang Qianzhan could make a move on Duan Lingtian at any time, there was nothing he could do. Duan Lingtian, if you have nothing to do in the future, just stay here and cultivate. If you need to leave my place and go somewhere else in the sect's estate, just let me know, and I'll make arrangements for you to ensure your safety. Sun Liangpeng said to Duan Lingtian. This was the only solution he could think of for now. It's best if you don't go outside the sect's estate. If the Blood Skull Gang sends another assassin, I'm sure I won't be a match for them. Sun Liangpeng said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. For him, Sun Liangpeng's cultivation environment was almost the same as the cultivation environment of a true disciple's cultivation courtyard. There was no difference between cultivating here and there. Moreover, he did not care about the cultivation environment at all. This was because the main branch of the divine tree of life in his heart, which had already recognized him as its master, could grant him cultivation speed that was at the limit of his limits. Even the divine crystal that Huan-Er had left for him could not match his cultivation speed. Since the chaos divine flame was in a deep slumber, Duan Lingtian discovered his progress in comprehending the law of fire's profundities had slowed down. Therefore, he decided to focus on his cultivation to break through and become a celestial duke. There was a huge gap between an overarching heavenly supreme celestial and a celestial duke. Once a celestial duke became a celestial duke, they would be able to create their own little world. It was said that they would be able to comprehend the law of space through their own little world. The law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws. It was also a law that celestial dukes and above could comprehend. Similar to the law of time, the law of life, and the law of death, the law of space could not be comprehended through celestial methods or divine abilities. The most common way to comprehend the law of space was to create one's own little world. Naturally, there were other ways to comprehend the law of space, but they required great luck and fortuitous encounters. Time continued to pass by quietly. Duan Lingtian had completely forgotten about the passage of time as he cultivated. Unknowingly, his cultivation base was already very close to becoming a celestial duke. He was only a step away from becoming a celestial duke. However, this final step was like an insurmountable chasm that he couldn't cross. He was very vexed by this. Gasp! After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and temporarily stopped cultivating. Instead, he focused on comprehending the law of fire. After comprehending the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, and the pillaging profundity, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the law of fire's burning profundity. According to the chaos divine flame, as a celestial alchemist, Duan Lingtian could feel the burning sensation of the flame whenever he came into contact with it. With this, he would be able to comprehend the burning profundity much faster than the other profundities. It was said that time did not exist when one cultivated. In fact, when one comprehended a profundity, one would not be able to feel the passage of time. Unknowingly, it had been 5 years since Duan Lingtian had moved into the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's residence. During these 5 years, Duan Lingtian had spent most of his time comprehending the law of fire's burning profundity. Currently, he was not far away from completely comprehending the burning profundity. All he needed was an opportunity. As for his cultivation base, the bottleneck between a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and a celestial duke had finally loosened. It shouldn't be difficult for me to become a celestial duke within a year. Chapter 3070. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, feeling confident that he would be able to break through and become a celestial duke within a year. At this moment he received a message. Although he had received more than a dozen messages from Huang Jialong over the past 5 years, he had heard Huang Jialong talk about what had happened after he joined the coupling celestial sect. However, this was the first time that the person who sent him a message had sent him a message. Duan Lingtian was taken aback. The person who sent the message to Duan Lingtian was none other than Ling Jueyun. "You haven't become a celestial duke, right?" Ling Jueyun asked if Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a celestial duke. "Not yet. Have you?" Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's question, Duan Lingtian instinctively assumed Ling Jueyun had become a celestial duke. Therefore, he was certain Ling Jueyun was just trying to compare himself with him. No. However, Ling Jueyun's reply surprised Duan Lingtian. No. Why did he not ask if he had become a celestial duke? Was he worried Duan Lingtian would become a celestial duke before him? For this reason, Duan Lingtian was at a loss for words when he heard Ling Jueyun's reply. "Duan Lingtian, I'll look for you in 2 years. Let's leave the spirit overarching heaven and go to the Jade Emperor Heaven." Ling Jueyun continued to send Duan Lingtian a voice transmission. "Jade Emperor Heaven." Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. He was familiar with the Jade Emperor Heaven. In fact, when he ascended to a Devata realm, he was supposed to ascend to the Jade Emperor Heaven from the mundane realm, Yanhuang realm. However, due to the spatial turbulence that occurred once every 10,000 years in the colossal world, many people who ascended from mundane realms did not ascend to their Devata realms. Duan Lingtian was no exception. "Why are you going to the Jade Emperor Heaven?" Duan Lingtian asked. In the Devata realms, great overarching golden celestials, and above could travel to other Devata realms through transporting formations as long as they had enough celestial crystals. However, Duan Lingtian had never thought of leaving the spirit overarching heaven. First of all, he was still familiar with the Devata realms. Going to another Devata realm was equivalent to going to a completely unfamiliar place. Apart from that, there was a high chance of encountering danger when traveling to another Devata realm through the transporting formation. If one's cultivation was too weak, one could easily become a fish on the chopping block of others. For this reason, he had never thought of leaving the spirit overarching heaven, even though he was already a peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial. 3 days ago, someone came looking for me. Ling Juyin replied to Duan Lingtian's question. That person came looking for me. When he found out I haven't broken through to become a celestial duke, he asked me if I could contact you since he knew I came out of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm with you. Then he asked me to inform you that we'll leave the spirit overarching heaven and head to the Jade Emperor heaven together in 3 years. Ling Juyin replied, Who's that person? Why would you contact me just because he asked you to? Why would we have to go to the Jade Emperor heaven just because he asked us to? Duan Lingtian asked. Based on his understanding of Ling Juyin, there was no way Ling Juyin would be so enthusiastic unless he had a reason to go to the Jade Emperor heaven. That person said he discovered a secret realm in the Jade Emperor heaven that seemed to be created by a celestial emperor. He said there were treasures hidden in the secret realm. Not long after he entered the secret realm, he saw a royal-grade celestial weapon. However, he wasn't strong enough to take it. He recorded the scene with a floating image pearl and showed it to me. Ling Juyin said, Indeed, it's a royal-grade celestial weapon. You said he asked you if you could contact me after he found out you haven't broken through to become a celestial duke. You also asked me if I'd become a celestial duke. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he asked, Is the secret realm restricted to those who are celestial dukes and above? That's right. Ling Juyin nodded. If it's just a royal-grade celestial weapon or an emperor-grade celestial weapon, I don't think it's enough to tempt you, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Others might not know about Ling Juyin's background, but he knew very well that Ling Juyin was from a powerful clan in the divine offering land. Since Ling Juyin had a god-grade celestial weapon, he did not lack emperor-grade celestial weapons. Of course, Ling Juyin said, let alone royal-grade celestial weapons and emperor-grade celestial weapons. I'm not interested even if there's a royal-grade celestial method, divine abilities, or even emperor-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in there. The reason I want to go is because the soul of my god-grade celestial weapon can confirm that the person who came looking for me is a reincarnated celestial. Ling Juyin said, A reincarnated celestial? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Although he had never met a reincarnated celestial before, he had met a reincarnated celestial before. For example, his wife, Ker, was a reincarnated celestial. In her past life, Ker was Xia Ningxue, the eldest miss of the Xia clan in the divine offering land. She was a proud daughter of heaven. In this life, before she regained her memories of her past life, Ker had become Duan Lingtian's wife and had given birth to a daughter for him. Currently, there were many rumors in the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate that Duan Lingtian was a reincarnated celestial. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such achievements at such a young age. That's right, Ling Juyin said. Moreover, he's not an ordinary reincarnated celestial. My god-grade celestial weapons soul told me that he was at least a celestial emperor in his past life. A reincarnated celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. If he's a reincarnated celestial emperor, I think I can guess why he's gathering so many peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials, Ling Juyin said. Why? Duan Lingtian asked. Based on my speculation, he must have obtained the seed of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit in his past life and planted it before he was reincarnated. After he regained his memories of his past life, he must have found a way to gather enough peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials to sacrifice themselves in front of the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit to help it ripen. Ling Juyin said, Heaven sacrificial divine fruit? What's that? Duan Lingtian had learned a lot about the Devata realms ever since he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. However, this was his first time hearing about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Nevertheless, Since the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit had the word divine in it, it was clear it was not an ordinary fruit. The heaven's sacrificial divine fruit is a celestial fruit. It's only effective for those below the level of a celestial duke. Ling Jueyun was not surprised that Duan Lingtian did not know about the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. After all, the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit was extremely rare. Even if the seed of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit appeared, it would be used to refine celestial pills. Very few people would plant the seed of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, since it required a lot of effort and rare materials to make the seed germinate and grow into a fruit tree. After the fruit tree matured, it required a large number of people below the level of a celestial duke who had comprehended the profundities of a law to sacrifice themselves in front of the fruit tree to help it ripen. In the end, even if there were enough sacrifices, the fruit tree might not even ripen. There was a 90% chance it would wither, and there was only a 10% chance it would bear fruit. 10%. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he learned about the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The requirement is so strict, and there's only a 10% chance it'll bear fruit. The person who set this up must be a madman, right? That's right, he's a madman. Ling Jueyun said, "When I was in the divine offering land, I heard there were only 3 people who managed to successfully ripen the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and consume it. 2 of them died prematurely. The last person is the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven." Ling Jueyun continued to say, "The heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven." Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply. The 10,000 beasts heaven was a Devata realm that only housed celestial beasts. It excluded humans and other beings. It was a world that only belonged to celestial beasts. For this reason, the 10,000 beasts heaven was extremely difficult to become the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven. You've said so much. What's the use of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Why can only those below the level of a celestial duke consume it? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. A mere celestial fruit with the word divine in its name? Moreover, only those below the level of a celestial duke could consume it. All of this made Duan Lingtian extremely curious. What kind of effect did the heaven sacrificial divine fruit have? The heaven sacrificial divine fruit can raise the cultivation base of those below the level of a celestial duke by a whole stage. Ling Jueyun replied to Duan Lingtian's question. The difference between a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and a one basic celestial duke isn't the difference between a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and a 10 directions celestial duke. In the cloud platform celestial sex estate, Ling Jueyun sat in front of a stone table in a quiet courtyard as he conversed with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. He was not surprised that Duan Lingtian did not respond to his question for a long time. Duan Lingtian still doesn't know about it, even if it's just one of the effects of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. It's only one of the effects. Ling Jueyun thought to himself. There's another effect of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that helps one to comprehend profundities of a law. In the simplicity celestial sex estate, Duan Lingtian was shocked by Ling Jueyun's words. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit could raise a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial's cultivation base to the level of a 10 directions celestial duke? After a moment, Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened. There's such a heaven-defying celestial fruit in this world. If there's really such an effect, then it's worthy of the word divine in its name, since it can only be consumed by those below the level of a celestial duke. Chapter 3071. The temptation of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was too great for Duan Lingtian. For Duan Lingtian, time was of the essence. He had to make every second count, so he could enter the divine offering land and rescue his wife, Li Fei, his parents, his children, and his friends. Even though not much time had passed in 1,000 years, however, Duan Lingtian knew very well that the higher his cultivation base was, the harder it would be to raise his cultivation base. Putting everything else aside, after breaking through to the Celestial Duke stage, one's cultivation base would enter a whole new level of difficulty. It was incomparable to when one was still a Celestial Duke. This was even more so after he became a Celestial King, a Celestial Lord, and a Celestial Emperor. The higher his cultivation base was, the harder it would be. A Celestial Emperor could raise his cultivation base by one level every 1,000 years. For example, a 1 basic Celestial Emperor could become a 2 forms Celestial Emperor or a 3 talents Celestial Emperor. How could Duan Lingtian not be tempted when he learned about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from Ling Juyun? If he consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he would be able to raise his cultivation base from a peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial to a 10 directions celestial duke. How much time would he save? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with eagerness. He was eager to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Are you sure the heaven sacrificial divine fruit has such a miraculous effect? Duan Lingtian asked Ling Juyun after he took a deep breath to calm himself down. If the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had such a miraculous effect, as Ling Juyun had said, it would definitely be heaven-defying. However, Duan Lingtian still found it hard to believe. Of course I'm sure. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sister Huang. She knows about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit as well. Ling Juyun said calmly. He was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's suspicions. Anyone who had just learned about the effects of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would be shocked. He was no exception back then, even though he had an extraordinary background. Duan Lingtian did not reply to Ling Juyun. Instead, he asked Huang, do you know about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? At the same time, he also told Huang the whole story. Duan Lingtian quickly received Huang answer. Indeed, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit can help a peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial break through and become a 10 directions celestial duke within a month. Apart from that, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit can also help the consumer comprehend profundities from a law. However, it can only help the consumer comprehend profundities from the same law. Based on what I've heard, the person who comprehended the least profundities from a law after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit has comprehended 6 profundities from a law. The person who comprehended the most profundities from a law has comprehended 8 profundities from the law of wind. Naturally, the 6 profundities and 8 profundities include the fundamental profundities of a law. Huang said to Duan Lingtian, based on what I know, although the profundities of a law that the people who consumed the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit didn't comprehend weren't the profundities of the 4 supreme laws. They had comprehended laws that they had never encountered before. Duan Lingtian fell silent upon hearing Huang's words. Not only could the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit help a peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial break through to become a 10 directions celestial duke within a month, but it could also help the consumer comprehend 6 to 8 profundities from a law. Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened again. His chest heaved up and down like a bellows, and it took him a long time to calm down. After receiving Huang's confirmation, he no longer had any doubts about the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit's efficacy. Are you sure the reincarnated celestial emperor is plotting to ripen the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Perhaps he really discovered the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor? Duan Lingtian asked Ling Juyun through voice transmission. If it's really a secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor, do you think he'll come looking for me? As long as he spreads the news, many overarching heavenly supreme celestials will rush to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Ling Juyun said, moreover, my artifact soul is 100% certain that he's at least a reincarnated celestial, like a celestial emperor. As the artifact soul of a divine artifact, it's very sensitive to reincarnated celestials. Once Sister Huang, and your 7 orifices exquisite sword have completely merged, she'll be able to recognize the reincarnated celestial. Fearing Duan Lingtian would not believe him, Ling Juyan added, "If you still don't believe me, you can ask Sister Huang." This time, Duan Lingtian did not question Huang. Instead, he chose to believe Ling Jueyun's words. Even if there really is a heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree there, and it really bears heaven sacrificial divine fruit, how are we going to split it? Duan Lingtian asked. Based on his knowledge, the rarer the celestial fruit was, the fewer fruits it would bear on the same tree. Since the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was so heaven-defying, there should only be one fruit. Once the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree bears fruit, there will be 2 fruits. There's no exception. Ling Juyan replied to Duan Lingtian's question through voice transmission. For example, the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven obtained 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits. He consumed one of them, but no one knows if he still has the other one or if he gave it to someone else. 2 fruits. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. All right, 2 years later, we'll leave the spirit overarching heaven and head to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Duan Lingtian replied to Ling Jueyun through voice transmission. After he finished speaking, he asked again, "What's the cultivation base of the reincarnated celestial emperor who came looking for you?" "A peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial," Ling Jueyun replied. "All right, I'll see you in 2 years." After receiving Duan Lingtian's reply, Duan Lingtian put the communication celestial talisman away. If it was an ordinary matter, he would not risk leaving the simplicity celestial sex estate. However, since it was related to the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, he had no choice but to take the risk. After all, wealth came with risk. Initially, I planned to break through to the celestial Duke stage first. However, it seems like I'll have to put my cultivation base aside for now and focus on comprehending the law of fire's burning profundity. Duan Lingtian knew the reincarnated celestial emperor had only come looking for overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. Moreover, he was only a peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. This meant only overarching, heavenly supreme celestials could enter the place he had set up in his past life. Moreover, based on Ling Jueyun's words, it seemed like only overarching heavenly supreme celestials were needed to make the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree bear fruit. Following this, Duan Lingtian focused on comprehending the law of fire's burning profundity. When he encountered a bottleneck, he would switch to comprehending the law of fire's explosion profundity. Time continued to pass by quietly. Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of fire's burning profundity and explosion profundity continued to deepen. He was an alchemist in the mundane realm, and now that he had ascended to the Devata realm, he was a prominent celestial alchemist. Therefore, he was more familiar with fire than the other elements. Moreover, his comprehension ability was not bad. For this reason, even without the help of the chaos divine flame, Duan Lingtian's speed of comprehending the burning profundity and explosion profundity was much faster than ordinary people. The Saint Province realm was only one of the many mundane realms in the colossal world. Swish! At this moment, a terrifying spatial tear suddenly appeared in the sky above the sea in the Saint Province realm. Following that, a burly figure walked out from behind the spatial crack. The muscular middle-aged man was dressed in a tight green robe. After he walked out of the spatial tear, he hovered in the air like an iron tower. I finally found it. So this is the Saint Province realm that Lord Feng Qingyang asked me to come to? The middle-aged man was none other than the middle-aged man whom Feng Qingyang had rescued at the entrance of the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realm. Although the middle-aged man was in a wretched state and would have died if Feng Qingyang did not save him, he was still alive. After all, the middle-aged man was a 7-star celestial emperor, and his strength was not weak at all. Celestial emperors who came to the mundane realm were not affected by the karma of the mundane realm. With just a sway of his body, he could travel through the mundane realm as though he was strolling in his own backyard. After a month, the middle-aged man finally confirmed his suspicions. The young man, Duan Lingtian, whom Lord Feng Qingyang was looking for, had left the mundane realm a long time ago. However, it seems like Lord Feng Qingyang doesn't know about this. It seems like I'll have to make a trip to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to report this matter to Lord Feng Qingyang when I return to the Devata realm. The middle-aged man muttered to himself in the sky. The moment he finished speaking, the middle-aged man raised his hand. There was no blade in his palm, but a long and ferocious spatial crack was torn open in the void. In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man vanished into thin air as though he was never there. A month after the middle-aged man left, 3 figures appeared in the Saint Province, realm one after another. One of them was a black-clad young man with a cold expression and 2 young and beautiful women. One of the women was dressed in a white robe like a fairy, while the other was dressed in a golden robe like a princess from a noble family. These 3 people were none other than Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, who had left the 10,000 Beasts Heaven and returned to the Saint Province realm. "We're home," Little Gold took a deep breath as her beautiful cheeks twitched slightly. Clearly, she was excited. "Yes, we're home." Tears welled up in the corners of Little White's eyes. Although Xiao He did not say anything, his originally incomparably cold eyes had completely turned gentle at this moment. The mundane realm was their hometown. There were many memories here. Chapter 3072. Duan Lingtian was unaware that Yun Qinyan had taken his family and friends to the divine offering land to threaten Ke. They had been sent out of the divine offering land by Xiajia, Yun Qinyan's 3rd uncle. After entering the mundane realms, each of them had their own encounters. Among all the people he cared about, Ke was the only one who remained in the divine offering land. To be more precise, she was in the realm battlefield where the divine offering land intersected with the other realms of gods. He was also unaware that the 3 little fellows who had their own fortuitous encounters had left the 10,000 Beasts Heaven and returned to his hometown, the Saint Province realm, in order to find him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in comprehending the law of fire's burning profundity and explosion profundity. He was completely oblivious to what was happening outside. He was waiting for Ling Jueyun to come looking for him in 2 years. At that time, he would leave the spirit overarching heaven with Ling Jueyun and head to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Of course, he had no idea if he would return after going to the Jade Emperor Heaven. He just wanted to wait for the time to come. However, if everything went according to plan, he would return to the Jade Emperor Heaven. After all, he still had to return the favor to Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Moreover, it didn't matter to him where he was before the 1,000-year period. He just needed to increase his strength as soon as possible. 1,000 years was not a short time, but it was not a long time either. Therefore, he had to improve his strength as soon as possible so that he could return to the divine offering land. Duan Lingtian had stayed in Sun Liangpeng's residence for 5 years. Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, was furious and helpless at the same time. Is Duan Lingtian really planning to stay in the sect leader's residence forever? During these 5 years, Wang Qianzhan had been keeping an eye on Sun Liangpeng's residence, afraid that Duan Lingtian would leave without him noticing. For this reason, Wang Qianzhan was exhausted. 5 years was not a long time for him, but concentrating on one place for 5 years was undoubtedly a kind of torture for him. For years ago, an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang had arrived at the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Moreover, he was in 9 palaces, celestial king assassin. It would not be difficult for an assassin like the Blood Skull Gang to annihilate the entire Simplicity celestial sect. However, due to his fear of the profound Nether Mansion and the top clans in the Southern Heaven Territory, he did not even dare to enter the Simplicity celestial sect and kill them, let alone destroy the Simplicity celestial sect. Although he did not dare to kill Duan Lingtian in the Simplicity celestial sect, he still looked for Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity celestial sect, to convince Sun Liangpeng to kick Duan Lingtian out of the sect. However, Sun Liangpeng refused. For this reason, the Blood Skull Gang had no choice but to leave the Simplicity celestial sect's estate in a fit of rage. At the very least, he managed to establish a connection with Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity celestial sect. For this reason, Wang Qianzhan had become his informant. For years had passed, and the Blood Skull Gang's assassin had not completed his mission. Not only did he not leave the Simplicity celestial sect's estate, but he even built a cave abode near the Simplicity celestial sect's estate to cultivate. He patiently waited for his target, Duan Lingtian, to leave the Simplicity celestial sect's estate. As soon as he received news from Wang Qianzhan that Duan Lingtian dared to leave the Simplicity celestial sect's estate, he would immediately make a move and kill Duan Lingtian. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. 2 years had passed in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian, I'll wait for you in Cauldron Mountain City, about 300,000 miles north of the Simplicity celestial sect's estate. The profound Nether Mansion has set up a transporting formation there that leads to various Davada realms. It had been 2 years and a month since Ling Jueyun had last contacted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian finally received a message from Ling Jueyun. I'm finally going to depart. Upon receiving Ling Jueyun's message, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Then he stopped comprehending the law of fire's explosion profundity. As for the law of fire's burning profundity, he had already comprehended it 3 months ago. Currently, Duan Lingtian had comprehended the following profundities from the law of fire: the fire elemental profundity, the pillaging profundity, and the burning profundity. Apart from that, there was another thing worth mentioning. A year ago, the Chaos Divine Earth, the Profound Divine Metal, and the Chaos Divine Flame had woken up one after another. The reason they had been in a deep slumber for so long was because they did not dare to hold back when they helped Duan Lingtian. For example, when the Chaos Divine Earth helped Duan Lingtian, it did not expend much of its energy. Therefore, it did not need to enter a deep slumber to recover its energy. After replying to Ling Jueyun, Duan Lingtian sent a message to Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity celestial sect. He did not beat around the bush and said, "Sect leader, I need to leave the sect for a while." A few breaths after Duan Lingtian sent the message, Sun Liangpeng's voice rang from outside the door. "Come out and talk." Duan Lingtian left the ice bed and opened the door. He saw Sun Liangpeng standing in front of the door. Duan Lingtian was currently staying in a small courtyard in the residence of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity celestial sect. There was a small stone table in the courtyard, and 2 stone stools were placed in front of the table. When Duan Lingtian opened the door, Sun Liangpeng had already taken a seat in front of the stone table. Sect leader, Duan Lingtian did not expect Sun Liangpeng would personally visit him after receiving his message. He was slightly touched. "Have a seat." Sun Liangpeng gestured for Duan Lingtian to sit before he asked with a frown on his face, "Must you leave?" In Sun Liangpeng's opinion, Duan Lingtian must be aware of his current predicament. If he left the Simplicity celestial sect's estate, he would most likely die. However, Duan Lingtian still insisted on leaving. This meant he had a reason to leave. For this reason, Sun Liangpeng did not stop Duan Lingtian. "Of course," Duan Lingtian replied solemnly. "What's the reason?" Sun Liangpeng asked. the heaven, sacrificial, divine fruit. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth from Sun Liangpeng. After all, if he really obtained the heaven, sacrificial divine fruit and became a 10 directions celestial duke, Sun Liangpeng would definitely be able to guess the reason when he returned to the Simplicity celestial sect. Moreover, he was not worried that Sun Liangpeng would covet the heaven, sacrificial divine fruit, since it was only effective for celestial dukes and below. The heaven, sacrificial divine fruit. Sun Liangpeng's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His eyes widened in shock. Although there was no record of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in the records of the Simplicity celestial sect, as the sect leader of the Simplicity celestial sect, he had heard of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit when he chatted with his friends in the profound nether mansion. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit was a priceless treasure for celestial dukes and below. If a peak, great overarching golden celestial consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he would be able to break through and become a peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. A peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial who consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would be able to unleash the full potential of the fruit and become a 10 directions celestial duke. What did it mean to become a 10 directions celestial duke from a peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial? When Sun Liangpeng learned about the existence of the legendary heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he was stunned for a long time. He never thought that such a heaven-defying, heaven sacrificial divine fruit would exist in this world. Duan Lingtian, are you sure it's the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? The heaven sacrificial divine fruit is legendary. I've only heard of it in other Devata realms, but has never appeared in the spirit overarching heaven before. Sun Liangpeng replied. Sun Liangpeng had learned a lot about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit when he first learned about it. Even if someone managed to plant the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and had enough sacrifices, the success rate would be less than 10%. Yes, I'm sure. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he recounted everything that Ling Jueyun had told him. Naturally, he did not mention the artifact soul since it would expose the fact that Ling Jueyun possessed an artifact. After all, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was different. Although the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was priceless, it was useless to Sun Liangpeng. On the other hand, Sun Liangpeng was willing to pay any price to obtain the artifact, since he could use it for himself. Duan Lingtian only said that Ling Jueyun was certain the person who came looking for him was a reincarnated celestial emperor. Moreover, he was 90% certain the person was looking for overarching, heavenly supreme celestials to sacrifice to the secret realm where the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree was located. As for the secret realm, it was most likely a little world that the person had created in his past life. Only those below, celestial dukes, could enter it. If we're certain the person is a reincarnated celestial emperor, and he's looking for powerful, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials like you to enter the secret realm, it's very likely he's looking for sacrifices to hasten the ripening of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Sun Liangpeng nodded. However, he could not help but frown. However, many overarching heavenly supreme celestials are bound to die in order to sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Moreover, the reincarnated celestial emperor is bound to have the upper hand in this process. After all, the secret realm where the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree is located should be a little world he created in his past life. Although he might not be able to fully control the little world in this life, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. Even if the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree bears fruit, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In fact, you may even lose your lives in the process. Based on Sun Liangpeng's words, it was clear he was certain Duan Lingtian would have a difficult time obtaining the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. You've already used up your consumable royal grade celestial weapon. Even if you haven't used it up, you won't be able to use it since only those below celestial dukes are allowed to enter the secret realm. Even if you can use it, you'll be kicked out of the secret realm, Sun Liangpeng said. Chapter 3073. If Duan Lingtian managed to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, his future would soar. It would be worth it no matter how dangerous the situation was. However, if he failed to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, or if something happened during the process, the loss would outweigh the gain. Most importantly, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was not an option. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit might not bear fruit, even if there were powerful, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials who were willing to sacrifice themselves for it. After all, there was only a 10% chance it would bear fruit. Sun Liangpeng asked himself, if he was Duan Lingtian and had a bright future ahead of him, he would not risk his life for the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit that he might not even be able to obtain. Even if that person was only the reincarnation of a celestial emperor and was not a true celestial emperor, he still possessed the memories of a celestial emperor. It would not be difficult for him to toy with a group of overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. Sect leader, I've made up my mind. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Sun Liangpeng's words. Although there was a smile on his face, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with determination, giving off an unshakable feeling. Do you know that the assassin from the Bloodskull Gang is a 9 Palaces celestial king? Sun Liangpeng looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly as he said, he came to the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate and tried to persuade me to hand you over to him. However, I refused. I'm afraid he's waiting for you outside the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. If you dare to leave, he'll definitely kill you. Sun Liangpeng said, Sect leader, there should be a transporting formation in the sect similar to the one you used to bring me to the treasure vault, right? As long as you send me out of the sex estate, I'm sure the assassin won't know I've left. Duan Lingtian said, yes, there are similar transporting formations, but it's impossible for them to escape the surveillance of the other party. Perhaps the other party's divine consciousness might not be able to detect you using the transporting formations, but he must have set up some formations outside the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. As long as you use the transporting formations, he'll be able to detect you. Furthermore, with his speed, it won't be difficult for him to catch up to you. Sun Liangpeng shook his head as he continued to say, the only transporting formation I can provide you with in the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate is the one that leads to the treasure vault. There's no way he'll be able to detect the spatial fluctuations from the transporting formation. However, the treasure vault of the Simplicity Celestial Sect is completely sealed. Once you enter, you won't be able to leave without using a transporting formation. Sun Liangpeng continued. After hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, Duan Lingtian's eyebrows furrowed as he asked, is there really no other way to leave the sect without being discovered by the Bloodskull Gang? Duan Lingtian was already prepared for the fact that the assassins sent by the Bloodskull would be even stronger this time. However, he did not expect the other party to be so difficult to deal with. Even if he used an ordinary teleportation array to leave, the other party had a way to detect it. Now, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that perhaps he had underestimated the situation. It was not that easy for him to leave safely. Do I have to use the consumable royal grade celestial weapon again? If my cultivation base is comparable to a celestial lord, even if it's only at the level of a 1 basic celestial lord, with the help of the profundities I've comprehended, the chaos divine flame, the profound divine metal, and the chaos divine earth, I should be able to kill the assassin from the Bloodskull Gang. Duan Lingtian thought to himself with a frown on his face. He really did not want to use the consumable royal grade celestial weapon unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, the consumable royal grade celestial weapon only had one use left. Once it was used, it would lose its effect. Sun Liangpeng frowned slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. A hint of hesitation could be seen on his face. It seemed as though he was hesitating about something. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw Sun Liangpeng's expression. Sect leader, do you have a plan? Sect leader, if you really have a plan, I'll definitely owe you a huge favor. Regardless of whether I'll be able to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in the future, I'll definitely repay you, Duan Lingtian said confidently as he looked at Sun Liangpeng. Duan Lingtian, I believe your words, and I know you're not the kind of person who will never return. However, sometimes there are some favors that you can't repay just because you say you'll repay them. What if you die this time? Sun Liangpeng asked as he shook his head. Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard Sun Liangpeng's words. He was confident in himself and Ling Juyun because both of them had their own trump cards. However, they could not easily reveal their trump cards to others, since it would be easy for others to covet them. After listening to Sun Liangpeng's words, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. He would use the consumable royal grade celestial weapon again and ask for the help of the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and the Chaos Divine Earth to kill the 9 Palaces, Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian immediately contacted the Chaos Divine Flame in his body. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, if I use the consumable royal grade celestial weapon again, with your help and the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, do you think I'll be able to kill a 9 Palaces Celestial King with the current profundities I've comprehended? It won't be a problem for you to kill most 9 Palaces Celestial Kings. However, there are a few powerful 9 Palaces Celestial Kings who have comprehended extraordinary profundities. It'll be difficult for you to kill them. In fact, once they exhaust your energy, they'll be able to take advantage of your weakened cultivation base to kill you. The Chaos Divine Flame said, naturally, the 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang is an exception. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the Chaos Divine Flame's words. At this moment, Sun Liangpeng's voice rang in his ears. Duan Lingtian, use this celestial talisman to leave. When Duan Lingtian turned to look at Sun Liangpeng, he saw Sun Liangpeng passing a celestial talisman to him. At first glance, the celestial talisman did not look much different from the other celestial talismans. However, when Duan Lingtian took a closer look at it, he discovered there was a faint green aura around it. Strands of faint green energy flickered around the celestial talisman. When he extended his divine sense over, he could sense a rapid aura that was similar to the pillaging profundity of the laws of fire that he had comprehended. This Wind Shadow Escape Talisman is a reward given to me by the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. This celestial talisman was inscribed by a celestial lord. It contains the wind-style profundity and the gale profundity from the law of wind. Also, the profundities of the law contained in it, be it the wind body profundity of the law of wind or the gale profundity, are both profundities at the initial level. Sun Liangpeng said when he saw Duan Lingtian staring at the celestial talisman in a daze. Gasp! As soon as Sun Liangpeng finished speaking, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. His heart trembled slightly as well. A celestial talisman inscribed by a celestial lord? It contains the wind-style profundity and the gale profundity to the initial stage? One should know that king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of wind could only allow one to comprehend the law of wind to the initial stage. One would have to rely on royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities to comprehend the law of wind to the initial stage. Even 10 Directions celestial kings who stood at the top of the celestial king pyramid rarely comprehended the law of wind to the initial stage. This was because royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were extremely precious. Even if one obtained a royal-grade celestial method or divine ability, it was not easy to comprehend the law of wind to the initial stage. With this celestial talisman, even an ordinary celestial lord won't be able to catch up to you. The assassin from the Bloodskull Gang is only a 9 palaces celestial king, so it's even more impossible for him to catch up to you. After Sun Liangpeng finished speaking, he handed the celestial talisman to Duan Lingtian. A hint of reluctance could be seen in his eyes as he looked at the celestial talisman. Sect leader, this celestial talisman is too precious. I can't accept it. Although Duan Lingtian was tempted by Sun Liangpeng's reluctance and the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman, he shook his head and rejected Sun Liangpeng's offer. This celestial talisman is a life-saving talisman for you, sect leader. If he could not leave the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, he would have accepted Sun Liangpeng's celestial talisman. After all, he really needed it. Even if he had to owe Sun Liangpeng a huge favor, he would accept it. However, since he had a way to leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he had no choice but to reject Sun Liangpeng's offer. Take it. I don't know when I'll need it anyway. The reluctance in Sun Liangpeng's eyes disappeared as he brought the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman to Duan Lingtian with a celestial origin energy. If Duan Lingtian extended his hand, he would be able to catch the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. Sect leader, Duan Lingtian wanted to reject Sun Liangpeng's offer, but Sun Liangpeng was determined. Just take it as a gamble. If you can return alive, you'll have to repay this favor in the future. I'm not greedy. 2 or 3 Wind Shadow Escape Talismans will do. Sun Liangpeng chuckled when he reached the end of his sentence. Although Duan Lingtian knew Sun Liangpeng was joking, he still remembered Sun Liangpeng's words. He did not reject Sun Liangpeng's offer. After all, he knew it would be useless even if he rejected Sun Liangpeng's offer. Moreover, if he continued to reject Sun Liangpeng's offer, it would seem as though he was not giving Sun Liangpeng any face. Sect leader, you won't lose out. Chapter 3074. The Wind Shadow Escape Talisman was a one-time use celestial talisman that could boost Duan Lingtian's speed for 10 breaths. The Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that Sun Liangpeng had given to Duan Lingtian was inscribed by a celestial lord. It contained the law of wind's wind-style profundity and gale profundity. Moreover, both profundities were at the initial stage. In the Southern Heaven territory, there were very few people below the level of a celestial lord who had comprehended profundities to the initial stage. This was because royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained profundities to the initial stage were very rare in the Southern Heaven territory. Even if a sect or clan had one, they would keep it to themselves and would not share it with others. Moreover, it was much harder to comprehend profundities to the initial stage than to comprehend profundities to the rudimentary stage. Even those with high comprehension skills would need a long time to comprehend profundities to the initial stage unless they had external help. In the spirit overarching heaven, the Southern Heaven territory was not considered a large territory. For this reason, there were very few royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the Southern Heaven territory. Moreover, there were no external forces that could help one comprehend profundities to the initial stage. External forces could be the environment or formations that could help one comprehend profundities to the initial stage. For this reason, Duan Lingtian knew how precious the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that Sun Liangpeng had given him was. Such a celestial talisman might not be considered precious in the spirit overarching heaven, but it was definitely a treasure in the Southern Heaven territory. After all, very few people were capable of inscribing such a celestial talisman. Not only did one have to be strong enough to inscribe such a celestial talisman, but one also had to comprehend the profundities contained in the celestial talisman. Apart from that, one also had to find materials that could contain the inscriber's celestial origin energy and profundities. The Wind Shadow Escape Talisman was one of the best celestial talismans in the Southern Heaven territory. In the Southern Heaven Territory, the number of people below the Celestial Lord realm who have comprehended the profundities to the initial stage can be counted on one hand. Most of them are from the top sects and the 10 great clans. I've never heard of anyone below the Celestial Lord realm who has comprehended the profundities to the initial stage in the Blood Skull Gang. Sun Liangpeng said to Duan Lingtian, "Therefore, this assassin sent by the Blood Skull must not have comprehended the profound truths of the laws of nature to the initial mastery stage. If there is only one type of law of the same type at the initial mastery level, in terms of power, it is comparable to 3 types of law of the same type at the initial mastery level added together. In addition to the celestial origin energy of the Celestial Lord contained in the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman, you'll be able to shake off the 9 palaces, Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang, at any time within 10 breaths of time." Sun Liangpeng continued. After listening to Sun Liangpeng's words, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "Why don't I keep the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman and use the consumable royal grade celestial weapon to kill the Blood Skull Gang's assassin and leave the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate safely?" However, on second thought, he recalled he had lied to Sun Liangpeng about using the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. Moreover, the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman could only increase one's speed for 10 breaths of time. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to use the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman to leave the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate and meet up with Ling Jueyun. "Duan Lingtian, when do you plan to leave?" Sun Liangpeng asked Duan Lingtian. "Now." Duan Lingtian replied, "In that case, I'll send you out." Sun Liangpeng stood up and said, "I'll send you to the edge of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. At that time, you can use the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman to leave the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate as quickly as possible." "Thank you, sect leader." Duan Lingtian stood up as well. Naturally, he knew Sun Liangpeng's actions would allow him to maximize the speed of the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. After the 2 of them stood up, they left the courtyard together. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Sun Liangpeng stepped out of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, noticed them. Wang Qianzhan narrowed his eyes as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Duan Lingtian is finally willing to come out? He had been waiting for Duan Lingtian for 7 years. After 7 years of time, Duan Lingtian finally walked out of the mansion that he didn't dare to take even half a step into. When Wang Qianzhan saw Duan Lingtian and Sun Liangpeng leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate together, he hastily sent a message to the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang who was guarding the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. "Lord Lang Yi, Duan Lingtian has left the sect leader's estate. Based on the direction they're heading, it seems like they're heading out of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate." With Sun Liangpeng by Duan Lingtian's side, even if he went all out, he wouldn't be able to kill Duan Lingtian. After all, Sun Liangpeng was much stronger than him. Therefore, when he saw Duan Lingtian and Sun Liangpeng leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, he quickly contacted the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. In his opinion, with the assassin's strength, even if Sun Liangpeng accompanied Duan Lingtian out of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, it was impossible for Sun Liangpeng to protect Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian would definitely die. The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang did not dare to kill Duan Lingtian in the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate due to his fear of the profound Nether Mansion. However, once Duan Lingtian left the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, there was no need for the assassin to fear him. He actually dares to come out? Not far from the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, Lang Yi, a 9 palaces celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang, opened his eyes and smiled mockingly. He was a 9 palaces celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang. A hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes. In just a blink of an eye, he left the cave and appeared near the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. In the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, Duan Lingtian and Sun Liangpeng walked to the edge of the Simplicity celestial sex estate. They did not seem to be speeding up at all. Sect leader, the Grand Elder, seems to be watching me, Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. Earlier, when he walked out of Sun Liangpeng's residence, he had noticed Wang Qianzhan's figure and sensed Wang Qianzhan's cold gaze on him. The Grand Elder has been there for the past 7 years. Wang Hong's death has driven him crazy. Sun Liangpeng shook his head. During these 7 years, every time he left his residence, he would see Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, watching his every move. Although Sun Liangpeng was displeased with Wang Qianzhan's behavior, as long as Wang Qianzhan did not do anything extreme, he could not do anything to Wang Qianzhan. After all, Wang Qianzhan was the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. As long as Wang Qianzhan did not violate the sect's rules, the high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial Sect would not allow him to do anything to Wang Qianzhan. For this reason, although Sun Liangpeng was displeased with Wang Qianzhan's behavior, he could not do anything to Wang Qianzhan. In the end, he could only allow Wang Qianzhan to watch over his residence. Sect leader, did you say that the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang came to the Simplicity Celestial Sex estate? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Sun Liangpeng nodded. Could it be that the Grand Elder has already contacted that assassin of the Blood Skull and sent him a message telling him that I'm going to leave the sect's encampment? Duan Lingtian asked. That's possible. Sun Liangpeng nodded. With Wang Qianzhan's current condition, it was not impossible for him to do something like that. However, even if he did inform the assassin that you're leaving, all his efforts will be in vain. He won't expect me to give you the only Wind Shadow escape talisman in my possession. After saying those words, a mocking smile appeared on Sun Liangpeng's face. He was mocking Wang Qianzhan. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Sun Liangpeng arrived at the edge of the Simplicity Celestial Sex estate. This was the edge of the protective Grand Formation that the profound Nether Mansion's Formation Masters had spent a huge amount of resources to set up. Once they stepped out of the protective Grand Formation, they would be out of the protective Grand Formation of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. If an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang killed someone in the protective Grand Formation, his body would be tainted with the aura of the formation. It would be considered an act of disrespect to the profound Nether Mansion. For this reason, although the assassin was a 9 Palaces Celestial King, he did not dare to kill someone in the protective Grand Formation of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. After all, he would have to pay with his life if he killed someone in the protective Grand Formation. When Duan Lingtian and Sun Liangpeng arrived at the edge of the protective Grand Formation of the Simplicity Celestial Sex estate, the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang noticed them. If they dare to leave the protective Grand Formation, Duan Lingtian will definitely die. However, Sun Liangpeng is the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, after all. He's highly valued by the profound Nether Mansion. Killing him will only bring trouble to the profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, Duan Lingtian is my target this time. Leng Yi, a 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang, was hiding in the dark as he stared at Duan Lingtian intently. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he waited for Duan Lingtian to step out of the protective Grand Formation of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was at the edge of the Simplicity Celestial Sex estate, did not notice anything amiss. After all, his cultivation base and divine consciousness had been depleted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon after he killed the 6 combos Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Lingtian, there's nothing I can say to you. I only hope that you'll cherish your life. Although the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit is precious, it's only yours if you can obtain it. If you can't obtain it, you should prioritize your own safety. Chapter 3075. Thank you for your reminder, sect leader. After thanking Sun Liangpeng, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that Sun Liangpeng had given him earlier. The effect of the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman would only last for 10 breaths. However, it was enough for Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, I'll be taking my leave first. After bidding farewell to Sun Liangpeng, Duan Lingtian made his way out of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. At the same time, one of his feet stepped out of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's grand formation. The eyes of Leng Yi, the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, flashed coldly as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. At the same time, Mei-chem, Leng Yi could clearly see the celestial talisman in Duan Lingtian's hand was crushed when Duan Lingtian took a step forward. At the same time, green ripples appeared around Duan Lingtian. The green ripples vibrated, and waves of sharp aura spread out in all directions, as if it could reach the heavens and penetrate the earth at this moment. Even Leng Yi could clearly sense the extraordinariness of that sharp aura. He's out. Meanwhile, Leng Yi narrowed his eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate and stepping out of the sect's grand formation. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he unleashed his celestial origin energy. Die! Leng Ye's figure blurred as he charged toward Duan Lingtian like a ghost in the dark. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he pounced toward Duan Lingtian. Be careful! Even Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, did not expect Leng Ye's sudden appearance. As soon as he saw Leng Yi, he instinctively cried out to warn Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he had completely forgotten that Duan Lingtian had used the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman he had given Duan Lingtian. Die! Die! Not far away, Wang Qianzhan hovered in the air above the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. His eyes flashed coldly, and his expression was ferocious. The reason he was here was to see how Duan Lingtian would be killed by the Blood Skull's assassins. In his opinion, if the 9 Palaces' Celestial King assassins from the Blood Skull Gang were to kill Duan Lingtian, there was no way they would fail. Even if Duan Lingtian could still use his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to boost his cultivation base and divine consciousness to the level of a 1 basic celestial lord, with the profundities that Duan Lingtian had comprehended, it was impossible for him to stop the 9 Palaces' Celestial Kings from the Blood Skull Gang. Has he finally shown himself? Hearing Sun Liangpeng's exclamation, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. Then, with a flash of his body, he disappeared into thin air. At the very least, none of the other 3 people present on the scene could see where he had gone. Even Leng Yi, the 9 Palaces' Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang, discovered Duan Lingtian had disappeared before he could even get close to Duan Lingtian. Leng Ye's expression changed drastically. There will come a day when I'll pay a visit to your Blood Skull Gang. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air as soon as Leng Yi disappeared. Although Leng Ye's voice was calm, it was not difficult to hear the suppressed anger in his voice. What's going on? Leng Yi froze in midair as he looked around. His expression was unsightly when he discovered that Duan Lingtian had disappeared. At this moment, no matter how slow he was, he knew Duan Lingtian must have used a celestial talisman to increase his speed. Moreover, with the celestial talisman, it was impossible for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian. Lord Leng Yi. At the same time, Wang Qianzhan sent a voice transmission to Leng Yi with a grim expression on his face. Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, must have given Duan Lingtian the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to him by the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian wouldn't have been able to escape from under your nose. He knew that Sun Liangpeng had a Wind Shadow Escape Talisman in his possession. For this reason, it was not difficult for him to link Duan Lingtian's escape to the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman in Sun Liangpeng's possession. The Wind Shadow Escape Talisman was inscribed by a celestial lord. Not only does it contain the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord, but it also contains the wind style profundity and the gale profundity from the law of wind. The wind style profundity and the gale profundity are only at the initial stage. As far as I know, the effect of that Wind Shadow Escape Talisman only lasts for 10 breaths of time. However, even if it's only 10 breaths of time, it's more than enough for Duan Ling Tian to escape. Lord Lung Yi, Sun Liangpeng's actions are obviously going against your organization. Wang Qianzhan had thought Duan Ling Tian would definitely die. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to escape at the critical moment. Moreover, it was likely Sun Liangpeng had given him the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. For this reason, Wang Qianzhan's anger toward Duan Ling Tian had been transferred to Sun Liangpeng. When he sent the voice transmission to Lung Yi, it was clear he was trying to provoke Lung Yi into attacking Sun Liangpeng. The wind style profundity and the gale profundity, the aura just now was indeed the aura of 2 profundities of the laws of wind. Upon hearing Wang Qianzhan's words, Lung Yi recalled the aura he had sensed from Duan Ling Tian earlier. He was certain the celestial talisman Duan Ling Tian had used was given to him by Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. At the same time, he knew in his heart, although the effect of the immortal talisman only lasted for 10 breaths of time, the speed granted to Duan Ling Tian was not something he could catch up to. Sun Liangpeng. Lung Yi stood in the air as his cold gaze fell on Sun Liangpeng, who had yet to leave. He said in a deep voice, "You actually gave that celestial talisman to Duan Ling Tian. You're really generous." Hearing Lung Ye's words, Sun Liangpeng frowned. How did Lung Yi know that he was the one who gave Duan Ling Tian the immortal talisman? With this thought in mind, he turned around and saw Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. He knew Wang Qianzhan must have told the Blood Skull Gang about the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. Wang Qianzhan knew that Sun Liangpeng possessed a Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. Moreover, the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman was not an ordinary one. Its speed was much faster than an ordinary celestial lord. After looking at Wang Qianzhan coldly, Sun Liangpeng turned to look at Lung Yi and said indifferently, "Sir, so what if I'm the one who gave Duan Ling Tian the immortal talisman?" As the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, can't I reward the outstanding disciples of the sect? A mocking smile appeared on Sun Liangpeng's face when he finished speaking. Although the Blood Skull Gang's assassin was a 9 Palaces celestial king, he did not believe the assassin would dare to make a move on him. After all, he was the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, and the profound Nether Mansion was behind the Simplicity Celestial Sect. If news of him being killed by an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang spread, it would definitely cause panic in the profound Nether Mansion. Even the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans under the profound Nether Mansion were killed by an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. At that time, the profound Nether Mansion would definitely not let the matter rest. The best way to deal with this was to find the assassin and kill him as a warning to the others. For this reason, he was not worried the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang would make a move on him. Sun Liangpeng, you're very good. Lung Yi glared at Sun Liangpeng. Although he was furious, he did not make a move on Sun Liangpeng since he was wary of the profound Nether Mansion. Instead, he turned around and left. This time, he did not hide in the vicinity of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Instead, he returned to the Blood Skull Gang's estate to report. Since his target had left, he did not know if his target would return. Therefore, there was no need for him to continue waiting here. If his target did not return, it would be pointless for him to wait. He's leaving just like that. Wang Qianzhan was slightly disappointed when he saw Lung Yi leaving. Wang Qianzhan. At this moment, Sun Liangpeng turned around and glared at Wang Qianzhan coldly as he said, "Although I don't have any proof that you're in cahoots with the Blood Skull Gang's assassin, Sun Liangpeng, will make things clear. You can choose to leave the Simplicity Celestial sect or stay here. Otherwise, don't blame me for acting on impulse and killing you." A hint of killing intent flashed in Sun Liangpeng's eyes as he sneered. Chills ran up Wang Qianzhan's spine when he heard Sun Liangpeng's words. Based on Wang Qianzhan's understanding of Sun Liangpeng, he knew Sun Liangpeng was a man of his words. In the past, Sun Liangpeng was able to stand out from his competitors and become the new sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect because of his ruthless methods. He would not let those who went against him off the hook easily. Since Duan Lingtian has left, there's no need for me to stay in the Simplicity Celestial sect any longer. Despite his fear, Wang Qianzhan tried his best to maintain a calm expression on his face. After he finished speaking, he left the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. If it were not for Duan Lingtian, he would not have stayed in the Simplicity Celestial sect due to the sect's decision to execute his granddaughter. So fast! Is that the speed of a celestial lord who has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind to the initial stage? After Wang Qianzhan left the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, Duan Lingtian carefully made his way to the place where he and Ling Juyan had agreed to meet in 10 breaths. He could not help but marvel at Wang Qianzhan's speed. Earlier, the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman had boosted Wang Qianzhan's speed, allowing him to feel as light as a swallow. He could not even see his surroundings clearly as he flew. He did not even possess such speed when he used his consumable, royal-grade celestial weapon. Pusan City. Chapter 3076. When they arrived outside Axe Mountain City, Duan Lingtian contacted Ling Juyan through voice transmission and told him he had arrived. When you get to the center of Fusan City, you will see a wide square with some open-air counters in the middle. Then, find the person behind one of the counters and tell him your name. Tell him that you want to check in, then tell him my name, and he will take you to me. Ling Juyan told Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian entered Axe Mountain City upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. When Duan Lingtian was outside Axe Mountain City, he could see many people shuttling back and forth. When he entered the city, he saw the streets were bustling with activity. The shops on both sides of the streets were doing well as well. This was especially true for the shops that sold origin stones. They were filled with people as though the origin stones were free. Naturally, the shops that sold pills and celestial talismans were second only to the shops that sold origin stones and celestial talismans. Apart from that, there were many other shops that sold celestial weapons, materials, and floating image pearls. The shops that sold materials included all kinds of materials, such as materials needed to refine weapons, refine pills, and inscribe celestial talismans. As for the shops that sold floating image pearls, Duan Lingtian speculated that the floating image pearls sold were recordings of battles between powerhouses. In the Devata realms, many people would choose floating image pearls to help them comprehend the profundities of the laws by watching the battle between powerhouses recorded in the pearls. Naturally, one of the powerhouses recorded in the floating image pearls had to have at least one of them cast the profundities they wanted to comprehend. Speaking of which, the reason why I was able to comprehend the burning profundity of the law of fire so quickly without the help of Senior Primal Chaos Divine Flame is mostly because of the floating image pearl that the sect master gave me, which recorded the battle between the existences using the burning profundity. Duan Lingtian's speed in comprehending the law of fire's burning profundity was also due to the floating image pearls given to him by Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Floating image pearls were considered precious in the profound Nether Mansion, but they were nothing to Sun Liangpeng. In fact, in the Simplicity Celestial sect, there were many floating image pearls that recorded the battles between celestials who had comprehended various profundities. However, since the law of fire was one of the most popular laws in the Simplicity Celestial sect, most of the floating image pearls that recorded the battles between celestials who had comprehended the law of fire had already been taken away. Unless one was waiting for the right opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to obtain them. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian went to Sun Liangpeng, and Sun Liangpeng directly gave his personal collection to Duan Lingtian. Sun Liangpeng had given Duan Lingtian a total of 12 floating image pearls that recorded the duels between immortals who had comprehended the laws of fire. Among them, there were 9 floating image pearls that recorded the moves of people who had comprehended the profundity of burning of the law of fire. Moreover, they had all used the profundity of burning. Naturally, these immortals did not only comprehend the burning profundity, they had also comprehended other profundities from the law of fire and cast other profundities from the law of fire. I have the floating image pearl that the sect leader gave me. There are many people who use the burning profundity and the explosion profundity in the duel between celestials. However, there are only a few people who use the other profundities from the law of fire. The value of a floating image pearl lay in the number of profundities the immortals had cast. For example, in the 12 floating image pearls in Duan Lingtian's hand that recorded the battles between celestials who comprehended the law of fire, only one of them cast 6 profundities from the law of fire. That person was none other than Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. For this reason, the floating image pearl that recorded Sun Liangpeng's moves was the most valuable one among all the floating image pearls in Duan Lingtian's possession. As for the remaining floating image pearls, the immortals who had cast the most profundities from the law of fire had only cast 4 profundities from the law of fire. After I meet Ling Juyin, I'll visit these shops to see if I can buy the floating image pearls I need. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he walked past the shops that sold floating image pearls. Finally, he arrived at the center of Axe Mountain City. In the center of Fushan City, there was a wide square, and on the side of the square, there was a stone tablet more than 10 meters high, with 3 big words written on it. Above the Clouds Pavilion. Above the Clouds Pavilion. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw the words. He had read about the Above the Clouds Pavilion in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's records. He knew the Above the Clouds Pavilion was the largest in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. The Above the Clouds Pavilion only existed in cities under the profound Nether Mansion's control. It seems like this city with a transporting formation is also under the control of the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, in the profound Nether Mansion's territory, cities with transporting formations might not necessarily be under the control of the profound Nether Mansion. However, the cities under the profound Nether Mansion's control would definitely have transporting formations between Devata realms. Moreover, the transporting formations in the cities under the profound Nether Mansion's control would be able to send people to a specific location no matter which Devata realm they were in. Unlike the transporting formations in the cities in the profound Nether Mansion's territories, the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion cities would only allow one to be teleported to a random Devata realm. As for where one would appear in the Devata realm, one would not know. The difference was due to the profound Nether Mansion's desire to attract more people to the cities under its control and increase the prosperity of the cities under its control. I should have known. If it's not for the profound Nether Mansion's remote location, how could it be so prosperous? Duan Lingtian shook his head as he walked to a counter in the square. At this moment, all the counters in the square were occupied except for this counter. Duan Lingtian seemed to be in luck. A sweet-looking young woman stood behind the counter. When she saw Duan Lingtian, she smiled and asked, "Hello, my lord. Are you here to check in?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he introduced himself and Ling Juiyun. When Duan Lingtian saw the words Above the Clouds Pavilion on a stone tablet at the edge of the square, he knew this was the reception area of the Above the Clouds Pavilion. It was similar to the lobbies of hotels on Earth in his previous life. "My lord, your friend is staying in the first sky courtyard in the Above the Clouds Pavilion. He told us you would be coming and asked us to wait for you so we can bring you up." The woman picked up a booklet from the counter and flipped through it for a while. Then, she looked up and smiled at Duan Lingtian. As soon as she finished speaking, Duan Lingtian saw a person walking toward him from afar. It was a middle-aged man wearing a standard long robe. "Send this lord to the first sky courtyard." The woman looked at the middle-aged man and said. The middle-aged man nodded. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and forced a smile on his slightly stiff face. "My lord, please follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he rose into the air and led the way. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded and followed the middle-aged man. The first sky courtyard. The courtyards in the Above the Clouds pavilion seemed to be divided into sky courtyards, earth courtyards, and human courtyards. The first sky courtyard is obviously the sky courtyard. The sky courtyard in the Above the Clouds pavilion costs 1,000 prominent celestial crystals to stay in for a day. If you stay in the sky courtyard in the Above the Clouds pavilion for 100 days, you'll need 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to buy an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. When Duan Lingtian recalled the price of the sky courtyard in the Above the Clouds pavilion, he could not help but click his tongue in wonder. Naturally, he did not think the price was too high for the current him. Apart from his previous wealth, the inheritance he obtained from the 2 celestial kings from the Bloodskull Gang was enough for him to stay in the sky courtyard in the Above the Clouds pavilion. Currently, he was only lamenting the high price of the sky courtyard in the Above the Clouds pavilion. The sky courtyard in the Above the Clouds pavilion is protected by the profound Nether Mansion. The sky courtyard in the Above the Clouds pavilion is protected by a 5-elements celestial king and a grand formation similar to the 3 sects and 2 clans. Even a 10 directions celestial king wouldn't dare to enter the sky courtyard in the Above the Clouds pavilion. It's very safe. Although the earth courtyard isn't as good, it's still protected by a 3 talents celestial king. However, it doesn't have a grand formation similar to the 3 sects and 2 clans grand formation. As long as one is stronger than the 3 talents celestial king in the earth courtyard, they'll still have a chance to seek revenge. As for the human courtyard, it's the cheapest one. Although there's a 1 basic celestial king guarding it, the 1 basic celestial king isn't responsible for their safety. The 1 basic celestial king is only there to keep an eye on the people who destroyed the courtyard and make them pay the appropriate amount of celestial crystals. Previously, Duan Lingtian had learned about the Above the Clouds pavilion in the Simplicity Celestial sect. For this reason, he was very familiar with the Above the Clouds pavilion. Just like its name, the Above the Clouds pavilion is located above the clouds. At this moment, Duan Lingtian followed the middle-aged man who was leading the way. They flew through the clouds and arrived above the clouds. Above the clouds, islands could be seen hovering in the air. They were separated by a height of more than 100 meters. The higher the altitude, the fewer islands there were. The highest floating islands in the sky with fewer of them should be the sky courtyard of Above Clouds Tower. As soon as Duan Lingtian saw the distribution of the floating islands, he could vaguely guess where the sky courtyard was located. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. "My lord, this is the first sky courtyard." Chapter 3077. Duan Lingtian looked over. On the floating island in front of him, there was a courtyard. There was a plaque hanging above the gate of the courtyard, with the words Tiani Courtyard written on it. At the same time, Duan Lingtian turned around to look at another floating island nearby. He saw a plaque with the words Heavenly Blue Courtyard, hanging above the entrance of the courtyard on the floating island. Ling Jueyun. Duan Lingtian called out to Ling Jueyun as he turned to look at the floating island in front of him. Creak! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the door of one of the rooms on the floating island opened. A gray figure walked out of the room. The figure belonged to a young man with a cold expression and was dressed in gray robes. A long sword was hung from his waist. As he walked, A gust of wind stirred up in the air. It was as though he was a sword immortal. It was none other than Ling Jueyun. When Ling Jueyun walked out of the courtyard and approached Duan Lingtian, the middle-aged man greeted him before he tactfully retreated. "How long have you been here?" Duan Lingtian asked. 3 days. Ling Jueyun replied. Duan Lingtian calculated the time in his heart. It had taken him 2 days to leave the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate and arrive in Axe Mountain City. It was clear that Ling Jueyun had contacted him on the first day he arrived in Axe Mountain City. "Let's go in." Ling Jueyun beckoned to Duan Lingtian before he stepped into the courtyard. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly see ripples in the air above the courtyard. It was as though a door had been opened and was waiting for him to enter. Duan Lingtian knew Ling Jueyun had opened the formation that shrouded the courtyard. Then the earthly courtyard and the human courtyard. Before entering the Tianyi courtyard, Duan Lingtian looked down, but he couldn't see the earth courtyard or the human courtyard at all. All he could see was a vast expanse of white clouds under his feet. Now he could only see the surrounding Tianyi courtyard. However, when Duan Lingtian focused his gaze, he could vaguely see small black dots looming under the clouds. Looking at the distribution of those little black dots, it was obvious that it was the distribution of those courtyards with the word Earth that he had seen earlier. When I was below, I could see the human courtyard, the earth courtyard, and the sky courtyard at a glance. I even felt that they were only 100 meters apart from each other. But now, I'm at the level of the sky courtyard. When I look down, I can see the clouds 1,000 meters below, but I can't see the earth courtyard. The earth courtyard is still under the clouds. It's obviously more than 1,000 meters away from here. As for the human courtyard, I can't see it at all. Now, Duan Lingtian also realized that when he looked up from below the human courtyard, the reason why he felt that the 3 courtyards were close to each other was most likely because of the effect of the formation. Duan Lingtian followed Ling Jueyun into the first sky courtyard. With his divine consciousness, he could feel the ripples in the air dissipating as soon as he entered the courtyard. Obviously, the formation that shrouded the Tianyi courtyard was closed after he entered. This is the admission jade token of the Tianyi courtyard. Take it with you. When you're close to the formation of the Tianyi courtyard, as long as you integrate your divine sense into it, it will open the formation of the Tianyi courtyard. As soon as Duan Lingtian followed Ling Jueyun into the front yard of the Tianyi courtyard, Ling Jueyun turned around and handed Duan Lingtian a jade token. The words Tianyi courtyard were written on the jade token. Duan Lingtian had sharp eyes. It was not difficult for him to see that Ling Jueyun had a similar jade token hanging on his waist. Duan Lingtian knew that this jade token was similar to the room cards of the hotels on Earth in his previous life. After taking the jade token, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun sat down in the pavilion in the front yard. While sitting down, Duan Lingtian's divine sense sensed that Ling Jueyun had integrated his divine sense into the jade token on his waist. Then, the jade token extended an aura into the void. Noticing that Duan Lingtian was looking at him, Ling Jueyun said at the right time, "This jade token can open the formation of the Tianyi courtyard and let you in and out of the Tianyi courtyard. It can also control the formation of the Tianyi courtyard to a certain extent. Right now, I'm activating a camouflage formation in the formation of the Tianyi courtyard. People outside will only see the empty front yard. They won't see us." Ling Jueyun said, "As for how to open the formations in the formation of the Tianyi courtyard, you'll know after integrating your divine sense into the jade token." Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he integrated his divine sense into the jade token that Ling Jueyun had just given him. Suddenly, a lot of complicated information poured into his mind. This information mainly introduced the method of opening and closing the formation of the Tianyi courtyard, as well as how to open the small formations inside. After reading this information, Duan Lingtian was filled with admiration for the formation master who set up the formation of the Tianyi courtyard. After reading the information in the jade token, Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Juyun and did not beat around the bush. He asked, "Previously, you told me that we'll be leaving the spirit overarching heaven for the Jade Emperor Heaven with that person in 3 years. Is that person going to meet up with us and leave the spirit overarching heaven through the transportation formation from Axe Mountain City to the Jade Emperor Heaven?" Currently, there are only 10 months left before the 3 years were up. No, Ling Juyun shook his head. "We'll leave from Axe Mountain City. As for that person and the others, they'll depart from another place. Naturally, their destination will be similar to the transporting formations in Axe Mountain City. They'll have a transporting formation that can be used to teleport them to their destination. After all, we'll be teleported to the same place in the Jade Emperor Heaven to meet up with Fang Ji before we head to the secret realm he created in his past life." Ling Juyun said. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. "Now that there are only 10 months left before we depart, we'll have to prepare ourselves. Although we have trump cards, that person is a reincarnated celestial emperor after all. Moreover, we'll be going to the secret realm he created in his past life. Even if he's not as strong as he was in his past life, he'll still be able to control the secret realm to a certain extent. Although we have trump cards, that person has trump cards as well. Moreover, his trump card might be more advantageous in the secret realm he created in his past life." Ling Juyun's expression turned solemn when he spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had thought of this long ago. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. "For this reason, there's a certain amount of risk involved in our trip. What we have to do in the next 10 months is to minimize the risk as much as possible," Ling Juyun said. Ling Juyun's words were, without a doubt, what Duan Lingtian had in mind. For this reason, both of them quickly agreed and began to make preparations. In the Morong clan, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansion, Morong Xiao Xiao, the most outstanding young prodigy in the Morong clan, was also preparing to leave the spirit overarching heaven for the Jade Emperor Heaven in 10 months. Since that person has contacted me, he must have contacted Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun as well. I wonder who else he has contacted in the profound Nether Mansion? It was clear Morong Xiao Xiao had also received an invitation from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. Naturally, she did not know that person was a reincarnated Celestial Emperor. She merely thought that person had discovered a secret realm that was only accessible to overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. Back then, when that person had come, she had even exchanged blows with him. In less than 30 moves, she had been defeated. Her opponent was also a peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. He had comprehended as many profundities as her and used the same king grade celestial weapon as her. However, she still lost. Her opponent's battle experience was terrifying, something she had rarely seen in her entire life. After that battle, she even felt that some of the elders in the Morong clan might not have that kind of fighting spirit. Therefore, she had once suspected that he was the reincarnation of an immortal. Then, she heard the young man said he was not from the profound Nether Mansion. He was only there to find someone to investigate the secret realm in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Since she was ranked in the top 3 in the profound Nether Mansion's lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was only natural that she would attract the attention of the other party. For this reason, she was certain Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun would be invited to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, since their rankings were higher than hers. Apart from the 3 of them, she did not know which other overarching heavenly supreme celestials he had found in the profound Nether Mansion. However, Morong Xiao Xiao was unaware of this. She, Duan Lingtian, and Ling Juyun were the only 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound Nether Mansion. As for the others, none of them were chosen. Somewhere in the Jade Emperor Heaven. There's still 10 months left. I'll gather them in 10 months' time. In the sky above a dark swamp, a figure stood in the air. As he muttered to himself, his tone was filled with anticipation. The sunlight shone through the dense forest above the swamp and sprinkled on the tall figure, revealing his figure. It was a young man with a medium build. I'm afraid they really think I found the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. Little do they know it's a trap I set up in my past life so that the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit tree I planted in my past life will bear fruit. As he muttered to himself, the corners of the young man's mouth curled up into a sinister smile, giving off a sinister feeling. If ordinary, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials were to kill each other, the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would only be 10%. However, after some investigation in my past life, I found a way to increase the success rate to 50%. The method is to have a group of monstrously talented, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials kill each other as a sacrifice to the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit tree. Chapter 3078. Very few people would plant the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree, since the success rate was only 10%, even with the sacrifice of a powerful, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. Due to the low success rate, not many people were willing to plant the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Even if they had the seed of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, they would rather use it for other purposes. In the Devata realms, there were some people who were unwilling to accept the low success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Therefore, they were looking for ways to increase the success rate. Some of them gave up after failing to find a way to increase the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. There were also some people who were stubborn and refused to give up until they hit a wall. However, very few people were able to find a way to increase the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Jianglan was the third type of person. Jianglan was a celestial emperor in his past life. Although he was not a titled celestial emperor, he was still a powerful celestial emperor. Not many people below the titled celestial emperor realm were a match for him. However, due to his limited innate talent and comprehension, it was difficult for him to become a titled celestial emperor. For this reason, he chose to reincarnate and cultivate again. Before he reincarnated, he had obtained a seed of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. He had studied the fruit for a long time. He had to admit that he was quite lucky. He found a record about increasing the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree in an ancient cave in the depths of the ruins. It even mentioned that it had increased the success rate to 50%. After he left the cave, he began to lay out his plan. He created a little world that would serve as a secret realm that only celestial dukes and above could enter. Then he planted the seed of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in the secret realm. After he finished laying out his plan, it was time for him to reincarnate and cultivate again. He could not afford to miss this opportunity, since it was the best time for him to reincarnate and cultivate again. He had successfully reincarnated, and after his rebirth he cultivated step by step until today. It had been 100 years since he planted the seed of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in his past life. To be more precise, he would be 100 years old in another year. In this life, Jianglan had regained his memories of his past life when he was 50 years old. At the same time, he obtained a huge amount of wealth from his past life. With the help of his past life's memories and the wealth from his past life, he had become a peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial and comprehended for profundities from the law of water. Naturally, this included the law of water's fundamental profundity, the water elemental profundity. Apart from that, he had also left behind many treasures in his past life, including powerful celestial talismans and emperor-grade celestial weapons. However, the dozen or so peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials I looked for in the Devata realms are only average. Even the strongest among them couldn't last more than 100 moves against me. Jianlan shook his head when he thought about those so-called peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials who had proposed to spar with him, only to be defeated by him. Moreover, I didn't use any Emperor-grade celestial weapons or celestial talismans. I only used celestial weapons and profundities. If I use my full strength and use my Emperor-grade celestial weapon, I won't be able to kill all of them even if they join forces. As he muttered to himself, a hint of arrogance appeared on Jianglan's face as he stood in the air above the swamp. As a reincarnated celestial emperor, even if he did not use the celestial weapons and celestial talismans from his past life, his celestial weapons and profundities from the law were enough to make him stand out among those with the same cultivation base. The battle experience he had accumulated in his past life allowed him to gain the upper hand in every battle. Regardless of whether he struck first or later, he could do as he pleased. In the spirit overarching heaven, in the profound Nether Mansion's territory in the Southern Heaven Territory, Axe Mountain City, didn't you comprehend a profundity from the law of earth? Why did you buy floating image pearls that recorded the battles between celestials from the law of fire? Ling Juyin, who was shopping with Duan Ling Tian in Armament Mountain City, could not help but ask in confusion, "What's going on? Why can't I comprehend a profundity from the law of fire while comprehending a profundity from the law of earth?" Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. "Don't bite off more than you can chew," Ling Juiyun said with a frown on his face. Although he believed Duan Ling Tian understood this, he was still worried Duan Ling Tian would take the wrong path since Duan Ling Tian had comprehended another law after a few years. "What? Are you looking down on the law of fire that I've comprehended?" Duan Ling Tian said mockingly. Then he looked at Ling Juiyun meaningfully and said, "Why don't we find a place to spar? I remember before we parted at the Scaling Cloud Lake, I told you we'd have a spar when we arrive at the profound Nether Mansion. Why don't we have a spar now?" Duan Ling Tian still remembered when Ling Juyin had threatened him at the Scaling Cloud Lake a few years ago. He had said that if he did anything to Huang, the sword soul of the seven orifices exquisite sword, he would not let him go. At that time, he had promised Ling Jun that they would have a spar when they arrived at the profound Nether Mansion. "That's exactly what I want." Ling Juiyun's eyes glinted as he agreed to Duan Ling Tian's request. About half an hour later, two figures stood facing each other in the air above a lofty mountain forest north of Axe Mountain City. They were none other than Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juiyun, who had come from Axe Mountain City. When Duan Ling Tian proposed a spar, Ling Juiyun immediately agreed to it. Both of them had come to this desolate mountain forest. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was hovering near the peak of a lofty mountain, while Ling Juiyun was hovering above a forest. Their robes flapped noisily in the wind. "Do we need to use our celestial weapons to fight?" Ling Juiyun asked Duan Ling Tian. "No, we can fight barehanded." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Then, the silhouette of a black armor appeared on his body before it vanished into thin air. It was obvious Duan Ling Tian had put away his purely defensive celestial weapon that he had obtained in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Not only was the purely defensive celestial weapon a king-grade celestial weapon, but it was also nurtured by a celestial lord. "That's what I thought as well," Ling Juiyun said as a black armor appeared on his body. It was almost identical to the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon Duan Ling Tian was wearing. This was the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that Ling Juiyun and Duan Ling Tian had obtained in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon was different from an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. Therefore, it had to be removed at a time like this. As for the sword on Ling Juiyun's waist, he did not put it away. Since he had decided not to use his celestial weapon, he would not use it even if he did not put it away. It's fair for both of us not to use our celestial weapons. However, are you sure you want to fight me? My current strength isn't as simple as what I displayed in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Ling Juyin looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he said, even when we were in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I didn't use my full strength. There was one thing Ling Juyin did not mention. He was much stronger than he was when he first entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Since we're already here, do you think I'll go back on my word? Although Duan Lingtian could sense Ling Juyin's confidence, he was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes were filled with anticipation as he said, "Make your move." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's celestial weapon shot out. "As you wish." Ling Juyin's celestial origin energy surged out of his body before it turned black, filling the air with a thick aura of death. The aura of death spread out, causing people to feel oppressed. Even Duan Lingtian was no exception. Swoosh! As soon as Ling Juyin shouted, Duan Lingtian raised his guard. Flames surged out of his body, bathing him in flames. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw Ling Juyin's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the death elemental profundity had transformed into a huge silhouette. The shadow was a tall figure. It held a sickle-like weapon in its hand. The weapon exuded an even more terrifying aura of death. Is this the death god's silhouette? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian recalled the records of the law of death he had read in the memory celestial talismans in the Simplicity celestial sect. According to the memory celestial talismans, some of the profundities from the law of death could only be comprehended by the death god's silhouette. As Duan Lingtian thought to himself, the tall figure holding the scythe shrank rapidly before it transformed into a black energy that entered Ling Juyin's body through the top of his head. In the next moment, Ling Juyin's eyes turned red as a black energy appeared around his body. This time, it was revolving around his body. This is the law of death god's possession profundity. Although Duan Lingtian had read about the profundities from the law of death in the past, this was his first time seeing someone casting the profundity from the law of death. For this reason, he could only speculate. However, when Duan Lingtian saw Ling Juyin charging toward him at lightning speed, he realized he had guessed correctly. Ling Juyin's speed was comparable to Duan Lingtian's pillaging profundity. It's indeed the law of death god's possession profundity. The death god's possession profundity was one of the profundities from the law of death. It allowed one to form the death god silhouette and fuse it with one's body, increasing one's speed and the strength of one's celestial origin energy. The death god's possession profundity was one of the two profundities from the law of death. Its status in the law of death was equivalent to the law of fire's pillaging profundity and the law of wind's gale profundity. The pillaging profundity. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at Ling Juyin charging at him. Chapter 3079. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the fire elemental profundity exploded as he cast the law of fire's pillaging profundity. His speed was not inferior to Ling Juyin at all. The law of death was one of the four supreme laws. It was superior to the other laws in all aspects. Put everything else aside, the death god's possession profundity that Ling Juyin had cast was stronger than Duan Lingtian's pillaging profundity. The pillaging profundity mainly increased one's speed. It could also be used to attack, but its offensive profundity was slightly inferior to the offensive profundities. However, the death god's possession profundity was not inferior to the pillaging profundity, and its offensive profundity was on par with the offensive profundity. For this reason, the death god's possession profundity was slightly stronger than the pillaging profundity. I didn't expect you to have comprehended the law of fire's pillaging profundity. Ling Juyin was slightly taken aback when Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a ball of flames and kept a certain distance from him. However, if you've only comprehended one profundity from the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, you'll definitely lose today. As soon as Ling Juyin finished speaking, another figure appeared from within his body that was shrouded by the death qi. Another Ling Juyin appeared. This Ling Juyin was expressionless, and his eyes were red. Although he was not shrouded by the death qi, his momentum was in no way inferior to the other Ling Juyin. After using the law of death's death god's possession profundity, Ling Juyin cast the law of death's death clone profundity. Duan Lingtian had seen Ling Juyin use the death clone profundity back in the Celestial Lord Temple in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, he was not surprised when he saw the death clone profundity. However, at that time he did not know much about the law of death's death clone profundity. After that, he went to the Simplicity Celestial Sect. In the Simplicity Celestial Sect's library, Duan Ling Tian had gained a deeper understanding of the law of death and learned about the death clone profundity. The death doppelganger condensed from the death doppelganger had the same cultivation base as the main body. Moreover, it could also use the law of death's fundamental profundity, death elemental essence. However, apart from the elemental profundity of death, the death clone was unable to use any other profundities of the law of death. If he could use it, wouldn't he be able to use the death clone's power Upanishad endlessly? However, even so, it did not affect how terrifying the death clone was. It was impossible to destroy the death clone unless the main body was killed. Even if the death clone was reduced to a cloud of death qi, the death clone would instantly reform. Apart from that, when the death clone appeared, the strength and speed of the celestial origin energy of the person who cast the death clone profundity would be greatly enhanced. For this reason, as soon as the death clone appeared, Ling Juyun's death qi surged and his speed increased. Swoosh! After Ling Juyun's speed increased, his speed instantly surpassed Duan Lingtian's speed when he cast the law of fire's pillaging profundity. It looked like Ling Juyin was about to catch up to the dazzling flame in the sky. Swoosh! When Ling Juyin caught up to Duan Lingtian, the death clone followed closely behind like a shadow. In terms of speed, I'm not as fast as him. The death clone profundity can greatly increase his speed, although the law of fire's burning profundity can increase my speed as well. It's not as fast as the death clone profundity. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw Ling Juyin was about to catch up to him. At this moment, a plan formed in his mind. At this moment, if he continued to flee, not only would it be useless, but he would also allow Ling Juyin to catch up to him, allowing Ling Juyin to gain the upper hand. After all, his speed was not as fast as Ling Juyin, who had comprehended the death clone profundity and the death god's possession profundity. For this reason, he decided to stop dodging and attack head-on. He had comprehended the law of fire's pillaging profundity and the law of fire's burning profundity. This was enough to suppress Ling Juyin in terms of offense. The law of fire's pillaging profundity might not be as good as the law of death's death god's possession profundity. However, the law of fire's burning profundity was much better than the law of fire's death clone profundity. The burning profundity was one of the law of fire's main offensive profundities. The law of fire's pillaging profundity and the law of fire's burning profundity could completely suppress the law of death's death god's possession profundity and the law of death's death clone profundity. Good timing! Just as Ling Juyin was about to catch up to Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian's voice rang out from within the flames. In the next instant, the flames circled around in the air before charging toward Ling Juyin. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the flames turned toward Ling Juyin, they began to burn even more fiercely. It was as if they had become several times larger in an instant. At the same time, the scorching aura of the flames rose a step further, causing the air in the void to seem to be temporarily frozen by the flames. This is the burning profundity. Initially, Ling Juyin thought he would be able to catch up to Duan Ling Tian and defeat him easily. However, when he saw Duan Ling Tian charging toward him and saw the flames around Duan Ling Tian that were several times larger than before, his eyes widened in shock. A hint of disbelief could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Didn't Duan Ling Tian comprehend the law of Earth's profundity? Could it be that he intentionally cast the law of Earth to confuse us when we were in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Could it be that he's more skilled in the law of fire? Ling Juyin was slightly taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's continuous use of the law of fire's plundering profundity and burning profundity. For a moment, he even thought Duan Ling Tian had intentionally concealed the law of earth and the law of fire when they were in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. If that's all you've got, I'll definitely defeat you in 10 moves. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he flew toward Ling Juyin. He was shrouded in flames as he flew toward Ling Juyin. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his eyes narrowed. Following that, the monstrous flames around his body condensed into fiery red sword rays, one after another. The sword rays were like swords made of flames that circled around Duan Ling Tian before they shot toward Ling Juyin. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air as the sword rays formed by flames shot out like a rain of fire. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed as he leaped into the air. He raised both of his hands and pressed them down. Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate to push his hands down toward Ling Juyin. As soon as Duan Ling Tian brought his hands down, boom, rumble. A series of thunderous noises rang in the air as the flames around Duan Ling Tian surged out of his hands like lava toward Ling Juyin. Duan Ling Tian could see the sword rays shooting toward him like a rain of fire, and the lava was pouring down like a torrent. Upon seeing this, Ling Juyin came to a halt in midair. At the same time, his death clone appeared next to him. Duan Ling Tian, you've really hidden your strength well. Ling Juyin looked at Duan Ling Tian in the air with a solemn expression on his face. The death chi around his body began to surge violently at this moment. The celestial origin energy that had fused with the death elemental element began to take form and transform into a scythe-shaped weapon. However, this sickle-shaped weapon only had a rough shape, and it seemed that it could not be completely condensed yet. It was as if this method was still immature. Buzz, 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 buzz. The sound of a sickle rang in the air as the celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the elemental profundity of death shot forward to meet Duan Ling Tian's sword rays that looked like a rain of fire. Bang, 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 bang. At the same time, Ling Juyun's death clone rose into the air with his hands spread wide open. Death chi raged around him as he attempted to block the lava that was pouring down like a torrent. In the next moment, the scythe and the sword collided. The lava that was pouring down from the sky landed on Ling Juyun's death clone. Boom, 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 boom. The sword ray and the scythe collided. After a moment of stalemate, the scythe that was filling the sky was destroyed. However, there was not much energy left in the collision. On the other hand, the lava that was pouring down from the sky landed on Ling Juyun's death clone. After a moment of stalemate, the death clone was crushed and turned into death chi that filled the air. However, the death chi that filled the air instantly condensed into the death clone again. The death clone caught up with the lava and opened his hands to block the lava fearlessly. Again and again. In the end, the speed at which the death clone condensed became slower and slower. However, most of the lava was consumed. Whoosh! After blocking the Duan Ling Tian's attack, Ling Juyun seized the opportunity to flee the battlefield at a speed comparable to that of a ghost. Boom! 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 Apart from the part that was blocked by Ling Juyun's body, The remaining part of Duan Lingtian's attack landed in the forest and burned a large part of the forest. At the same time, a huge scorched pit with steam rising from it appeared. I didn't expect you to have a preliminary understanding of the law of death's death scythe profundity. Chapter 3080. The death god's scythe profundity was the law of death's main offensive profundity. Moreover, it was also the law of death's strongest offensive profundity. However, based on the current situation, it seemed like Ling Jueyun had not fully comprehended the death god's scythe profundity. It could be said that he had only scratched the surface of it. This was similar to how Duan Lingtian had scratched the surface of the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity and the law of fire's explosion profundity. Based on what I know, the death god's scythe profundity is the most difficult profundity to comprehend. Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jueyun and said, "You seem to know a lot about the law of death." "That's right. The death god's scythe profundity is the most difficult profundity to comprehend." Ling Jueyun looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. Then he nodded. "I've only scratched the surface of the death god's scythe profundity a few months ago. I'm able to cast it, but it's not very powerful. Although it's not very powerful, it's still very helpful to you." Duan Lingtian said. Earlier, if Ling Jueyun had not cast the death scythe profundity, he would not have been able to block the fiery sword chi that filled the sky when Ling Jueyun's death clone blocked the attack from above. Duan Lingtian, your comprehension of the law of fire is beyond my expectations. If I'm not mistaken, you deliberately cast the law of earth in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to conceal your true strength, right? Ling Jueyun asked. Would you believe me if I told you I only started comprehending the law of fire after I went to the Simplicity Celestial Sect? Duan Lingtian asked with a shrug. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ling Jueyun did not believe him. How long had it been since Duan Lingtian went to the Simplicity Celestial Sect? It had not even been 10 years. In less than 10 years, being able to comprehend another profundity of the law of fire while comprehending the fire elemental profundity was already considered pretty good. Currently, Duan Lingtian had not only comprehended the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, but he had also comprehended the pillage profundity and the burning profundity. Duan Lingtian, your strength has exceeded my expectations. However, it's time for this sparring match to come to an end. Ling Jueyun said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. As soon as he finished speaking, his gray robe fluttered in the air. What, you're admitting defeat? Duan Lingtian was defeated. Admit defeat? Ling Jueyun shook his head. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, I just wanted to tell you that you're going to lose. I'm going to lose? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Ling Jueyun's words. However, he could not help but laugh. Although my speed is not as fast as yours, I can completely suppress your offense. How do you think I'm going to lose? Based on the current situation, no matter how weak I am, I'll still be able to tie with you. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Naturally, there were some things he did not say. He had not unleashed his full strength yet. Apart from that, he had also comprehended the basics of the law of fire's explosion profundity. Although the profundity of the explosion profundity was not strong, it was enough for his movement technique to catch up to Ling Jueyun's speed. Apart from that, his offensive profundity had also improved. You're right. A rare smile appeared on Ling Jueyun's face as he said, however, as you said, that's based on the current situation. How do you know I've already unleashed my full strength? Ling Jueyun narrowed his eyes as a blood-red light flashed in his eyes. It was like a blood-red meteor streaking across the night sky. As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking, a blood-red mist suddenly surged out of his body. As soon as the blood-red mist appeared, it merged with his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the death elemental profundity. The black death chi around Ling Jueyun's body was dyed red by the blood-red mist. My clan has an inherited bloodline power. With my current cultivation base, although my bloodline power has only just awakened, it's still very helpful to me, Ling Jueyun said again. However, before he could finish speaking, the black celestial origin energy that seemed to be surrounded by red lightning bolts condensed into sickle-shaped weapons again. At the very least, it can help me improve my initial comprehension of the law of death's profundity to a state where I've completely comprehended it. As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking, the sickle-shaped weapons that seemed to be moving slowly suddenly shrank and solidified. Before this, Duan Lingtian could clearly see the blood-red mist around Ling Jueyun's celestial origin energy entering his celestial origin energy as though it had become a part of his celestial origin energy. In the next moment, Ling Jueyun's sickle-shaped celestial origin energy that seemed to be moving slowly began to solidify again. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. He was well aware of the significance of the scene before him. It meant that Ling Jueyun had completely comprehended the law of death god's scythe profundity at this moment. The death god's scythe profundity that Ling Jueyun had cast earlier could only be considered as a superficial comprehension of the death god's scythe profundity. However, the death god's scythe profundity that Ling Jueyun had just cast was equivalent to a rudimentary comprehension of the death god's scythe profundity. The two of them could not be mentioned in the same breath. Now that I've activated the power of my bloodline, it's as though I've comprehended for profundities from the law of death. Do you still think you'll be able to fight me to a draw? Ling Jueyun smiled faintly before he made his move again. He charged toward Duan Lingtian, no longer dodging. At the same time, the sickle-shaped weapons spun around him like well-trained soldiers. As soon as Ling Jueyun gave the order, they would charge forward. Swoosh! Swoosh! Ling Jueyun brought his death clone with him as he charged toward Duan Lingtian again. This time, not only was his speed faster than Duan Lingtian, but his attacks were also much more powerful than Duan Lingtian's. The rudimentary comprehension of the death god's scythe profundity was on a completely different level from the rudimentary comprehension of the death god's scythe profundity. Ling Jueyun's speed was extremely fast. He did not give Duan Lingtian any time to react. In just a blink of an eye, he was already close to Duan Lingtian. Buzz! 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 The sickle-shaped weapons around Ling Jueyun's body whistled as they approached Duan Lingtian. Every sickle-shaped weapon seemed to be able to tear the void apart as it whistled through the air. It was extremely ear-piercing. However, although Ling Jueyun was fast, Duan Lingtian reacted the moment he made his move. Explosion profundity. In the face of Ling Jueyun's aggressive attack, Duan Lingtian used the explosion profundity from the law of fire that he had just comprehended. The explosion profundity was the main offensive profundity of the law of fire. At the same time, it could also increase one's speed to a certain extent. Whoosh! 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 The sword rays that resembled a rain of fire appeared again and collided with the sickle-shaped weapons that flew out from Ling Jueyun's body. Suddenly, they exploded like dazzling fireworks. This time, the power of the sword ray was even stronger than before. The laws of fire's explosive profundity. Although Ling Jueyun's attack was able to instantly extinguish the raining fire and exploding sword radiance, allowing him to gain the upper hand, Ling Jueyun was still surprised by Duan Lingtian's use of another law of fire profundity. Of course, he could see that Duan Lingtian had yet to fully comprehend this profound. He had only scratched the surface of it. It was similar to his comprehension of the law of death scythe of the god of death. However, his god of death scythe profundity was raised to the entry level after he fused it with his bloodline power. The previous scene appeared once again. However, this time, the one who hastily blocked the opponent's attack and took the opportunity to dodge was not Ling Jueyun, but Duan Lingtian. This time, Ling Jueyun had the absolute advantage. I didn't expect you to have a preliminary understanding of the laws of fire's explosive profundity. However, even so, you're still not a match for me. After Duan Lingtian dodged the attack, Ling Jueyun did not stop. Instead, he continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian. As for his death doppelganger followed closely behind. It was waiting for Duan Lingtian to exchange blows with Duan Lingtian before launching an attack on Duan Lingtian. Buzz! 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 The sickle-shaped weapons that had dimmed due to the depletion of Duan Lingtian's sword rays became more solid as Ling Jueyun continued to charge forward. The sword rays pulsed as though they could tear apart space and everything. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? If you do, show it to me. If you don't, just admit defeat. With the strength you've displayed so far, you're not a match for me. When Ling Jueyun charged toward Duan Lingtian again, a bright smile appeared on his face. It was as though he could already see the light of victory. In his opinion, he would definitely be the winner of this sparring match. If Duan Lingtian had any other tricks up his sleeve, he would have used them earlier instead of merely using the explosive profundity that he had only scratched the surface of. When Duan Lingtian saw the bright smile on Ling Jueyun's face, he could not help but frown slightly. He did not care about the outcome of the battle at all. This fellow seems to be very proud of himself. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into slits as a faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. However, isn't it a little too early to think that victory is in your hands? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian called out to the Chaos Divine Flame in his body. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, please lend me a hand. Chapter 3081. Just when Ling Jueyun thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be defeated by his powerful attacks, something unexpected happened. He saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of retreating in the face of his menacing attack. Instead, he charged forward to meet him head-on. Whoosh! The flames on Duan Lingtian's body surged. It was as if he had completely turned into a part of the flames as he charged towards Ling Jueyun. Bang! Bang! At the same time, Duan Lingtian's arms shook. His palms broke through the air with great momentum. Suddenly, boom! Rumble! Two magma-like forces whizzed out from his palms. They were filled with a terrifying burning power, causing the air in the void to give off a faint burnt smell. Fire element, plundering profound, burning profound. Duan Lingtian used 3 profundities from the law of fire as soon as he made his move. At the same time, when the magma-like energy surged out, the burning flames on the surface of the magma began to show signs of cracking. It was as though there were small fireworks on the surface of the magma. Obviously, Duan Lingtian had used the explosion profound, which he had only comprehended a little at this moment. He was going all out. At least, that was what Ling Jueyun thought. You overestimate yourself. Ling Jueyun sneered in his heart in the face of Duan Lingtian's magma-like forces. The next moment, Ling Jueyun's hands danced quickly. The scythes in the void sped up and met the magma-like forces whizzing out from Duan Lingtian's palms. Buzz! 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 The scythes shone brightly. The black forces swept out as if they were going to drown the world of light and turn the light into darkness. In the face of the darkness, the 2 magma-like forces were like 2 meteors that cut through the darkness, illuminating the darkness. In a moment, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun's attacks collided. Chi! 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 The scythe shone. Once it came into contact with Duan Lingtian's forces, it completely suppressed Duan Lingtian's forces. It was extremely powerful. You've lost. Ling Jueyun's eyes shone with excitement. A victorious smile appeared on his face. At the same time, He looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. He wanted to see Duan Lingtian's disappointed look when he realized that he was going to lose. However, in the next moment, Ling Jueyun realized something. Duan Lingtian's face didn't reveal a disappointed expression that he expected. Instead, a confident smile appeared on his face. He really could not figure out on what basis Duan Lingtian was so confident at this moment. Could it be that Duan Lingtian still has a backup plan? Ling Jueyun's heart skipped a beat. However, on second thought, he felt that it was not possible. No, you've lost. Just when Ling Jueyun felt that Duan Lingtian could not possibly have a backup plan, Duan Lingtian's voice entered Ling Jueyun's ears. At the same time, How is this possible? Ling Jueyun was shocked to find that the power of the flame that was originally suppressed by his attacks, which was about to be destroyed by his attacks, suddenly exploded. It was as if a compressed power had exploded. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering sound was heard. A huge, fiery red mushroom cloud appeared in the sky above the mountains. Then, a gray figure flew out in a sorry state. The owner of the figure spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered across the sky, embellishing the giant fireworks in the sky. It was particularly glaring. Boom! 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 After the fiery red mushroom cloud bloomed, the entire mountain was swept by a hot gust of wind. Many withered flowers and plants were set ablaze. After a while, more than half of the mountain was engulfed in scorching flames. The flames were getting stronger and stronger. This was the scene of a raging inferno. After the fiery red mushroom cloud dissipated, a figure stood in the void where the mushroom cloud had appeared. He looked like a god. He was dressed in purple and had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. The young man stood there and looked down lazily at the figure in the distance who had just managed to stop himself. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I held back. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been injured so lightly. Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jueyun, who was approaching from afar. He was in a sorry state. That technique you used just now, was it the profound meaning of explosion? Ling Jueyun, who was in a sorry state, did not care about his image at all. He came in front of Duan Lingtian and looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. He asked this because he could clearly feel that Duan Lingtian's profound meaning of explosion had played a role in Duan Lingtian's attack just now. Duan Lingtian had only comprehended the superficial profundity of the explosion profundity. However, the sudden burst of energy just now was very similar to the profound meaning of explosion. In fact, it was even stronger than the profound meaning of explosion at the entry level. It was precisely because of this that he asked such a question. However, he was certain that the sudden burst of energy came from Duan Lingtian's body and was not an external force. It was also impossible that the celestial talisman had given Duan Lingtian the power. Are you saying that you're allowed to have the bloodline energy, but I'm not? Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jueyun with a faint smile on his face. You have the bloodline energy as well. Ling Jueyun's eyes widened in shock. Does that mean you're also a descendant of an ultimate powerhouse? Like most of the ancient clans in the Divine Offering Land, the Ling clan had inherited the bloodline of an ultimate powerhouse. It was also because of this that every member of the Ling clan had inherited the unique bloodline power of the Ling clan. Generally speaking, only the descendants of an ultimate powerhouse could possess the bloodline energy. Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. The bloodline energy, is it related to the ultimate powerhouse? Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Flame. Soon after, the Chaos Divine Flame replied, most of the people in the realms of gods are the descendants of ultimate powerhouses. Therefore, they possess the bloodline energy. In the mundane realms and Devata realms, there are very few people who possess the bloodline energy. Even if they're from the realms of gods. However, there are countless people in the realms of gods who possess the bloodline energy, the Chaos Divine Flame said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. As it turned out, that was how the bloodline energy came about. It was no wonder Ling Juyin was surprised that Duan Lingtian possessed the bloodline energy and that he was the descendant of an ultimate powerhouse. After all, in the past, Ling Juyin did not think Duan Lingtian was from the realms of gods. You've lost. Duan Lingtian did not answer Ling Juyin's question directly. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking expression on his face. From the first time Duan Lingtian met Ling Juyin, he could tell Ling Juyin was an arrogant and conceited person. Previously, Ling Juyin had threatened Duan Lingtian before he left for the cloud platform Celestial Sect in the Scaling Cloud Lake. At that time, Duan Lingtian was extremely displeased. Due to this reason, he had made a promise to Ling Juyin that he would fight Ling Juyin after they arrived at the profound Nether Mansion. Today, Duan Lingtian's battle with Ling Juyin had been brought forward, and he had emerged victorious. Duan Lingtian wanted to see Ling Juyin's expression after he was defeated. He had a feeling someone like Ling Juyin would find it difficult to accept such a defeat. However, what happened next was beyond Duan Lingtian's expectations. Yes, I lost. In the face of Duan Lingtian's ridicule, Ling Juyin nodded, his expression unchanged. That's it. Seeing Ling Juyin so calm, Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He felt that Ling Juyin's performance was a little abnormal. For someone as conceited as Ling Juyin, even if he wasn't flustered and exasperated, he wouldn't be so calm, right? Since you're from a plane of gods and are about the same age as me, it's not surprising that you're slightly stronger than me. Seeing Duan Lingtian's surprise, Ling Juyin said calmly. After he finished speaking, a glint flashed across his eyes. However, one day I will defeat you. Upon hearing Ling Juyin's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Ling Juyin was so calm after being defeated. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian really believed he possessed the power of bloodline. Based on Ling Juyin's bloodline power, he was certain Ling Juyin was from another realm of gods, even if Ling Juyin was not from the divine offering land. Duan Lingtian smiled dryly. Why would Duan Lingtian say he possessed the power of bloodline? Duan Lingtian knew very well. For someone as conceited as Ling Juyin, it was still acceptable for him to be defeated by someone of the same age who was from a realm of gods. However, if he was defeated by someone who wasn't from a realm of gods, it would be a huge blow to his ego. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In just a blink of an eye, 10 months had passed. In the sky above the central square of Axe Mountain City, behind the clouds, 2 figures stepped out of one of the courtyards in above Cloud's tower called the First Sky Courtyard. They were none other than Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyin. When the 2 of them came out this time, they went directly to the counter in the square below and checked out. Then, they walked to the back of the square together. The transporting formation in Axe Mountain City was located there. As a subordinate city of the profound Nether Mansion, the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City was much better than the transporting formations in other places in the profound Nether Mansion's territories. Through the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City, one could choose to go to another Devata realm. Naturally, the transporting formation was only as accurate as the profound Nether Mansion in the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory. Where are we heading to in the Jade Emperor Heaven? Duan Lingtian asked as he walked with Ling Juyin to the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City. Yen Mountain Mansion in the Fair Heaven territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Chapter 3082. The transporting formations in Axe Mountain City was a ring-shaped building with 9 halls. Because of this, The ring-shaped building had a total of 9 entrances, which were also the doors to the 9 halls. These 9 halls are where the transporting formations in Axe Mountain City are located. There are 9 transporting formations in each of the 9 halls that correspond to 9 different Devata realms. The 9 halls are the 81 transportation formations in the Devata realms. They correspond to the 81 Devata realms, including our spirit overarching heaven. Ling Jueyun explained the ring-shaped building to Duan Lingtian after they rose into the air. Although Duan Lingtian had been in Axe Mountain City for more than 10 months, he had never been here before. Including the spirit overarching heaven, Duan Lingtian was taken aback. This is the spirit overarching heaven. Isn't it pointless to set up a transporting formation here to the spirit overarching heaven? Of course it's pointless. Ling Jueyun said, "Those who come to Axe Mountain City can be sent to any place in the spirit overarching heaven through the transporting formations in the spirit overarching heaven. As I've said, it's only accurate to the size of the profound Nether Mansion's territory in the Southern Heaven Territory." Ling Jueyun continued to explain. "Does this mean the transporting formations in Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory can send people to the profound Nether Mansion's territory as well?" Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. "Of course." Ling Jueyun nodded. "However, not many people would do that. Even celestial lords aren't so extravagant. Moreover, with the speed of a celestial lord, it wouldn't take them long to travel from Grade 6 Celestial Mansions to Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory, let alone travel from Grade 6 Celestial Mansions to Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory." Ling Jueyun said, "Not many people do that. Luxurious?" Duan Lingtian was stunned again. "It costs a lot of celestial crystals to use this transporting formation." "Of course." Ling Jueyun answered Duan Lingtian's question. "It costs 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to activate the transportation formation in the Devata realms. As long as you enter the transportation formation, it doesn't matter which Devata realm you're transported to, the cost will be the same regardless of where you're transported to. Moreover, this is only the most basic cost of using a transportation formation in the Devata realms. Apart from that, every time a transporting formation is activated, the force that set up the formation will send a guardian to the location where the formation is located to collect a fee from those who use the formation. For example, the guardian of the profound Nether Mansion will charge 10,000 prominent celestial crystals per celestial who uses the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City. It's called maintenance fee." Ling Jueyun explained in one breath. Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. "It costs 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to activate each transporting formation? Moreover, the guardian of the profound Nether Mansion has to pay 10,000 prominent celestial crystals to each celestial crystal? Doesn't this mean each person has to pay 110,000 prominent celestial crystals to use the transporting formation?" Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jueyun in shock. Although he knew one had to pay a hefty price to use the transporting formation, he did not expect it to be so expensive. 110,000 prominent celestial crystals? After all, 100,000 prominent celestial crystals were more than enough to buy an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon in any place. In fact, 110,000 prominent celestial crystals was enough to buy a decent offensive king-grade celestial weapon in some places. It depends on how many people are using the transporting formation. If it's just one person, it'll cost 110,000 prominent celestial crystals. However, if it's 2 people, it'll only cost 60,000 prominent celestial crystals per person. Each transporting formation costs 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to activate, regardless of whether it's 1 or 2 people. Ling Jueyun said, You're saying the transporting formations in the Devata realms can be used by two people at the same time. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. If that was the case, it would be much more cost-effective. 100,000 high-grade immortal crystals would be shared by two people. Each person would pay 50,000 high-grade immortal crystals. Apart from that, each person would have to pay 10,000 prominent celestial crystals to the forces that set up the transporting formations in the Devata realms. In total, that would be 60,000 prominent celestial crystals. All right. Ling Jueyun nodded. Then, can 3 people use the transporting formation at the same time? Duan Lingtian asked again. If the 3 of them could use it together and teleport together, the 100,000 high-grade immortal crystals would be shared among the 3 of them. Each person would only have slightly more than 30,000 high-grade immortal crystals. The transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansions territories can only be used by 2 people at the same time. This is due to the limited ability of the formation masters in the profound Nether Mansion who set up the transporting formations. Ling Jueyun said, the formation masters in the larger territories are generally more capable. The transporting formations they set up can be used by 3, 4, or more people at the same time. Moreover, it costs 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to activate each transporting formation. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. As it turned out, the ability of the formation masters in the profound Nether Mansion who set up the transporting formations had to do with the ability of the formation masters. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled the 3 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. It costs 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to teleport to the profound Nether Mansion. Although the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang can teleport to the profound Nether Mansion through the transporting formation in the Devata realms, it's impossible for him to teleport to the profound Nether Mansion, let alone the 1 basic Celestial King and the 6 combos Celestial King. Even the 9 Palaces Celestial King wouldn't be willing to use the transporting formations to travel to the profound Nether Mansion's territories. Moreover, with the 9 Palaces Celestial King's speed, it wouldn't take long for him to travel to the profound Nether Mansion's territories. Not only were 9 Palaces Celestial Kings powerful, but they were also extremely fast. After experiencing the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to him by Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian gained a new understanding of the speed of a celestial lord. In the past, although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base and divine consciousness were comparable to ordinary celestial lords due to the consumable royal grade celestial weapon, his speed was not comparable to a real celestial lord. In fact, he was not even comparable to some powerful celestial kings. For example, the 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang was not as fast as the 9 Palaces Celestial King, even though his consumable royal grade celestial weapon had temporarily boosted his cultivation base to the level of an ordinary celestial lord. This was because the profundities he had comprehended were too weak. Many people would use the transporting formations to travel to the profound Nether Mansion together, so they can share the cost of the 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. After Ling Jueyun finished speaking, he and Duan Lingtian arrived at one of the halls in the ring-shaped building. The transportation formation that leads to the Jade Emperor Heaven is in this hall. Ling Jueyun said to Duan Lingtian after they landed on the ground. Duan Lingtian nodded as he studied the hall in front of him. This hall was different from the magnificent halls he had seen in the past. The decorations of this hall were crude, and it gave off a primitive vibe. When they arrived at the entrance of the hall, they saw many people standing outside. Whenever they saw someone walking into the hall alone, they would approach and strike up a conversation. "Brother, are you going to the MOE in heaven? If you are, we can travel together. You can stay at the place you want to go first. What do you think? Brother, where do you plan to go? If you're going to the Wu Xian heaven, we can travel together. If you're willing to stay at the place I want to go, you'll only have to pay 30,000 prominent celestial crystals and 10,000 prominent celestial crystals. What do you think? Sir, are you going to the Hong Yun heaven? When Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun entered the hall together, they could vaguely hear voices coming from outside the hall. Naturally, the voices were much softer after they entered the hall. Moreover, they could not hear anyone striking up a conversation in the hall. It was obvious such behavior was prohibited in the hall. After Duan Lingtian entered the main hall, he glanced left and right. With just a glance, he saw people standing in every corner of the main hall like javelins. Among these people, there were middle-aged men and old men. All of them were dressed in dark green robes with a cloud embroidered on their chests. The words "Profound Nether" were written on the cloud. Although they stood there motionless, their heads moved from side to side from time to time, and their sharp gazes swept through the hall. Are these people from the profound Nether Mansion? Duan Lingtian asked Ling Jueyun. Yes, Ling Jueyun nodded. There are about 20 people from the profound Nether Mansion in a hall like this. 9 of them are in charge of the transportation formations in the Devata realms. The remaining 9 people are in charge of maintaining order. Duan Lingtian nodded. It was not difficult for him to figure out the 10 people he had noticed earlier were in charge of maintaining order in the hall. There are so many people outside looking for partners to be teleported to the Devata realms, but no one here dares to strike up a conversation. This is because of the rules here. Ling Jueyun continued to say, if someone strikes up a conversation in the hall and is kicked out by the profound Nether Mansion, they won't be able to set foot in the hall for a year. If they want to continue their journey, they'll have to go to another Devata Realms transportation formation outside Axe Mountain City. Ling Jueyun's words confirmed Duan Lingtian's suspicions. Chapter 3083. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally noticed the 9 transporting formations in the Devata realm. There were 9 high platforms. On one side of the high platform, there was only one person standing straight, like a javelin. The rest of the people were further away from the high platform. If one looked carefully, one could see that only the person standing on the side of the high platform had patterns on the ground beneath his feet. The inscriptions seemed to have golden ink flowing on them. Moreover, the ink seemed to be boiling as it pulsed and shone brightly. That person is the guardian of the formation sent by the profound Nether Mansion. As though he had noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, Ling Jueyun said, the guardian of the profound Nether Mansion's formation might not be strong, but he has mastered the formation that covers the transporting formations in the Devata realm. It said that the formation that covers the transporting formations in the Devata realm has a killing formation that can kill celestial kings and below with just a thought. Although I can't kill some of the more powerful celestial kings, I'll be able to leave a mark on them and hold them back for a while. During that time, the powerhouses from the profound Nether Mansion will be able to rush over through the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. The reason the profound Nether Mansion set up such a formation is because they're worried that people who refuse to pay the 10,000 prominent celestial crystals would force their way into the transporting formations in the Devata realm. Apart from that, they're also worried that people would freeload on the transporting formations in the Devata realm without paying any celestial crystals. Ling Jueyun said in one breath. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. It was not difficult to understand why the profound Nether Mansion would do this. After all, the profound Nether Mansion was not a charity. They would definitely find a way to recoup the cost of hiring a formation master to set up the transporting formations in the Devata realm. Just like on Earth in his past life, there were tolls for highways, planes, and high-speed trains. The transporting formations in the Devata realm lead to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Ling Jueyun said to Duan Lingtian as he led Duan Lingtian to a high platform. In front of the high platform the Formation Guardian was collecting immortal crystals from a middle-aged man and an old man. Each of them was given 10,000 high-grade immortal crystals. After that, they were allowed to approach the high platform and walk up. After the two of them stepped onto the high platform, each of them took out 50,000 upper-grade celestial crystals and scattered them on the high platform in an irregular manner, almost completely covering the surface of the high platform. After a few breaths' time, a white light appeared on the surface of the platform and shrouded the 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. It then melted the celestial crystals and turned them into a part of it. The light, which was originally like a white mist, turned into a white liquid after fusing with the 100,000 upper-grade celestial crystals. It moved and flowed on the surface of the platform, creating ripples. In the next moment, the white liquid began to boil on the surface of the platform. Swoosh! Without any warning, after the white liquid boiled for a while, a blazing and dazzling white light suddenly gushed out from it, drowning the two figures on the high platform, causing them to completely disappear in front of everyone's eyes. When the white light finally dissipated, the two figures were nowhere to be seen. Apart from that, the high platform returned to its original state. There was no longer any white mist or white liquid. Everything had returned to how it was before the two figures went up. Don't they have to tell the Formation Guardian where they're going? Duan Lingtian asked Ling Jueyun. There's no need for that. Ling Jueyun shook his head. Where do you want to go? Once you've placed the immortal crystals in place, all you have to do is infuse your divine sense with the boiling white liquid. The formation will send you to your destination. It's just like what I've said before. It can only be sent to a geographical unit like the profound Nether Mansions territory where we're currently at. Moreover, it can only be sent to a transporting formation in that geographical unit. Ling Jueyun said. A transporting formation? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. He had read about a transporting formation in the Simplicity Celestial Sect, so he knew the transporting formation was used to receive people from other places. In any place where there was a transporting formation, there would be a transporting formation as well. However, the two transporting formations would not be too close to each other. Apart from that, the transporting formations were unguarded and did not need to be guarded. There should be a transporting formation in Axe Mountain City, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Ling Jueyun. Yes. Ling Jueyun nodded. The transporting formation in Cauldron Mountain City is outside the eastern city gate. Of course, it's not as lively as this place, and the environment is not as good. It's just a barren land with a few dozen broken stone platforms carved with formations. Ling Jueyun's words were exactly as Duan Lingtian had expected. Every place where there was a transporting formation would have a transporting formation. Moreover, the two transporting formations would not be too close to each other. After a short while, a person paid 10,000 prominent celestial crystals and stepped onto the platform that led to the transporting formation in the Jade Emperor Heaven. After a while, the person disappeared from the platform in a flash of white light. Meanwhile, there was no one in front of Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. It was their turn now. Duan Lingtian was about to hand the 20,000 prominent celestial crystals to the Formation Guardian when Ling Jueyun beat him to it. Then he turned to look at Duan Lingtian and said, "Let's go up." All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and followed Ling Jueyun to the platform. As soon as he stepped onto the platform, he took out the 100,000 prominent celestial crystals that he had prepared earlier and scattered them on the platform. Ling Jueyun was slightly taken aback when he saw this. However, he did not pay much attention to it. After all, 100,000 prominent celestial crystals were nothing to him. However, even if 100,000 prominent celestial crystals were nothing to Duan Lingtian, a favor was still a favor to Duan Lingtian. He did this because he did not want to owe Ling Jueyun a favor. In his past life, when he was still on Earth, he had always followed a principle. As long as it was a problem that could be solved with money, he would never owe anyone a favor. A debt of gratitude was the most difficult debt to repay in the world. It's no wonder the Simplicity Celestial Sect's records about transporting formations to the Devata realm states that celestial crystals must be laid out on top of the transporting formations. For this reason, one has to use at least prominent celestial crystals. It's impossible to lay out mediocre celestial crystals on top of the transporting formations, let alone primitive celestial crystals. Duan Lingtian looked at the 100,000 prominent celestial crystals that covered almost all of the transporting formations on the platform. He recalled the records he had read in the Simplicity Celestial Sect about the transporting formations to the Devata realms. The transporting formations on the platform could only lay out 100,000 celestial crystals at most. For this reason, only prominent celestial crystals and above could be laid out on top of the transporting formations on the platform. If two people are to be transported to the transporting formation, both of them will have to send their divine consciousness into the white liquid when it boils before the transporting formation will be activated. Ling Jueyun said to Duan Lingtian, "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he waited for the 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to be shrouded in a layer of white mist before they turned into white liquid. After the white liquid boiled, he extended his divine consciousness into the white liquid, just as Ling Jueyun had instructed. Jade Emperor Heaven, Fair Heaven Territory, Yen Mountain Mansion. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Initially, Duan Lingtian did not feel anything. However, when he thought about it, he could not help but feel excited. Based on what he knew, there were many people in the Jade Emperor Heaven whom he was familiar with when he was on Earth in his past life. For example, the great sage, Heaven's equal, Sun Wukong, True Lord Erlang, Yang Jian, the third prince, Neza, and many others. There were many legendary figures as well. However, with my current strength, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to meet them. The weakest among them is at least a celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. If he was a celestial emperor expert in the Jade Emperor Heaven, he might have a chance to meet the people he was familiar with in his previous life. However, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to meet them. That's right. Fair Heaven Territory? Fair Heaven? If I'm not mistaken, Sun Wukong's sworn brother, the Bull Demon King, is known as the Great Saint of Fair Heaven. Is it possible that the Fair Heaven Territory is related to him? Duan Lingtian was still thinking about this when the white light that rose from his feet shrouded him. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun left the spirit overarching heaven through the transporting formation to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Near the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, an intelligence agent from the Blood Skull Gang crushed a communication celestial talisman and sent a message back to the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Lingtian, the true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect in the profound Nether Mansion, didn't return to the Simplicity Celestial Sect. This was the message the intelligence agent from the Blood Skull Gang sent back. When the intelligence agent from the Blood Skull Gang received the message, he immediately relayed the message to the person in charge of the mission to kill Duan Lingtian. Currently, the person in charge of the mission had changed a few times. In the end, Chun Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, was in charge. Where did that brat get such a difficult mission? Since he knows the Blood Skull Gang wants to kill him, it's only natural for him to hide as far as he can after leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sect. It'll be difficult for us to find and kill him. Chun Yuanshan was a well-built, middle-aged man. He had a resolute expression on his face, and he exuded a dignified aura. Chen Li was his only son. Chapter 3084. The Southern Heaven Territory did not belong to any Grade 6 celestial mansions. In the front yard of a luxurious mansion in a huge city that occupied a vast area, a young man in embroidered clothes was sitting at a table and tasting fragrant tea. The teacup in his hand suddenly stopped, and his face turned gloomy. "Chenli, what's wrong?" Another young man sitting across the table looked at the young man dressed in embroidered robes with a puzzled expression. The young man was dressed in a long white robe. He had a handsome appearance and held a folding fan in his hand. His bearing was extraordinary, and there was a smile on his face. "Do you remember the genius disciple from the profound Nether Mansion's Simplicity Celestial sect whom I mentioned to you before?" The young man dressed in embroidered robes was none other than Chun-Li, the illegitimate son of Qin Yuan Shan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. "Yes." The white-clad young man nodded. "What's wrong?" "Up until now, we still haven't completed the mission," Chun-Li said in a deep voice. "What?" The white-clad young man's expression changed slightly. He was well aware of the Blood Skull Gang's strength. However, up until now, they had yet to kill an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. "Does he have some life-saving technique?" the white-clad young man asked. "Initially, he did have some life-saving technique. It's confirmed that it's a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. With the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he managed to kill the first one basic celestial king that the Blood Skull Gang sent out." Chun-Li said, "The consumable royal-grade celestial weapon allowed him to possess a cultivation base and divine consciousness that's comparable to a one basic celestial lord. Although his comprehension of the profundities of a law is mediocre, it shouldn't be difficult for him to kill a one basic celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang." The white-clad young man nodded. Then he asked, "After the first one basic celestial king died, the Blood Skull Gang must have sent a stronger assassin, right? As one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory, the Blood Skull would either not accept a mission, or they would not give up until they killed their target unless they could not complete the mission." The white-clad young man was well aware of this. The second assassin that the Blood Skull Gang sent out was a 6-combo celestial king who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. Chun-Li said, "A 6-combo celestial king who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. With such strength, I'm afraid only 1 or 2 people from the Simplicity Celestial sect in the profound Nether Mansion would be a match for him, right?" The white-robed youth asked in surprise. "Did he fail as well?" "Not only did he fail, but he also died in the profound Nether Mansion's territory, just like the one basic celestial king earlier." Chun-Li's expression darkened. Even a 6-combo celestial king who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind died. The white-robed young man's expression changed again. Could it be that the expert of the target's sect has made a move? I don't know. Before that person died, he didn't send back any information, so we don't know who did it. After that, the Blood Skull Gang sent out a 3rd assassin, a 9 Palaces celestial king. A 9 Palaces immortal king assassin. The white-clad young man raised an eyebrow. A 9 Palaces celestial king is capable of wiping out grade 7 forces in the profound Nether Mansion's territory as long as they don't openly make an enemy of the profound Nether Mansion. I don't think there's anything wrong with him, right? In his opinion, sending a 9 Palaces celestial king to deal with a peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Although he didn't die, the target managed to escape right under his nose. Chun-Li's face was so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water. What happened? The white-robed young man frowned. That damn sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect gave the target a wind shadow escape talisman that the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion had given him. Apart from the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord, the wind shadow escape talisman also contains the law of wind's gale profundity and the law of wind's wind style profundity. The gale profundity and the wind style profundity are both at the initial stage, Chen Li said through gritted teeth. The gale profundity and the wind style profundity are both at the initial stage. With the help of the wind shadow escape talisman, the target managed to escape from the 9 palaces, celestial king of the Blood Skull Gang. The 9 palaces celestial king had no choice but to return empty-handed. Chen Li's eyes flashed with killing intent. Since the target had managed to escape from the Blood Skull Gang's assassins, the pressure on him was mounting. If it were not for his father's support, the high-ranking officials of the Blood Skull Gang would have long sought revenge on him. A wind shadow escape talisman that contains the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord and the law of wind's gale profundity and the law of wind's wind-style profundity to the initial stage. The white-robed young man's eyes flashed as he said indifferently, with such a celestial talisman, even a 10-direction celestial king in the Blood Skull Gang can only watch as a target escapes, let alone a 9 palaces celestial king. I didn't expect the sect leader of a grade 7 sect to possess such a wind shadow escape talisman. It seems like the mansion master of the profound nether mansion values him a lot. The white-robed young man said, "No matter how much the mansion master values him, he can't compare to you." At this moment, Chen Li seemed to have recalled something. He looked at the white-robed young man and asked, "By the way, the selection for the true disciple of the Tao Scholar Profound sect is about to begin, right? Are you confident you'll be selected as a true disciple?" "I'm 100% confident." The white-robed young man narrowed his eyes as a confident expression appeared on his handsome face. "Congratulations." A rare smile appeared on Chen Li's face. Although his face was ugly, his smile was uglier than crying. His friend was a core disciple of the Tao Scholar Profound sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven Territory. Moreover, he was one of the top core disciples. If his friend managed to become a true disciple of the Tao Scholar Profound sect, his friend would be the youngest true disciple in the history of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. After all, there are only 3 true disciples in the Tao Scholar Profound Nether sect. The number of true disciples in ordinary sects could not be compared to them. "You lost your composure just now. You must have received someone's message, right?" the white-robed young man asked as he looked at Chen Li. "It's from my father." Chen Li sighed. "He just sent me a message saying that the target has gone to the Jade Emperor Heaven through a transporting formation in Axe Mountain City in the profound Nether Mansions territory 3 days ago. As for the location of the Jade Emperor Heaven, only the target and his companions know. Naturally, if the profound Nether Mansion is willing to cooperate with us, we can send a formation master to Axe Mountain City to check his whereabouts through the transporting formation in the Devata realm. It won't be difficult for us to find out where he is in the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, the problem is the profound Nether Mansion won't cooperate with us," Chen Li said in a low voice. A hint of reluctance could be heard in his voice. "The profound Nether Mansion?" The white-robed young man raised an eyebrow when he heard Chen Li's words. "Perhaps I can help you with this." Chen Li instinctively looked at the white-robed young man when he heard the white-robed young man's words. "I have a junior brother who's from the profound Nether Mansion. I heard from him that his father is the vice mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. Naturally, it's impossible for him to help you kill the genius disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. However, it shouldn't be difficult for him to investigate the transporting formation in the Devata realms. Naturally, you have to keep your identities a secret. You can't let them know that you're investigating the transporting formation to kill the genius disciple of the profound Nether Mansion," the white-robed young man said in one breath. Upon hearing the white-robed young man's words, Chen Li's eyes lit up immediately. Then he looked at the white-robed young man solemnly and said, "Brother Ryu, I'll owe you a huge favor if this works." "There's no need for thanks between us." The white-robed young man smiled faintly. At some point he had unfolded the fan in his hand and was fanning it slowly. It looked like an ordinary fan, but if one were to look closely, one would be able to see traces of faint green flowing light pulsating around the fan. It was as if there were many small green snakes swinging their bodies. After a while, the white-robed young man took out a communication celestial talisman and crushed it. Meanwhile, in the Tao Scholar Profound Sex estate, a young man who was cultivating received a message from the white-robed young man. Senior brother Yen Ruyu? The young man's expression stiffened when he heard the message. A hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes. He did not expect Yen Ruyu would take the initiative to contact him and ask for his help. Yen Ruyu was the last disciple of the sect leader of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. He was also the strongest core disciple in the Tao Scholar Profound sect in the last 10,000 years. Moreover, he would soon become one of the 3 true disciples of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. He had to look up to someone like Yen Ruyu. Senior brother Yen Ruyu, what do you need me to do for you? As long as it's within my ability, I'll do my best to help you. The young man replied through voice transmission. There's no need for you to do anything for me. Yen Ruyu said indifferently. I remember you told someone that your father is the vice mansion master of the grade 6 profound nether mansion, right? That's right, the young man replied. I want you to ask your father for help. I want my friend's formation master to investigate a transporting formation in the profound nether mansion's territory. Are you willing to help me with this? Yen Ruyu asked. Investigate a transporting formation in the profound nether mansion's territory? The young man frowned slightly. Then he asked respectfully, Senior brother Yen Ruyu, may I know who your friend's family is looking for? The purpose of investigating the transportation formation was, naturally, to find out where the person who used the transportation formation had gone. Chapter 3085. A disciple of my friend's family has committed a serious crime and has escaped from the family. They want to capture him. Yen Ruyu had prepared this excuse beforehand. I see. The young man came to a sudden understanding and immediately agreed. Senior brother Yen Ruyu, I'll immediately send a message to my father. I'll definitely handle this matter properly for you. Thank you. Feel free to look for me if you need anything in the future. Yen Ruyu said. The young man's eyes lit up when he heard Yen Ruyu's words. His breathing quickened slightly. In the past, before he joined the Tao Scholar Profound sect, he was considered a genius in the profound nether mansion. However, after joining the Tao Scholar Profound sect, there were many geniuses like him, and many of them were even more outstanding than him. Among them, the most outstanding one was Yen Ruyu, the last disciple of the sect leader of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. Not only was Yen Ruyu monstrously talented, but he also had a powerful background. It was his dream to build a good relationship with Yen Ruyu. It was impossible for him to do Yen Ruyu a favor. For this reason, he had already made up his mind. Even if Yen Ruyu's request was difficult, he would do his best to convince his father to help Yen Ruyu's friend investigate the transportation formation in the Devata realm. Moreover, he had already promised Yen Ruyu that there was no turning back. Father, the young man took a deep breath before he contacted his father, one of the 3 vice mansion masters of the profound nether mansion. What's the matter? The young man's father, Li Lin Yi, one of the vice mansion masters of the profound nether mansion, replied immediately. Although Li Lin Yi had several sons, his son's innate talent and comprehension ability were the highest. Although this son was the youngest among his sons, he was the most orderly. His cultivation had already surpassed all of his other sons. Moreover, Li Lin Yi had joined the Tao Scholar Profound sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven Territory. Currently, he was a core disciple of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. If Li Lin Yi was given more time, he might even become a high-ranking official in the Dao Scholar Profound sect. At that time, as long as the current Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion returned to the clan that ruled the Profound Nether Mansion, the new Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion would have an advantage. The other two Vice Mansion Masters would not be able to compete with him at all. It was for this reason that he was very kind to this son of his, like a loving father, and was not at all as severe as he was to his other sons. Father Li Yan went straight to the point and told Li Lini everything that had happened. He even emphasized Yan Ru Yu's position in the Dao Scholar Profound sect. Among all the people in the Dao Scholar Profound sect, Yan Ru Yu had the highest chance of becoming the next sect leader. The next sect leader of the Dao Scholar Profound sect. After hearing his son's message, Li Lini's heart could not help but tremble violently. The Dao Scholar Profound sect was a 5th grade sect. Although it was only 1 grade higher than the Profound Nether Mansion, a grade 6 Celestial Mansion, there was a huge gap between them. For example, the clan that ruled the Profound Nether Mansion was one of the top clans in the Southern Territory. The Profound Nether Mansion was one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was also a 5th grade clan, and its status in the Southern Heaven Territory was on par with the Dao Scholar Profound sect. However, in terms of strength, the Profound Nether Mansion was slightly weaker than the Dao Scholar Profound sect. Even the current Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion would only be an inner elder of the Profound Nether Mansion after his term in the Profound Nether Mansion ended, let alone Li Yan, a Vice Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. Although there were not as many inner elders as outer elders in the Profound Nether Mansion, there were still quite a number of them. Their status in the Profound Nether Mansion was only average. This matter is a little tricky. If the 2 Vice Mansion Masters find out about this, they'll definitely use this matter to suppress me in front of the Lord Mansion Master. However, it's worth the risk if I can befriend someone like Yan Ru Yu. Li Lini quickly gave his son a reply after weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Li Lini was a person with no background. Naturally, he knew when to give and take since he was able to get to where he was today. He knew very well that Yan Ru Yu was not an ordinary person. If it were not for the fact that he needed Li Lini's help, Li Lini would not have been able to befriend someone like Yan Ru Yu. Thank you, father. Li Yan was pleasantly surprised when he heard his father's straightforward reply. He thought he would have to spend a lot of effort persuading his father. Tell your senior brother Yan Ru Yu to tell his friend's family to come and look for me. Li Lini said, Yes, father. Li Yan replied before he sent a message to Yan Ru Yu. Senior brother Yan Ru Yu, it's done. My father said to tell your friend's family to come and look for him in the Profound Nether Mansion. My father is Li Lini. He's one of the 3 Vice Mansion Masters of the Profound Nether Mansion. Li Yan paused for a moment before he added, All right, thank you. Yan Ru Yu replied, Senior brother Yan, you're welcome. It's my honor to be able to help you. Li Yan said, No matter what, I owe you a huge favor. After sending another message, Yan Ru Yu looked at Chun-Li and said with a faint smile on his face, It's done. Tell your father to send someone to the Profound Nether Mansion to look for Vice Mansion Master Li Lin Yi so he can investigate the transporting formation in the Davada realm. We'll be able to find out where the target went. Chen Li's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly crushed a communication celestial talisman and relayed the news to his father, Qin Yuan Shan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. That little brat must have accumulated a lot of good fortune to be able to befriend someone like young master Yan Ru Yu. Chun Yuan Shan sighed when he heard Chun Yuan Shan's words. When Chun Yuan Shan received Chen Li's message and found out from Chun Li that it was Yan Ryu who helped him, he couldn't help but sigh. Naturally, he knew about the friendship between his illegitimate son and Yan Ryu. They had known each other since they were young. It was a pure friendship that did not involve any benefits. However, unlike his illegitimate son, Yen Ruyu's innate talent and comprehension ability had been discovered at a young age. Eventually, Yen Ruyu had joined the Tao scholar Profound sect and was accepted as his last disciple by the sect leader of the Tao scholar Profound sect. However, despite his current status, Yen Ruyu had never forgotten his childhood playmate, Qinli. He would often look for Qinli. In fact, Yen Ruyu had even personally visited his father to ask him to compensate Qinli. Otherwise, he would not let Qinli off the hook. Of course, he didn't tell Qinli about this, so Qinli didn't know. The Jade Emperor Heaven was one of the 81 Devata realms. It was the closest Devata realm to Yen Huang realm, the mundane realm where Duan Lingtian's hometown, Earth, was located. When Duan Lingtian ascended, he should have ascended to this Devata realm. However, due to the turbulence in the realm of gods that occurred once every 10,000 years, the spatial energy in the spatial tunnel was disrupted. As a result, Duan Lingtian ascended to another Devata realm, the spirit overarching heaven. With our speed, it'll take us at least half a month to reach the wind-resistant city. Do we have enough time? Somewhere in Yen Mountain Mansion, in the equal heaven territory of the Jade Emperor Heaven, 3 people were flying side by side in the sky. One of them was asking the other person next to him. We agreed to meet at the wind-resistant city 2 months after we arrived in the Jade Emperor Heaven. We still have plenty of time. The person who was asked the question replied, "We came all the way here for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. We even spent a lot of celestial crystals to teleport here from the spirit overarching heaven. If I find out that person lied to me, I won't let him off the hook." The last person said in a deep voice, "You won't let him off the hook? Why do I seem to remember that you seem to have fought with him before and lost to him?" The person who spoke first said mockingly as he looked at the last person, "Humph, I lost to him because I was careless. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost to him since our cultivation bases are on par with each other." The last person scoffed and said indignantly, based on the conversation between the 3 people, it was clear they had also teleported from the spirit overarching heaven to Yen Mountain Mansion in the equal heaven territory of the Jade Emperor Heaven. They had also received an invitation to come here. Although the 3 of them were only slightly over 100 years old, they were already peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials who had comprehended at least 2 profundities from a law. The wind-resistant city was the place where they had agreed to meet up with the person who told them there was a secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor in Yen Mountain Mansion in the equal heaven territory of the Jade Emperor Heaven. At the same time, 2 figures could be seen flying in the sky in another direction of the wind-resistant city. Among them, the young man in purple had a handsome face. Although his face was slightly tense, his gentle gaze gave people a very comfortable feeling. As for the other young man in gray, he had a cold expression on his face. His cold gaze made him seem as if he was constantly emitting an aura that kept people thousands of miles away. These 2 people were none other than Duan Lingtian and Ling Jun, who had teleported from the spirit overarching heaven to the Jade Emperor Heaven through the transporting formation. The wind-resistant city should be up ahead. At this moment, a small black that appeared in front of them. It grew larger in just a blink of an eye, revealing the outline of a city. It seems like we've arrived a month early. That's good as well. We can familiarize ourselves with the environment of the wind-resistant city and see how many people the reincarnated celestial emperor has invited. Ling Juyin said, "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. His interest in the secret realm where the reincarnated celestial emperor had planted the heaven, sacrificial, divine fruit tree grew. Chapter 3086. The wind-resistant city was a city under the Yen Mountain Mansion. Its status in the Yen Mountain Mansion was similar to the status in the profound Nether Mansion. There were also transporting formations in the wind-resistant city that connected to the other 80 Devata realms from the Jade Emperor Heaven. These transporting formations were inscribed by the Yen Mountain Mansion's formation masters. It would cost 10,000 prominent celestial crystals to use them. The scale of the wind-resistant city was similar to that of Axe Mountain City. When Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyin entered wind-resistant city, they could see the endless stream of people entering and leaving the city. The city was bustling with noise and excitement. There's still more than a month to go. Let's look for an inn to stay in. Since the wind-resistant city is a city under the Yen Mountain Mansion, there should be an inn under the profound Nether Mansion, like the Above Cloud Pavilion in Axe Mountain City. Ling Jueyun suggested. Duan Ling Tian nodded in agreement. Soon after, the duo found an inn under the Yen Mountain Mansion in the wind-resistant city. Although the rooms in the inn were not as high as the Above Cloud Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion's Above Cloud Pavilion, the treatment was no different from the other rooms in the Above Cloud Pavilion. The treatment of the best rooms in the Above Cloud Pavilion was similar to the treatment of the best rooms in the Above Cloud Pavilion. Unlike the best rooms in the Above Cloud Pavilion that could accommodate 2 people at most, the best rooms in the inn under the Yen Mountain Mansion, the Attainment Pavilion, could accommodate up to 3 people at most. After checking in, Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyin stayed in their respective rooms to comprehend the profundities of the law as they waited for the arrival of the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. A few days after Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyin stayed in the first Attainment Pavilion, a travel-worn female guest arrived at another courtyard near their courtyard. She looked like she had traveled a long way. If Duan Lingtian was not in the room, but in the courtyard, he would definitely be able to see this female guest and recognize her. The female guest was none other than Murong Xiao, who was ranked in the top 3 along with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun in the profound Nether Mansion's lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Murong Xiao was a genius from the Murong clan, a grade 7 clan in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. She was from the profound Nether Mansion in the Southern Heaven territory of the spirit overarching Spirit Heaven. Unlike Duan Lingtian Mansion's lower realm of the Upper Cloud Pavilion, Murong Xiao City. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyin were not the only ones who were unaware of the arrival of another acquaintance from the profound Nether Mansion. Even Murong Xiao was unaware that 2 acquaintances from the profound Nether Mansion had moved into the Unison Pavilion a few days earlier than her. The Attainment Pavilion was the best in a wind-resistant city. Anyone with extraordinary strength or background would stay here. Before Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, and Murong Xiao had stayed in the Attainment Pavilion, many other peak overarching Heavenly Supreme, Celestials from the Spirit overarching Heaven, and other Devata realms had stayed in the Attainment Pavilion as well. These peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, including Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, and Murong Xiao, had been invited to the Attainment Pavilion. They had come for the secret realm that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. In the room, Duan Lingtian was fully immersed in comprehending the law of fire's explosion profundity. With the help of the chaos divine flame, his speed of comprehending the explosion profundity was extremely fast. He had a feeling he would be able to comprehend the explosion profundity at any time. About half a month later, Duan Lingtian felt like he was about to comprehend the explosion profundity at any moment, but he was still unable to do so. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, what's going on? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the Chaos Divine Flame. He really wanted to know what was going on. After comprehending the seizing profundity and burning profundity of the laws of fire, you already have a deep understanding of the laws of fire and some preconceived notions. Now that you've comprehended the explosion profundity, there will more or less be some conflict. Since you're feeling this way, it means you've reached a bottleneck in comprehending the explosion profundity. After listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood why he had reached a bottleneck in comprehending the explosion profundity. As it turned out, it was because he had comprehended the plundering profundity and the burning profundity. I have just comprehended the fourth law of fire's profundity, and I've already reached a bottleneck. Won't it be even harder for me to break through the bottleneck when I try to comprehend the fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth profundities from the law of fire in the future? Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply. Of course. The Chaos Divine Flame said, "It's not difficult to comprehend the first few profundities of any law. However, it's extremely difficult to comprehend more than 5 profundities. Comprehending all 9 profundities of a law is even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. For someone with average comprehension ability, no matter how much time they have or how good the environment is, it's still very difficult for them to comprehend all 9 profundities of a law." The Chaos Divine Flame continued to explain. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Although he had heard the Chaos Divine Flame's last sentence, he did not have a deep understanding of it. However, after listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's explanation, he had a deeper understanding. The more profundities one comprehended, the more difficult it would be to comprehend the rest of the profundities. Next, if you don't need to cultivate, you can try to comprehend another profundity from the law of fire. There are many people who have comprehended another profundity from the law of fire when they encounter similar bottlenecks. They'll be able to break through the bottleneck of that profundity. The Chaos Divine Flame finally gave Duan Lingtian a suggestion. It told Duan Lingtian to put the explosion profundity aside for now and try to comprehend other profundities from the law of fire. Perhaps he might be able to break through the bottleneck by comprehending other profundities from the law of fire. You can do that. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He quickly accepted the Chaos Divine Flame suggestion. Senior, I have 2 Fire-type King-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. You can comprehend the blazing sun profundity from the law of fire. As for the other Fire-type King-grade divine ability, you can comprehend the fire elemental profundity from the law of fire. The fire elemental profundity seems to be more useless. Should I comprehend the blazing sun profundity first? Although Duan Lingtian had made up his mind, he still asked the Chaos Divine Flame about it. Even if he comprehended the fire elemental profundity to the rudimentary stage, it was still useless. He could only use it in a fiery environment. Only when he comprehended it to the mastery stage would he be able to use it in a fiery environment. All right, comprehend the blazing sun profundity first. The Chaos Divine Flame gave Duan Lingtian an affirmative answer. Wait a minute. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened slightly as he asked the Chaos Divine Flame, Senior, the fire elemental profundity? The fire elemental profundity from the law of fire is similar to the earth elemental profundity from the law of earth. The wind elemental profundity from the law of wind should be similar to the fire elemental profundity from the law of fire and the earth elemental profundity from the law of earth, right? The fire elemental profundity from the law of fire and the earth elemental profundity from the law of earth have restrictions on the usage of the fire elemental profundity from the law of wind, right? If that's the case, why was I able to unleash the speed of the wind elemental profundity from the wind elemental profundity to the initial stage when I used the wind shadow escape talisman? Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Flame. Earlier, he had recalled the wind shadow escape talisman that Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, had given him. Previously, due to the wind shadow escape talisman that contained the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord, the gale profundity, and the wind elemental profundity from the law of wind to the initial stage, he was able to escape from the 9 palaces, Celestial King Assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. When he used the celestial talisman, he could clearly sense the speed of the celestial origin energy from the gale profundity and the wind elemental profundity. The wind elemental profundity's speed was not inferior to the celestial origin energy's speed. However, the wind travel profundity contained in the wind shadow escape talisman was only at the initial stage of the wind travel profundity. Under such circumstances, shouldn't it be similar to the fire elemental profundity from the law of fire and the earth elemental profundity from the law of earth? Before you ask this question, have you thought about the environment you were in after you used the wind shadow escape talisman? The chaos divine flame asked, "Don't tell me you used it in a windless environment." A windless environment? Duan Ling Tian pondered the chaos divine flame's question for a moment before realization dawned on him. So that's how it is. Although the wind walking profundity has its limitations, it's still possible to use the wind walking profundity most of the time due to the presence of wind. If it's in a windless environment, the wind elemental profundity won't be of any use unless it's at the mastery stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood. As long as it was not in a completely sealed space, there would still be wind. Even if it seemed like there was no wind, there would still be a breeze in the air. It was just that the wind was too weak to stimulate one's senses. Those who comprehend the law of wind are really lucky. For those of us who comprehend the law of fire, the fire elemental profundity is useless before we reach the mastery stage. However, even if the wind elemental profundity is only at the rudimentary stage, it can still increase their speed. After all, there's always wind in an environment. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. At this moment, he could not help but feel envious of those who comprehended the law of wind. After taking a deep breath and calming down, Duan Lingtian focused on comprehending the law of fire's blazing sun profundity with the help of the chaos divine flame. Chapter 3087. It's time. Duan Lingtian asked as he walked out of the room and looked at Ling Juyun, who was standing in the courtyard. Yes. Ling Juyun nodded and said, "Earlier he sent me a message and asked us to meet at the mountain range 130,000 miles south of wind-resistant city. There's a mountain there that looks like a giant wolf howling at the sky. He wants us to meet at the peak of that mountain. If you don't get there in time before nightfall, you'll be deemed to have given up on entering the secret realm." Those were his exact words. Ling Juyun finished his sentence. "In that case, let's head there now," Duan Lingtian said. "All right." Ling Juyun nodded. Then, he left the courtyard with Duan Lingtian. However, as soon as they left the courtyard, Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun heard someone calling out to them. "Duan Lingtian? Ling Juyun?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard the voice. There was actually someone here who knew him. Moreover, she knew Ling Juyun. Based on the voice, it seemed like it belonged to a woman. Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun turned to look at the source of the voice. A hint of surprise could be seen on the beautiful woman's face as she looked at them. Morong Xiao Xiao? Although it had been almost 10 years, Duan Lingtian recognized the woman immediately. She was none other than Morong Xiao Xiao, the genius disciple from the Morong clan, a grade 7 clan in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. Previously, when the profound Nether Mansion's lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, Duan Lingtian, Ling Juyun, and Morong Xiao Xiao were ranked in the top 3. For this reason, Morong Xiao Xiao had left a deep impression on him. It seems like Morong Xiao Xiao has also received an invitation from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. At this moment, Ling Juyun's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian nodded in response. The reason Morong Xiao Xiao appeared here at this time was self-evident. She must have received an invitation from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor, just like the two of them. Let's go. If it's possible, don't get involved with her. I don't want to bring a burden with me. Ling Juyun looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he left. Duan Lingtian followed closely behind. Duan Lingjuyan was speechless. What did Ling Jueyun's gaze mean? Did Duan Lingjuyan really thought he would get involved with Morong Xiao Xiao for no reason? Although Morong Xiao Xiao was quite beautiful, she was still inferior to his wives, Ker and Li Fei, let alone Huan, or whom he had met in the spirit overarching heaven. These two fellows. Morong Xiao Xiao murmured inwardly. She was slightly annoyed when she saw the duo had no intention of responding to her, even though she had taken the initiative to greet them. Under normal circumstances, with her pride and self-esteem, she would not have bothered with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. However, this time, she had left the spirit overarching heaven and came to the Jade Emperor heaven alone. Moreover, she was going to explore the secret realm that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. If she could maintain a good relationship with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, her safety would undoubtedly be guaranteed. For this reason, she thickened her skin and followed Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, when did the two of you arrive? Since the two of you are here at this time, you must have received an invitation as well, right? Since the two of you are heading south as well, it seems like our destination is the same. Why don't the three of us work together after we enter the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor? Naturally, there's no need for the three of you to split the loot equally with me. We'll split the loot into 5 portions. Each of you will take 2 portions, and I'll take 1. What do you think? Morong Xiao Xiao had been following Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun from the moment they left the inn until they left wind-resistant city. Based on her words, it seemed like she wanted to join the two of them in exploring the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. In order to show her sincerity, she directly stated that she only wanted 20% of the loot she obtained from the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. In her opinion, since she had made such a big concession, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun would definitely agree to her joining them. After all, she was not weak. If she joined forces with them, she would be able to explore the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. However, Morong Xiao Xiao did not expect this. Even after she had made such a big concession, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun still continued on their way. They did not even turn around, let alone agree to her suggestion. Morong Xiao Xiao's expression turned unsightly, and a hint of grievance could be seen in her eyes. As the prodigy of the Morong clan, when had she, Morong Xiao Xiao, ever felt so wronged? Apart from us, there seem to be many people who came out of the inn and are heading south. It seems like they've also received an invitation from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. Ling Jueyun sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. However, apart from Morong Xiao Xiao, I don't see any familiar faces. It seems like the reincarnated Celestial Emperor has only invited the three of us from the profound Nether Mansion's territory in the spirit overarching heavens, Southern Heaven territory. Only the three of us are invited. Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian purposely glanced at the people walking in front of him. Then he turned around to look again. Indeed, apart from Morong Xiao Xiao, he did not see any familiar faces among the thousands of people walking in front of him. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew some of these people were not here because of the reincarnated Celestial Emperor's invitation. Apart from the south, there were also many people in the other 3 directions of the wind-resistant city. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. After flying 70 to 80,000 kilometers to the south, there were only about 2,000 of them left. After flying for another 10,000 kilometers, there were only about 1,000 of them left. That person's meeting place should be the mountain range in front of us. After flying above a vast desert for a while and passing through a flat plain, Duan Lingtian saw a continuous mountain range in the distance. However, due to the distance, he couldn't clearly see the outlines of the mountain peaks in the continuous mountain range. It's about the same distance. It should be that mountain range. Ling Jueyun nodded. When Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian saw the mountain range in front of them, Morong Xiao Xiao and the others had also noticed it. Many people sped up and flew toward the mountain range as though there was a fight for something there. Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian traveled at a leisurely pace while Morong Xiao Xiao followed behind them. She did not speak to them shamelessly since she could not bring herself to do so. Previously, when she tried to talk to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, it was as though she was trying to get the cold shoulder from Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. However, she did not receive any response from them. Under such circumstances, she could no longer be thick-skinned and continue to speak. At this moment, she had completely dismissed the idea of joining forces with Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. After all, she could see Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian had no intention of joining forces with her. Otherwise, they would not have rejected her when she had made such a huge concession. If that person only came to the two of us and Morong Xiao Xiao in the profound nether mansions territory in the spirit overarching heavens, southern heaven territory, how many places would he have to go to gather so many people? Moreover, I'm afraid these people are only a small portion of the people. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was almost certain these people had received the same invitation as Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian. Yes. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Ling Jueyun nodded and replied through voice transmission. Moreover, based on how he chose the three of us in the profound nether mansions territory, I'm afraid these people are all peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestials with high innate talent and comprehension ability. Didn't you say he only needed to find a group of relatively strong peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestials to sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree? If that's the case, why would he need to find peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestials with high innate talent and comprehension ability? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. Perhaps the probability of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit being harvested is higher? Ling Jueyun's eyes glinted as he made a bold guess. Otherwise, why would he go through so much trouble? There might not be any peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials who are stronger than the three of us in the profound nether mansion. But there are many who are slightly weaker than Morong Xiao Xiao. However, he didn't choose any of them. So far, this is just a guess. Perhaps there are other peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestials in the profound nether mansion, but none of them are here. So far, we've only met Morong Xiao Xiao. Duan Lingtian said. Perhaps. Let's see if we can see any other familiar faces among the group of people gathered at the peak of that mountain before the sky turns dark. If we don't meet any familiar faces, then my guess might be right. Ling Jueyun said. If it's true, then it's a good thing. After all, we're here for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as a hint of excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes. If the reincarnated celestial emperor had only looked for him, Ling Jueyun and Morong Xiao Xiao in the profound nether mansion, and he had followed the same criteria in other places as well, there must be a reason the reincarnated celestial emperor had done this. Otherwise, why would he go through so much trouble to look for them? If that's the case, Ling Jueyun's guess might be right. Sacrificing peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestials with high innate talent and comprehension ability can increase the probability of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit being harvested. At this moment, Ling Jueyun's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.